Mobile Legends every diamond count, and with bonus, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCT AMER to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with bonus and play it at next.
Between dreams and nightmares.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we've been waiting for. Welcome to MCT AMER semifinals. I am your host, Sina Lily. After weeks of battle, clutch moments, and non-stop competition, we are down to the final teams, one championship trophy, one chance to prove who truly stands above the rest. The pressure is massive, the energy is electric, and the stage is finally set for the ultimate showdown. So get ready for high-level Mobile Legends action, unforgettable moments, battle worthy of a crown, because it starts now. Alongside me are your energetic casters, Private Dancer, and Rico. You guys ready for this?
I am super ready. On one side, we have two underdog teams in Infinity and Dreammax, whose path through the playoffs can be described in one word, and that is hunger. On the other side, the Titans of the South in Alpha 7 and Entity 7, who long since have been able to refine that hunger into these weapons of mass destruction here in the South. Which side will reign supreme? Rico, I think today we're going to get our answer.
No words to say after that. What a big presentation coming from a Private Caster and Xena Lily. But I'm with you guys. It makes total sense. So we are super excited because we are almost getting to the final momentum. Only 4 teams still in the competition. So we are super excited to see what is going to happen today with this 3 insane best of 5s.
Yes, we are extremely excited for today's match. It's the semifinal. This is where it all goes down. Everyone got to put in all their efforts to see who will stand there and be on top to go against the North.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big thing here. It's not just about the South. It's not just about who will reign supreme in this South. We are sending one of these champion teams to face the challenger in the North, which will prove it's pretty much a brand new thing that has been happening here as we have combined the Americas, the South America, Canada, all of South America put in there too into one tournament here to see which one will reign supreme.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm so happy to see all this coming through because we watched almost the whole history of MLBB since from the beginning of the competition. So now we're seeing this mixing Americas getting together and facing on the grand final, which was gonna be in the future. So we are super happy to see these things happen. So today is not just another day, but a very special one because we are going to see what is going to happen from these 4 teams.
Yes, we are extremely happy and excited to see this go down. But before we move on, let us give a shout out to our sponsor, runestone.gg. Make sure you go there and check out the data analytics that they have so you can up your game and possibly get on the stage for next time.
Yeah, if you guys want to bring your gaming, your strategies, your thinking process for Mobile Legends to the next level, look no further than runestone.gg, who are a miraculous reason of why we are here and reason for this broadcast.
Improving your game level here, checking your stats, and you have the chance to watch the best game so far here. So all thanks to Runestone.
And if you have missed anything that's happened so far in the tournament, make sure you go to our social media, MLBB Esports, to check out the highlights that we may have or anything that has gone down, like the things that have, who's won in the North and all of that.
Yeah, anything that you might have missed, especially during the week, if you guys might have been working and missed the exciting games that happened in the North, especially that long Thursday night as well, where there were some upsets, make sure you go no further than MLBB Esports, where you can find out all the information and what's happening in the South as well.
Yeah, all of this and plus patch notes, updates, and new heroes, content creators, everything you can know and we are supposed to hear from us on our social media.
Alright guys, before we begin the final showdown, let's take one last look at the playoff format.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into 2 regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas Finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower-seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher-seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's final. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
After surviving every challenge throughout the playoffs, only 2 teams will remain standing. There are no more second chances, no more room for errors, and one final series to decide who will claim the championship and be crowned the victors of MCT AMER South.
Yeah, Zena, so this is a Swiss format, right? Somebody like it, somebody's not a big fan, but it gets more dynamic here on MLBB MCT AMER North and South on Swiss format.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to watch these teams kind of get more even and even when it comes to the competition, which has led some teams to actually really shine here in the South, to meet those challenges, to overcome some of those challenges. And they've been doing such a great job of it.
Yes, for sure. Let us know in the comments who was your favorite team throughout the South, though. I really want to know if they even made it this far, you know? And from here on out, who do you think will win?
Yeah, so cheer up your favorite team, send a like, share the broadcast here, call all your friends, because today, man, today is going to be on fire once again. 3 best-of-5s here, the upper bracket final, then we are heading for the lower bracket and the lower bracket final, so today is going to be very, very insane.
Yeah, I'm excited. 3 best-of-5s. You know we're going to have the energy packed in for you guys for all of these teams.
Yes, let us check out the global bans before we go, though. Let's check it out.
We'll have the global ban in MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best-of-7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
All right, and let us check out the matches so far. Where are we? Private?
Well, I mean, you can see the long road that some of these teams have had to take, especially Dreammax, starting all the way at the bottom 4 of the seeding to get to where they are now, that are going to be taking, they're at the lower bracket, but they are so close to being able to touch that greatness as we move forward, seeing Entity 7, Alpha 7 up there, Infinity, and a Dreammax, our final 4 teams here in the playoffs of the MCT AMER South.
Yeah, so some teams here consider dark horses with like this a miracle run, as we can call about. So Infinity and Dreammax is here and are gonna face each other, and later probably we have a hard challenge here facing or Entity 7 or Alpha 7 here in this bracket, which is gonna be very interesting today.
Extremely interesting. Of course, we're going to go with Entity 7 and Alpha 7s, both with the 7s going up first here. They made it through and have been very strong contenders here in the South. Then we'll have the submarine of Infinity and Dreammax, seeing who will come back up and take on the winners that are up there. So this is going to be an exciting day to see who will go off into the group finals here.
Yeah, and especially when we're talking about that first match, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. Make no mistake, I've been talking about them till I'm blue in the face ever since I started casting here. These two teams are titans of the South right now, where they have refined all of their skills into this lucrative, victorious push forward.
Yes. Today's schedule, we will see what we just said here. Entity 7 going against Alpha 7, and then Infinity versus Dreammax. Then out of those, the victors will go against each other in another best of 5.
Yeah, I don't want to be too emotional here, Zin, in private, but maybe we are watching some team here like playing 10 games today with 2 best of 5s. Like, I'm not being early, right? So maybe there's a possibility here. So today is gonna be very interesting because of these matches here. So the first one, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7, then Infinity versus Dreammax, and then on the last best of 5 for today, we're gonna have like the loser from the upper bracket versus the winner from the lower bracket. So guys, get ready because today is gonna be a very long day here on MLBB.
Yeah, it's gonna be a true test of endurance, not just for the casters, but for those players out there as well.
Yes, and let's get to it, guys. Entity 7 lineup is right here for you. We have on the EXP lane, Akashi, and the jungle lane, Hide on Bush, Shin for the mid, gold lane is Doom, and our roamer is Vagin.
Whoa. Very good, very good. Thank you, Zina. So this is the Entity 7's lineup here. This team, which is gonna be starting the whole competition on the upper side here, winning like almost the unbeatable team so far. So what we are going to see now, what the Entity 7 is going to say to us.
Salve, rapaziada, eu sou o Vaguinho e eu vim gravar top 5 melhores armas meu, top 5, né, minha tier list. Eu coloco o Paquito de primeiro, o Link de segundo, o Brocrace terceiro, quarto Saber, Alta e quinto Fanboy. Ficou assim meu top 5.
That was nice hearing from Entity 7. Now we have their competitors here. Alpha 7, EXP, we have Hesu, Flick on that jungle lane mid, Frost lane Eve, Upatizi on that gold, and our roamer, Paquito.
Yeah, a very strong lineup coming here from Alpha 7, looking to duplicate the success of their sister team up north here, possibly, to try to get lick some of those wounds and get the revenge onto Entity 7 to possibly get their first series victory.
Yes, for sure. And now let's hear what they have to say.
Hello, I'm Flick, jungle of Alpha 7, and I will do a quick answer. Flick, 2018. Karina, Laila, Faker, Hesu, Funny second skill, Retri, Skylark, Fredrin, Nolan, Hylos, Harley, Hesu, No one, Baksha, early game, shot caller.
Yes, Alpha 7 here in the South have always been a ball of positivity, right? They have really great synergy, and they don't even have a coach. They are doing an amazing job on their own.
Yeah, this is very interesting situation here coming from Alpha 7. But then another interesting factor here is Alpha 7, like they have struggled from versus Entity 7 from like just a little bit a long time since from the last season here. Like it's not the whole Entity 17 because they were like the old black sentence, you know. And the only change that we had from Alpha 7 is the roamer that now is Paquito, but before it was Luis. So still they lost in the Swiss stage versus Entity 7 with the Trinity that they were the former champions. So I'm very excited. I'm very curious what to see what Alpha 7 like, what they what new strategies, what they are thinking about like facing Entity 7 again. Private.
Yeah, for me, it's a matchup of just a smooth and positive vibes that we have coming out from Alpha 7, taking on probably a much more structured and coach-driven lineup from Entity 7. Will those natural picks be able to prevail from Alpha 7, or will Entity 7, like I said, is that coach enough to really be able to see the whole field? Where I feel like Alpha 7 has just at sometimes lacked when it comes to Entity 7. Not to speak illy of Alpha 7, because this is their dark horse. This is their kryptonite here in the stage. They have been dominant throughout this entire tournament until they have gone up against Entity 7. So this is more of a grudge match for them to see if they can maybe topple those walls that they have not yet been able to climb.
Yes, Entity 7 has been a force here in the South. They have been very strategic in their picks and just knew how to navigate when they were always in a bind, or if ever they were in a bind, you know. So they kind of have really great a coach behind them here, and that has helped them kind of make their mark here in the South for sure.
Yeah, and actually it is one thing that I would like to know from you guys, like as a personal opinion. Like with the team, they have no coach, you know, like all the teams that we know about like here, like having a coaching staff, like positional coach, for example, maybe, and the head coach. So what do you think about it? Because for me, okay, Alpha 7 is a very strong team, you know, that they used to have a coach in the past, but now like, okay, I think that we think that they have no coach, but maybe someone responsible behind, you know, just to help them, just to assist them. But at least in my opinion here, like having no coach, I think that is like more like harmful than helpful, you know. Like I think that still they need someone to help them to like enlighten their ideas versus Entity 7 or any other team.
For me, when it comes to having no coach and being successful with it, that means you've got 5 players who understand this game on a deeper level, have a higher IQ, and understand that role to a percent that is pretty much unmatched to a lot of the rest of South that we've seen here. Each one of these players understands their lane, what they need to accomplish, and which character would fit best in there. But when you come here up against another team that has that same IQ and they're riding with a coach as well, I feel like at some point is the having to think about strategy, having to think about the next ban, having to think about counters. How does my lane play into the next lane? Do we have a good combination here? I feel like some of that energy maybe pulls away from the player, where they aren't as focused on what they need to do solely, and that's where a coach comes in. That's where he comes in, where he can take that burden off of the players. Yes, they might be able to figure out what would work best in that scenario, but why, if you have somebody else there whose sole job it is to do that? Why not just have the players worry about the pick that's in front of them, how to succeed with that, rather than having to think, especially in a global ban scenario where you have to think several bans down the road. Are we wasting this pick? Are we going going to be able to utilize it. So, and there's two, it's a very sharp ends on both sides of this sword, unfortunately.
Yes, I have to agree with you on that. I feel like a coach does put a lot more, less stress on to the players here, because they could be getting tilted, right? And that effect and the emotion can kind of have something to do and kind of mess up with their strategy and thinking, versus they have this coach that can kind of help them kind of think through things here. All right, let's get into the draft here. They first ban Guinevere. Why do you say old private though?
I think
they were listing because they were listing Darkness as a coach. So maybe this is the ingredient. Maybe this is what Alpha 7 have been needing. I talked about this before. Teams that have those core structures, synergy, understanding macro and micro, how they play together, if they have that in spades, a coach will add just that little bit to bring them up higher. Whereas some teams, I feel like, unfortunately, if you fail in macro, if your team's arguing, you lose a big chunk that not even a coach will be able to save. Here, I feel like a coach will do nothing but help Alpha 7 do better than they have. So we're going to see if that comes across here, especially with this first draft in this best of 5.
Yeah, and we it's not a single coach. We're talking about Darkness here, which been through some teams in the South region, like Dreammax, for example. So it's a very experienced one here. So now working on these bans, for example, I think that he already he came and said, okay, no Zoomshin on this best of 5, please, because it was the first ban here coming out from Alpha 7 so far. While Entity 7 banning Guinevere and Hilda.
Yes, for sure, Zushin is a hard one to go against, so that is a valid ban for them. And of course, they're going to take out Freya, but we have not seen her do amazingly well. I think they've been all losses here in the South with her on the team. From what I remember, she hasn't been doing very well out there, but I guess it's because they also haven't had that time to actually shine or play with her as much here in the tournament. They went ahead and also banned out the Fanny here.
Yeah, I not that it's not a good ban, especially against Alpha 7, but I feel like we're trying to leave open a lot of picks. We still have Boxia, Phoveus out there, which have been big contenders here in the South. Valentina, Marcel still out on the table as well. So they're trying to leave a lot of this open. I think both teams are trying to leave a decent amount open, especially on the side of Alpha 7, so that you can possibly be able to reply. Phoveus is out there, but we go with the Boxia pickup on Entity 7.
Yeah, I would say Suyo here from Heidenbush, because as we are seeing here through this tournament, some teams had some focus, some prioritizations. For example, 9Z has the Gusa La Gusa as a priority on the first pick. For example, we used to see Claude and Carry, for example, but now here we're seeing Boxia coming from probably from Heidenbush on a jungler here. So Doom is a very good goal laner, but in this situation here, Entity 7 say, okay, no, now is Heidenbush here like this. The men's are here on at least on the first game here, so prioritizing Boxia. But the response here coming from Alpha 7 can be very good. Phoveus open, Suyo open, for example. But no, focusing on Grok and Ivy here. So the mid lane and just definitely on the roaming here coming from Paquito. As we're seeing through the tournament, Paquito playing with aggressive roamers, with the CC and some kind of a pick-off situation is better for him. I think that he feels more comfortable playing with his heroes.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a decent amount. I feel like the whole Grok pickup here is to try to counteract the Phoveus in the back line. You get a decent amount of CC to where he's not going to be able to use that demonic force as much as possible. Here, they're going to go with Glue. It's an immediate pickup. I don't know where that's going to go, though. That could be a roam. That could be the EXP as well. I know the South does like the Lapu Lapu against an Eve, because you can get back there with that Bravest Fighter form, and Lapu does have a very surprising amount of burst damage that he can dish out.
Yes, for sure. He does have a lot of good damage. They're going to go ahead and pick up Yi Sun Shin here. I guess that could be on the gold lane, or it could be their jungler, because also Harith is out as well for them to choose. So they have different options for him. So.
Yeah, I have a feeling that it is going to the goal lane here, like to allow Flick coming with an assassin here to get more damage in that composition. Not saying that Yusung Shin doesn't have this damage, or Ivy here with the magical one, but I believe that it's gonna be like they are living and this flexibility here. Like, okay, let them cook Yusung Shin here from the final moment.
Yeah, the thing for me too is some of these picks, I want to say on the side, especially on the side of Alpha 7, I feel like we're being very patient with our draft. We're not going with like those super top meta pickups, especially like a Harith coming with a Harith or other things that could have gone in the roam position. I feel like we're trying to space out a lot of those big pickups so that we can have them for later on in the draft, where I feel like on the side of Entity 7, we're just blitzing. We're going in, we're going to go hard at them, and we're going to be very, very strong. I do agree, Yusung Shin probably fits more into the marksman lane here. We'll see how that kind of comes out. Ooh, and the ban of the Lapu actually comes out from the side of Entity 7.
Yeah, they don't seem like they want to pick it up. I knew you were saying that Lapu would go great against a Yi here, so they have something else in mind for either that EXP lane or that roam position if Glue is going to take it. So they're making sure that they're target banning here the mid lane, since Entity 7 still needs to choose that here.
Yeah, and honestly, I thought that Entity 7 would ban like carry, for example, to avoid this like meltdown from Tanky's composition coming out from Entity 7, but they banned Lapu Lapu. Okay, they still have one, but Sora is the last ban here. And now let's see if Alpha 7... Oh man, I forgot about the Yusung Shin, so now carry here is not a possibility if Yusung Shin leads to the marksman role. I'm so sorry about that. But now, let's see what Alpha 7 is going to bring here. Assuming like there's still XP lane and the jungler, I think that is gonna be on the XP lane here, like for Hasu. Can be okay, no Lapu Lapu, but maybe Terizla here on that composition, especially to combine with Grok execution here. I think that is a good idea.
Yeah, I don't mind the Terizla. I feel like sometimes I would save it for the possible Gwen pickup because he goes really well with his oh yeah, we're gonna go with a Yuzong pickup to try to get to that back line. I was kind of thinking that Yuzong is kind of fallen off a little bit, I want to say, in the current meta, just because I mean I feel like good teams understand how to kite backwards and really separate Yuzong from the team when he comes in. He gets so bloodthirsty trying to get to that back line that when he eventually lands, the rest of the team's just not able to catch up and add in.
Wait, what?
That will be a first for me, seeing a double marksman.
Oh, I wonder what they have up their sleeve then with double marksman here. So they're gonna go both on the side. So Glue is probably their roamer here in this situation. Interesting for sure.
Is Claw heading to the XP lane here on Akashi's? Makes sense, because as I told you before, Akashi was a gold laner player before like leading to the XP lane. Okay, so maybe it makes sense. At least for me, it makes sense.
I don't even know what to say. Hopefully it works out. There's only, I mean, they don't really have this might, I mean, if you don't have your jungler, I feel like Leomord would be like the best pick here on the side of Alpha 7 to be able to take down, okay, so then Yusung Shin will be the jungle for the side of Alpha 7.
They're double marksmaning on both sides here. Interesting game.
Am I dreaming? Am I sleeping here? Like I'm not getting to be honest, but there it is, the final composition here, like the last one here coming from Leslie in the goal lane here with Upatizi. So yep, Akachi here leading with Claude in the XP lane coming out from Entity 7 private.
Yeah, if you, ladies and gentlemen, if you wanted to see new, if you wanted to see different, you have tuned in to the right region. AMER South here right now. 2 double marksman compositions coming out to start off the day of this best of 5. Entity 7 taking on Alpha 7.
Yeah, guys, so here it is only the beginning from the day here, the first match, the first game here, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7 with this 2 not conventional draft and composition. So Alpha 7 here with Liu Song, Inshin, Ivy, Leslie, and Paquito with the Grok, with the Glue, Moskov, Valentina, Boxia, and Claude here on Akashi's hand. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is only the first game here. Welcome everybody. Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. Let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how some of these gold lanes kind of stack up for both of these teams here. Leslie does have a pretty immense amount of poke if you're not prepared to go against her. You can see Moskov already getting pushed back at the top there. Doom's going to take a little bit of damage. So, I mean, these matchups are going to be very interesting. 2 very interesting matchups where you've got the Leslie at the top and you've got Akashi on the XP lane going up against Hesu here at the bottom. And right now, I mean, Hesu getting pushed back a bit. I think that's going to happen with most fighters when it comes to going against a ranged opponent.
Yeah, but now looking up on the top side here, but now, oops, it's a 1v1 here. It's a very interesting one, but I think that maybe on the first levels here, Private, okay, here we go.
Oh, yeah, Split is out there. You see the damage from Paquito onto Paquito. Hesu comes in, just narrowly misses getting that swipe on the Vagin, who's going to have to use that flicker away. So that's going to be, I want to say, that's going to be 1 spell down for the side of Entity 7 coming up on this first turtle.
Yeah, so now here Viking, I think that Viking was trying to force some spell coming out from Alpha 7 here, but it didn't work, and it happened the opposite. So they had to, he had to use the flicker here. So it's a very important spell that Entity 7 doesn't have before the first turtle, but here they come again.
Yeah, they're going to try to go on to Paquito. That might be the wrong target there. So you can see the dragon coming in. Hesu finds himself a kill. Flick, the first kill, a first blood on a hide on a bush. That's going to be a jungler down for the side of Entity 7 and possibly some wiggle room to pick up this first turtle. They do seem a little bit shy about picking it up, though.
Yeah, so they got the first kill here, so we thought that naturally they're really heading up from the first turtle, but now Entity 7 started, but Alpha 7 in here, so we will have a fight back or a team fight here, Private.
Oh, yeah, now you have the Black Dragon out, its main target, looking for Shin, who goes in, finds a big pop-up. It does not stop Alpha 7 from being able to pick up the first turtle. Oh, we have SOD out here as well. Blazing Duet putting on the damage. Akashi in a very serious trouble, very low, but spins to win, finds himself an escape. 1-0 and a turtle for the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, what was that about? Like the opposite Blazing Duet here, like instead of causing damage to the enemies, like Akashi was taking damage coming out, of course, from the enemies here. But now the truth is, the first turtle heading for Alpha 7. A very interesting early game from here, from that composition. But Entity 7, at least like, okay, in the goal lead here, like letting just a little bit ahead, then 1k almost already for Alpha 7. And we saw the gold energy coming out from like the tower on the top side here, like in favor for Upatizi. So Entity 7, not the best early games here that we are used to see from them, but still they are on the game.
Yeah, one interesting thing, I feel like Upatizi on the Leslie, I mean, maybe it doesn't really match up well against what a Moskov provides to the team, but I feel like every single time Moskov leaves that lane, tries to rotate, goes for an SOD, I feel like Upatizi will be able to start peeling away at the tower. You can see already, it's down to about 25% gold on it already, and we're only at about the 4-minute mark. So every single time he kind of distances himself from that lane, lane, Upatiz is going to try to be right there to possibly make him pay for it. Ooh, they actually have a little gank up at top. Against the wall, and Shin finds himself a kill, a 3-man pick off there at the top lane. Ooh, we do have a nice little Titanic charge coming in there. Blazing Duet looking for an escape. SOD coming in from the backside. Nobody wants a piece of it except for Shin, who comes in looking for a tech charge, does not find the mark. Shin has to find himself an escape. Vagin finds a kill onto Paquito, and that will be 2 kills for the side of Entity 7.
For a moment, I thought that Shin was crazy because like, he were heading for the rest of the players on Alpha 7, but now the second turtle here. Let's go, Private.
Oh, yeah, Hesu might be in a little bit of trouble there as Vagin doing the best he can to distance Alpha 7 away from this objective. That's going to allow Entity 7 to pick up that next turtle.
Yeah, I tried to hype this team fight here on the second turtle, but now it came easily. Oh, Doom. Ultimate from Leslie. Oh, okay.
Yeah, a big deadly sniper coming out from Upatizi there. Ooh, even able to steal away the gold minion from Vagin there. So actually doing a really great job. Ooh, Akashi in trouble, gets picked off by Paquito there. So that's going to go ahead and even the odds here as we take a look at the top lane. I think it's 0-0-2 for Hesu, who's picking up those chastised pauldrons right now. And Akashi sitting at 0-1-1.
Yeah, so once again here, like not once again, but at least in this game here, Alpha 7 focusing on Akashi's side, as like I think that the second or the third time here. So now they took down the tower on the bottom lane here. Now Akashi is in trouble. Dude, Private, we already saw like I think that Dreammax are trying to use Claude in the XP lane, and we saw the result was not so well. But now seeing Entity 7 trying to do this again, I think like okay, maybe with the Yuzong here, the rank situation could be interesting. But in fact, we're seeing here that there's going to be another failure while using Claude in XP lane.
Oh, even with the deadly sniper, Paquito waits a perfect amount of time, gets a tech charge in there, followed up by the real world manipulation coming up from Frost Lane Eve. Big wombo combo out there, takes and surprises Shin.
Yeah. Oh, here they come again, Paquito. Okay, so he's able to survive, but now here on the top side, Entity 7 has to run because now the second tower in Alpha 7's favor heading out, plus the goal lead here like almost to, okay, just a little bit ahead than 1K. Another turtle coming out from Alpha 7. Here we go.
Yeah, Hide on Bush from the backside is going to go ahead and find some damage. Black Dragon is out with the Petrify. Vagin is down. Entity 7 fighting themselves against the ropes right now. That will be a double kill for Flick. Alpha 7 having a great first game of this series.
That's a very hard, like, early game here for Alpha 7. A very good one, like Shin trying to protect. Oh,
what a tech charge coming out from Shin. Doom able to come in with damage of his own. A blazing duet came on from Akashi to spray down the rest of Alpha 7, who are all sitting at 50% or low. Shin has been surgical with a lot of these tech charges.
Yeah, and you know what, Prophet? I think that it could be better for Entity 7 if like Claude was like farming enough to have another item, for example, not only here with Demon Hunter, maybe with the Corrosion side as the second item here, could be very good for Entity 7 because the initiation was fantastic. The tectonic charge here coming out from this execution plus the blazing duet could be very good for them, but the result was not like okay, they took the kill, they took the elimination, but it could be better.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think he would be better served to try to get some farm off. He did start off with the Demon Hunter sword, so he's trying to go in to really tear down a lot of that armor. The problem is that there's not really a huge or great follow-up coming up from Entity 7 to take advantage of a lot of those Demon Hunter stacks to be able to burst down Alpha 7. Ooh, a little bit 1v3 here. Vagin's gonna go ahead and use that split to find himself and escape. 4 members crowded up at the top, really hungry for that tier 2 tower of Entity 7.
Yeah, so Alpha 7 here, like with the play style, like playing together, at least like in the early to a mid game, like we're seeing the Lord cam here, the first Lord on the downside of the river. It was started here like maybe from Alpha 7, but now he's on the pit again. But both teams like are heading for this important objective here, Private.
Ooh, already we have Upatizi on that. Leslie already trying to clamor here to get that 5 against Entity 7. I feel like they're trying to slow play on Entity 7. Ooh, pop-up lands, real manipulation. Upatizi is right there. That is an Entity 7 jungler down. Akashi in trouble, taking the full brunt. A whole Tectonic charge coming out from Paquito. Akashi trying to rain on some damage. We do have that SOD out as Shin finds a kill onto Paquito while Alpha 7 look to start up on this Lord.
Yeah, so here we go again. Oh, it was like again here, like out of the position. He took so much damage, but now he's forced to get back. But Entity 7 doesn't give up.
Ooh, shit on the backside, looking for a way in here. Back in trouble! It gets taken down by Upatizi. In comes the Blazing Duet, and Hide on Bush finds a kill onto Upatizi. Entity 7 now able to try and zone away Alpha 7. Are they gonna look to find this Lord? They play with it, but just to pull it out from its Lord pit.
Yeah, so 2 players for 1 here in the last team fight coming out from Entity 7. 9 kills for Alpha 7. The goal lead here, like, once again, not too large for Alpha 7, but maybe this Lord here. Okay, no fighting back. Hide on Bush is heading on.
Oh, Hide on Bush looking for a way in. He does have the SOD flick. Able to find the retribution. Hide on Bush is down. Doom on the other side getting chased by a Black Dragon who turns away from trying to dive him underneath the tower. But momentum thoroughly on the side of Alpha 7. Now underneath the tower looks like Hesu might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets taken down by Shin. Shin having a glorious game. 3-2-2 right now. He has been caught twice, but the damage output from him has been able to keep his team afloat in this 6-10 game. The lead in the side of Alpha 7 right now.
Yeah, Alpha 7 now trying to focus the tower number 1 here on the mid lane. Oh, almost very injured here, but is still standing. While the Lord is heading on the top side here, leading the tackle on the tower number 2. Now Paquito trying to flank. Here comes Alpha 7 with the full Lord.
Yeah, you can see Vagan and Shin looking for a flank onto it as Akashi is going to go ahead and burst down this Lord. Alpha 7, I am kind of wondering what Entity 7 needs to do to come back from this right now, as Alpha 7, this is one of the more thorough and dominant games that I've seen from them, especially against Entity 7, who have been more than dominant against them throughout these playoffs.
Yeah, especially when a composition that makes more sense than Entity 7 one. But oh, Hunger Games here on the bottom side, probably.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take down that tower very easily. Go ahead and disengage as well. About a 2K gold lead for the side of Alpha 7, while Entity 7 kind of stuck on the back foot, looking to turtle up, looking to protect towers. Black Dragon is out underneath the backside of Entity 7. And now Glue comes out with a Hide on Bush on the backside too. Shin almost gets taken down. Hide on Bush. Oh, the flicker coming out from Paquito to stop Hide on Bush. It's not able to stop Megan, who's able to create and close the distance onto the mid laner. Down and down they go. Alpha 7 with just Upatizi left, who has to find an escape. This is going to give Entity 7 a huge bit of momentum. Oh, you can see them already coming in, juggling the aggro of the tower, and that's going to be the high ground tower from the side of Entity or Alpha 7, and they take down Upatizi. 6 seconds left. Can they close this out? The damage is there, and what a shock as Entity 7 turned this around.
I don't doubt about anything when it comes to Entity 7 here. What a match, what a game. I think that impossible happens here, Zina.
Oh my gosh. All right, that was looking like Alpha 7's game there, okay? They were doing everything possible. Then they had dominated that map so early on. But that turnaround, just that one mess up like where they were able to take out 4 members of Alpha 7 and push straight down the middle, gaining them the win, even with 2 marksmen on their James. They did an amazing job there.
Yeah, I think Rico put it best when he was talking about the draft. Both teams kind of went a little bit outside the box. It just, when you look at it, it made more sense for Alpha 7. It was working for them. However, when it comes to the execution, I feel like Entity 7, they're just on a different level when it comes to macro, when it comes to focus, when it comes to understanding what they need to do in these team fights. And they looked for those little cracks, those little opportunities, and were able to find it here in what was mostly an Alpha 7 dominated game.
Man, for me, it's unbelievable here, like what happened in this game, because we used to talk about Alpha 7's aggression, Alpha 7's domination, Alpha 7's goal lead, Alpha 7's like good and early and mid game, but then all of a sudden, okay, victory for Entity 7, but like, because here we were seeing like Alpha 7, as we were talking about, like with more sense composition with Instant Sheen. Okay, it's a marksman, but in the jungle it makes more sense, like the Claude in the XP lane, for example. But here, like, we're seeing Entity 7 not only with that kind of composition, but with the full knowledge and with the full like consciousness that what they have to do and when they have to do. So okay, they were losing towers, they were losing some team fights. Okay, I think that the players were like, okay guys, we just have to wait for Claude getting stronger, wait for Moscow getting stronger, for example, and that will happen. So a false step coming out from Alpha 7, and I couldn't even say that was a false step here, but I think that it was more like Entity 7 play style and powerful here in this first game, so led them to this first victory here. Besides these wonderful executions here, Private, like these initiations coming out from Alpha 7 with the tectonic charge, for example, real world manipulation, Upatizi with the sniper one, like causing damage in this follow-up of damage, but still I think that it was something lacked here for Alpha 7 to guarantee the victory in this first game.
I feel like it kind of comes down to the play style and how, especially when it comes to the team fights, I feel like Entity 7 were outdrafted and they kind of messed up at the beginning, I want to say, playing like they were outdrafted as well. And as the game kind of got on, I think they understood that they're going to be behind. They need to make sure that they, like, here is where it kind of turns around for them, as they're able to kind of get, you see that well into the back line, a great blazing duet, a lot of damage coming out there until it's finally just Upatizi who's left out there. And I feel like, and this is probably the problem too, Upatizi not exactly going to be able to defend your base against men. She doesn't have a great, or that hero doesn't really have a great amount of clear, especially when all the enemies kind of bursting through the middle there as well. So a great game there played by the side of Entity 7.
Yes, that was a great game played by them as well. They executed so well, but here our MVP. It only takes one player to change everything, and Doom is that player with 218 KDA, 23.4k total damage, and 712 golds per minute. He steals the show, taking MVP from the team.
And it's absolutely cinema here. Like when you have a player that we I will speak by myself. I didn't see Doom like with this with like a very wonderful play, for example, but he was the MVP here, well-deserved one, especially like with the KDA and what he was able to do on the game, right? So, but still, like I was more focused on Jesus with the Black Dragon form. I was more like focused on maybe with the tectonic charge coming from Vagine and the initiation coming out from Alpha 7. But then now we're seeing Doom as the MVP here on the first game, Private.
I feel like the reason is because I feel like Doom was kind of being countered in lane. He was being pushed back every single time he came in with the SOD. You saw that Leslie would start pushing that lane. I just feel like the added support of having Doom through a lot of these fights made sure that they didn't really turn super lopsided. So while it was different executions by two very different marksmen with different strategies on their minds, when it comes to execution of that strategy, it just felt like Doom was doing his harder, faster, longer. You know what I mean? So whereas Leslie really wasn't able to, we didn't really see I think there was maybe 1 or 2 kills I saw from Leslie as she was starting to come online, but Moskov just was always there, always a presence for his team.
How are you guys thinking that Claude did against the Yuzong there, playing that EXP lane, you know, as a marksman? Do you think that made any difference to the gameplay here?
I think that maybe, at least like in my point of view here, because we were seeing like, I was thinking about like maybe a Claude could be like with a very just a little bit of advantage when it comes to range situation here versus Yuzong. But after level 4 with the Black Dragon, so trying to zoom the players out, even Akashi here with Cloud, this situation could be very different, you know. But I was thinking about like Alpha 7 choosing Leslie instead of Carry, for example, that was on my mind here, at least on the first game, because Leslie here, like, versus not only Moskov but versus Claude with the two like very high DPS, for example, with the high movement speed and attack speed here, it was like not very easy for Upatizi to handle that situation. Not only versus them, but with the whole composition coming out from Entity 7.
I wonder if in scrims this has been a big contest between Alpha 7 and Entity 7 when it comes to that gold lane, because had Leslie been chosen earlier, I would have immediately said, oh, the Claude switching lanes because of the Leslie, because I mean, you use that pushback and you immediately take him out of his ult and you take away 90% of his damage. However, Leslie was chosen after the Claude, after the double marksman composition came out from Entity 7. So I'm wondering if that was a read from the coach, understanding that a Leslie was due to come out because the Yushan Shin could have gone into the jungle position. It's interesting. Claude versus Yuzong just doesn't make sense. If I'm putting it straight out there, just because Claude has the closest range of all of the marksmen there, and Yuzong really can punish, especially with the way he's able to close the distance on. You saw most of that match. You saw that they had to have a flick there as well in that bottom lane to try to assist and make sure that that he wasn't having Upatizi wasn't having or not Upatizi on the side of Entity 7, that they weren't having a bad game down there, so they had to constantly double up on that bottom lane. And even then, Yuzong, I mean, even from the first hurdle, still a factor in a lot of those fights.
Yes, for sure. So it worked out in their favor, all in all, at the end. But here we go. We're going into this next game here in the draft. They're going to ban out the Grok and the Boxia for the first picks here.
Yeah, so now we're heading for the second game here. The draft phase is starting with a Boxia and a Grok banning. So here, see, like, for those who are not so familiarized with the global ban, so these gray heroes here means the heroes that the team are not allowed to repeat from the rest of the best of 5 here, from the rest of this match. But now we're heading for Ivy being the second banning from Alpha 7, and Fanny once again when it comes to Entity 7.
I mean, looking at this draft, I feel like everybody's off banning right now. You've still got Boxia, Phoveus, Freya's out there right now, Zushin. I feel like everybody's trying to off ban, so now everybody's just gonna get OP drafts. So when we come out here right now, especially Grok, I can't even remember the last time I saw a Grok ban coming out from a team here. I would assume these last two bans, one of them is probably going to belong to Zushin. And I just don't know where. Yeah, there we go. That's the Zushin one. And Freya is probably the next one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. They're banning out that for sure, but it looks like they're banning out heroes that they already chosen. They don't want to go against the Eve or the Grok too, you see. So I'm like, this is kind of confusing. Maybe they've seen or played against them off tournament and stuff, and know that Entity 7 can do real well with them as well. So they just wanted to make sure that's not out there for them to play with. And you're right, they went ahead and banned these two, but the lot are still open right now, like you said, Phoveus and as well as other heroes. So this is gonna be, I mean, who knows? They chose double marksman, so I really don't know what they'll be choosing this time around.
Yeah, at least I like, even though that the two marksmen's situation, we can talk about like during the draft it came the idea to get this two marksmen, because as we were saying, like, and the people from the chat were saying like, okay, when it comes to like when Alpha 7 saw Claude, they trying to use Leslie to counter Claude, so Entity 7 decided to move Claude from the XP lane to avoid a Leslie situation on the goal lane here. So now the first pick here for Vias, and Entity 7 coming with a Marcel as the first response here, and now we're seeing the second one. Maybe I don't think that is gonna be the jungler here. Ready for a hide on bush is gonna be interesting one, but I think that they're heading for the mid lane.
Chose me to vanquish the
oh no, Suyo for hide on bush. Okay.
World.
Yeah.
I feel like this kind of makes sense for the Grok ban to pick up the Phoveus, because he's been one of those great peelers in the back line. You can put a wall down, Tectonic Charge, you swing away. That's a lot of CC that you can put onto the Phoveus to really stop him and thwart a lot of the damage that can come out there. You mix that up with something bursty, and Phoveus is gonna be like the first one down in a lot of these fights. I am questioning if we're gonna have the Marcel out there. Are we pairing it with something? Because I feel like Phoveus, he's one of those things just like a Zushin. There needs to be an answer, or he's gonna be able to run wild on your back line. So, and the answer, what we've seen is CC and burst potential to really take him out before a lot of these fights begin.
Royalty in a dead body.
Yes, so let's see if they'll choose that. They went ahead and picked up Leo here as well as Hera. There's that carry on that side of it. Now Entity 7 has picked that up as well. I'm surprised they did do that double marksman. That's kind of taking away a lot of the hero marksmans available to them, like later on down the line, you know. So this is very interesting. They gone ahead and banned out Hylos as well.
Yeah, so the third choice here coming out from Entity 7 goes for a carry, and it was immediately a Hylos on a banning here on the first choice. I think that Entity 7 is going to focus especially on this roaming situation here. Like, I believe that maybe it's gonna be Khalid the last banning here, because it will be like very hard for them to handle, like for Vias, Leomort, and Khalid the situation, for example. To get pressure on the river, to get control on the turtle, for example, and the objectives. So there is a possibility here. So Terizla, naturally, because we're seeing like most of this successful composition with Marcel, it is like with Terizla with the penalties on when it comes to the golden hour and the rest of execution. So no Terizla for this second game. And now we're seeing what Entity 7 is about to ban. Yeah, I was thinking about Khalid here, but maybe they're thinking about like something else. Show, okay, right? So avoid Paquito. Paquito is a very good player of Show.
I am kind of curious. Yeah, we took out the Terizla. If we're going that route on the side of Entity 7, I think the next option would be the Guinevere. That would also be able to kind of jump in there after that golden hour. But Guinevere, and I feel like a lot of teams miss this step when she's not a great damage on her own. Maybe in like the opening minutes of the game, she's got a great amount of burst, but it takes a little bit more oomph. So you'd need to probably pair that with like some type of burst mage, a Linux, a Gord or something like that, to really be able to burst down this composition. I was thinking maybe, especially against Harith and Leomord, maybe you go with Zeshion just because of the CC. I just don't like a Zeshion against a Phoveus.
Grant immortality.
They're going ahead and picking up an Alice against the Phoveus then. So, she's mobile. So I'm not even sure. It's... I don't know.
but I agree with Private when we say about a possibility to get a ZTN here, for example, especially from her buff, one of her buffs here, like nerf the magic resistance. Every time that ZTN casts a spell, for example, casts an ability, it nerfs the magic resistance from the other side. So combining this with Harith, for example, like with the magical damage, it could be very interesting for Alpha 7. So but no, okay, Farsa here and Kalia for Paquito. Ooh, a very hard one here. It's a very good choice when it comes to this pick off, when it comes to this execution, coming out like from Tsunamis Lamb and Phantom Steed, for example, and Farsa's bursting out here from this magic damage. So Alpha 7 here, like they made an Exodia in that composition so far.
This is a great composition from Alpha 7. I love the Kalea just because I feel like it really thwarts the opening for Marcel, where you want to be super offensive, super aggressive, checking bushes, getting stuns and stuff like that. Now you have the fear of the Tsunami Slam while you're trying to check those bushes, which will put you way deep in the enemy territory. With that, you also have the damage coming out from the Feathered Airstrike of the Farsa. They do go with the Zeshion on Entity 7. This could be very curious, especially because I feel like she's not as mobile. She does have the passive, so she can create distance from the Phoveus, but it's not just the Phoveus you're worried about. He's going to get into that back line, and it's almost going to be like clearing a little bit of a space for Harith to come in with that Zaman Force. Very interesting drafts coming out of both of these teams.
Yeah, especially with Akashi here, like with Alice, with this possibility to get a backline or a flank here when it comes to Farsa, while using the Feather Airstrike, for example, or trying to avoid some Upatizi follow-up damage here when this composition. So both compositions here are like very interesting one. Zetian from Shin. So okay, the ability here, like the Phoenix ultimate here to spot the enemies, to maybe trying to stun some of them before team fight starts, for example. It's a possibility here. So everything is possible. I learned this lesson from the first game here today. Everything is possible when it comes to Entity 7 here, my friend Private.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 of our first series of best of 5. Alpha 7 taking on Entity 7. Will Entity 7 be able to eke away with another surprise victory? Well, I don't even know if you can call it surprise. I do like Alpha 7's draft a little bit better here than Entity 7's. But what Entity 7 has shown me is just the amount of synergy and understanding of what they need to do throughout the game. They're looking for any type of mistake, even if the draft does not favor them.
Oh my goodness, is that right? Shin had this damage at the beginning of the game? My goodness, like a magic spell here, like was like more than a half from Frost Laneve's HP. So now like Entity 7 with this aggressive situation, forcing Alpha 7 only to get this farm, only to get like this these resources at the beginning of the game, to trying to reach the level 4 as faster as they can. Oh, Frost, okay. Using the body form here, like trying to get this reposition, but oops.
Yeah, unfortunately, Flick, the great clear of that jungle coming out from the side of Entity 7 ensures that Flick didn't have his level 4 just then to be able to come in for that engagement. You can see here now, looking to maybe start stealing a jungle of his own. Begin right there, looking to maybe, he's just feeding that energy. Ooh, he's actually gonna go in, gets a little bit of a stun up there, pushed back, but goes back to the safety of his tower.
Yeah, so we're just looking for the emblem here, like, okay, for Suyo with the killing spree, okay. But Flick also choose a killing spree here with the Leo Mord. So maybe to cause more damage. Oh, here comes!
Ooh, back in. Just trying to be a nuisance for the side of Alpha 7. He's still doing a good job being able to go in there, but I want to say you still don't have the ultimates on either side of the roam there yet. So you're not able to really punish Vagin on this Marcel just yet. Once you get that Tsunami Slam, I think that the forward crushing ability of the Marcel is going to really start costing Entity 7.
Yeah, but now like you're seeing Entity 7 heading for the bottom lane. I think that Alpha 7 has this information, so has to take care about that. Oh.
Ooh, Hasu might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets a little bit of a stun, but not too worse for wear. As a nice little, I want to say a nice little grouping here by Entity 7, the trio coming in from the mid, jungle, and roam.
Yeah, well, Ursali, we saw here like first turtle heading for Alpha 7, so both teams like okay, like getting the farm, only focusing on like getting these resources and items so far. No one has to take this risk, for example, to get initiation. So it is interesting one. So no kills so far on this second game, but now seeing Paquito trying to play an aggressive. Oh!
Ooh, speaking of Tsunami Slam, out comes one followed up by the ultimate, the Fury of the Phoenix, but Vagin able to find himself and escape. Zaman Force laid down glorious pathway by the side of Alpha 7, I believe there. Doom and Hide on Bush looking for the disengagement from their tower.
Yeah, there was a good macro here, like coming from Alpha 7, almost trying to take down. I think that was Shin on the mid lane. And so the response now, oh, the mid lane here, 2v2. Okay, both teams now only hide on bush on the purple buff. And Alpha 7 responded so very good on the top side here because Suyu, like hide on bush, and Doom was trying to take Upatizi down. So Private, so far the second turtle here immediately started by Alpha 7. Maybe we have another team fight.
Ooh, Hesu and Akashi going at it here. Vagin still being zoned out. Big pop-up lands there. Phantom Steed is out with the damage and immediately has the Winter Crown to be able to get himself out of harm's way. Down goes Frostlane Eve. Akashi might be taken back as Flick finds himself a kill. Hideout Bush in trouble, looking for the disengage, getting slammed down with that demonic force coming out from Hesu. It's going to allow Alpha 7 to pick up this second turtle.
When everything seemed to be very good for Entity 7, Alpha 7 responded very nicely. And you said about why it was the Winter Crown. I swear, like I thought it was like the golden hour here from Vagin with Marcel. But still, it was like a good initiation coming out from Alpha 7. Oh, Patizi.
Yeah, might be in a little bit of trouble here. Has to use that Zaman Force to try to get himself out of harm's way. Look at the damage he was able to do to hide on Bush. He's gonna have to get out of there. Feathered airstrike. Back in trouble. Back and forth. He's looking to get away, but that is not going to protect Doom. Alpha 7 on a roll here.
Alpha 7 is on fire on the second game, responding so well. Entity 7's initiation. Once again, like 3 players on the top side here trying to surprise Upatizi. He was like resilient to not using the purify. I think that he didn't use the purify so far, but still Alpha 7 with the cavalry helping him. And not only that, to get one more kill and getting this advantage. Okay, goal lead, not so far for Alpha 7, but still very important for them.
Yeah, 2-1 here right now. This is not a surprising situation for Entity 7. We've seen them on their back foot before. They understand what needs to be done. They're going to be careful, and you rarely see them get frustrated and make mistakes. They usually are just able to focus down on where they need to be. The tower's not too bad for either side just yet. You see the damage and the progress starting to be made through mid so far.
Yeah, and speaking about positioning here, Doom has to be very good in position. Over again.
Yeah, another Tsunami Slam comes out there. Damage coming out into Begin. Golden Hour used to freeze Paquito and Hesu. No one on the side of Entity 7 in a good position to take advantage of that ultimate. So you're going to have two ultimates, or an ultimate down for the side of Entity 7. Ooh, big pushback there from Hesu with that demonic force slamming down onto Begin. That's going to allow Alpha 7 some time. Down comes the Feathered Airstrike, and down goes Begin. 3-1 right now for Alpha 7.
Yeah, another very good kill here for Alpha 7. And another turtle for Alpha 7 here. All the three turtles from them. Oh, hide on bush. Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, in trouble as Flick charges in there. The combination right now of being able to get the Tsunami Slam out again. Damage coming out. Here comes the stun. Akashi gets taken out by Upatizi. Down comes the Feathered Airstrike to zone out the rest of Entity 7. The damage coming out, you have the Tsunami Slam coming down, and then Upatizi and Frostlane Eve on the Harith, on the Farja is just a huge amounts of damage for whoever gets caught in that Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, and not only about like the Tsunami Slam situation, but Entity 7. Oh, here come again on the mid lane. Okay, again. Paquito.
Oh yeah, Paquito is going to be able to get himself out of there. But right now, 5-1. I don't know what Entity 7 can do to come back from this right now, because you've got some heroes that haven't even finished scaling yet.
Yeah, and you know what, Private? Different from the first game, for example, when Vagina was like with a very no, Vagin was with Rock, right? I confused here, but now, oh, in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, Upatizi getting chased down. 3 members of Entity 7 now able to protect the tower. So they're doing a good job when it comes to macro, rotating, protecting, not trying to get into some huge fights here just yet, but about a firm 4K gold lead for the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, I remember now. On the first game, Shin was with Valentina, which we have the ability to copy the ultimate. So with the Tectonic Charge from Rock, they had some kind of a very good initiation. But now at this time, like again with Marcel, oh, here comes.
No, again, almost got caught again. He uses that Purify, so he's not going to have it for this next fight coming up. But I want to say you have an ultimate and a flicker down for the side of Paquito as well. So there is possible an opportunity for you to be able to go in here from the backside. Demonic Force being slammed down, and a pop-up. Frostlane Eve going to find the damage to take down Vagin again.
Yeah, so one player down here for Entity 7. Oh, here come again. So Alpha 7 is going to take advantage.
Yeah, big pop-up lands onto 2 members of Entity 7. All the while, this Lord is being worked on by Alpha 7. You can see on the backside, Flick, Paquito, Hesu manning up and standing up in the front of this. Oh, onto the backside, we do have a Throne of Ruin landing on the Flick, who's looking for an escape. Feathered Airstrike followed up by the Phantom Steed is going to be able to take down Akashi, and Flick gets a Lord here for his trouble, and down goes Hide on Bush.
Yeah, so one more team fight here in favor for Alpha 7. 2 players down for Entity 7 here from Entity 7. The focus now is the tower number 1 here in the mid lane. When they are taking down. Okay, so one more advantage for Alpha 7. Different from the first game here, Private. Entity 7, like the composition is not so resistant one, like not so tanky. Like like with Marcel, for example, or even Heidenbush with the Suyo. So it is different from the first game here. So Entity 7 has to take care much more now when it comes to Paquito's trouble here with the Tsunami Slam, for example, or Hassel with the Demonic Forest. Now Upatizin closing the Holy Crystal here, so much more magical damage in Alpha 7's composition. I don't think so, but maybe the result here can be different from the first game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at people that you're waiting to get farmed up, I mean, maybe Doom, but how close exactly are you going to allow Doom? He still needs to get, I think he's still 2 items shy of being able to really start popping off of that, getting that Holy Trinity, as well as the distance that he needs from the Malefic Gun as well. So there's just no real answers on the backside of Entity 7. They've been counted out before, though. So I do know that they have it in them, but I feel like they're getting, this was a well laid out trap on the side of Alpha 7, especially to give out to Marcel, who likes to be aggressive, and then pick that against the Tsunami Slam that can be catching, putting you on the backside. Great zoning ability here from Alpha 7, and Entity 7 loses another tower.
Another tower here. Only the high ground tower is now left for Entity 7. As we're checking the goal lead here, almost 8k for Alpha 7, 8 kills versus only 1 for Entity 7. Alright, so they have Dune here with the carry with a very strong late game, but they also have Upatizi, like Alpha 7 Upatizi in a very strong late game here. But I think that the difference on this second game here, Private, is a Frost La Neve. You know, like Frost, like with Barca, is getting very interesting ultimates with a very good positioning. So all the times, like using the Feather Edge, right, not only to cause this damage, but to zoom out the players for Entity 7, as they don't have like this a tanky composition. So it is a very good for Frost La Neve to impact in a positive way this second game.
And I just don't feel like we have any punishments unless we're going to have 2 people. Ooh, another Phantom Steed comes out, followed by the Golden Hour. Vegin very desperate there as well. Shin is going to be able to get an escape. Ooh, do we have another Tsunami Slam coming out? You can see the damage coming out from Akashi. Is it going to be enough? Vegin is down. The damage coming out from Frost Laning. Tsunami Slam lands on to Akashi as Shin finding a kill of his own. Frost Lane Eve eventually able to find the kill onto Akashi. That's going to be 2 down for the side of Entity 7, 1 down for Alpha 7. Wait, at the bottom lane, what is Hide on Bush is trying to take it home?
Oh my goodness, Heidelbush here. Oh, taking down the high ground towers, but now he could be in trouble.
Yeah, you can see the rest of the team very close to closing the grounds on him, looking for an engagement. Upatizi had a great mind there to keep himself in that bush just in case Hide on Bush was able to get the separation.
Dude, for a second I thought that Heidelbush was supposed to escape, was supposed to survive this pick off the situation on the bottom lane, but now here the Lord again.
Whoa, he catches them with the Golden Hour, but nobody from Entity 7 is going to be able to take advantage of it, and that's going to be a defensive Golden Hour coming out from Entity 7, and Alpha 7 going to pick themselves up another Lord of this game.
Okay, good news here for Alpha 7. They secured the Lord. Good news for Entity 7. They got super minions on the bottom lane is here, like secured by Hide on Bush. But now, once again, Alpha 7 has like this dominance on the map, so they are causing this pressure, using like especially this dangerous grass, so to avoid the spotting here situation coming out from Entity 7. And the Lord are heading on the bottom lane here versus this super minions. This is a very interesting second game here, Private. Okay, the goalie here letting for Alpha 7 once again, almost 10k, but we saw something similar on the first game here, so I'm not buying anything.
Yeah, I just feel like Entity 7 is just being beat down with range right now. Having that feathered airstrike on your arsenal, and then every single time you want to try to get close, you have to deal with Kalea. Oh, speaking of which, Flick goes in, finds a kill onto Shen. Paquito is down as well. He actually gets bursted down by the side of Entity 7, but that's going to be 2 high ground towers, bottom and the mid for Entity 7. Lord coming in. Oh, onto the backside, throwing a rune. Lands onto Hesu. Is he going to be able to do enough damage? Another kill onto Upatizi. Down goes Hesu, looking to turn this around. Flick might be in a little bit of trouble here. Doom trying to, or actually Doom gets taken out. Feathered airstrike to zone out the rest of Entity 7. 2 left for both teams.
Dude, you cannot blink your eye here because you can miss everything or just a simple thing here. Once again, Entity 7 with okay, they defended the base, but they lost there are 2 high ground towers in the process here, the mid lane and the bottom lane. But it could be very worse for Alpha 7. They lost like 3 almost 3 players. 2 players at the first moment and 1 player later. So Entity 7 leading and showing that they are able to reverse that situation here. So Alpha 7 has to take care here, be very careful to trying to finish this game as faster as they can.
I want to say if Entity 7 are going to win this, it's going to be at the doors of their gates here, just because the way Alpha 7, they're doing such a great job of getting separation. Frost Lane Eve well into the back line, the front line headed up by Paquito and Flick. But when they get to those gates, when they get to those little entrances, for some reason they start grouping up a little bit tighter, and that allows Entity 7 to kind of come in, get that Throne of Ruin, really pack on a lot of the AoE damage that they have on their side. Now, another engagement coming out there. Vagine in trouble in the midst of this feathered airstrike. Does use that golden hour. Is it going to be enough? Down goes Vagine on the backside, and looks like the Alpha 7, they're starting to chase hide on Bush. They saw him trying to be sneaky. He might not be long for this. Looking for a disengagement here. He's going to try to find himself all the way on the other side of the map, looking for the disengagement here. Yeah, they're trying. Oh my god, look at the damage coming out there. Hide on Bush thought he was going to be able to get away, but Frost Lane Eve comes in to finish the job.
One situation here, funny for Alpha 7 once again chasing hide on Bush. It was good here for them to secure the Lord once again. Okay, so I think that as you're saying from this Alpha 7 situation to at some point that they are starting to play together, with being very a good position for Entity 7 to get a initiation, for example. So when it comes to this situation here, especially from Alpha 7, they have to start thinking about the possibility for Entity 7 to reverse that situation so far. Not only with hide on Bush, using this macro situation to take down towers, for example, but also here to counter somehow these initiations, because as we were saying, not so hard composition, not so tanking composition from Entity 7, but
yeah, they might kind of ahead and catch them here as well. You see Immortality procced by Paquito. Still, Entity 7 trying to wear down this Lord. They have to protect all the rest of the high ground. One more high ground up at the top, so they take down the Lord, and now focusing down on these minions. Entity 7 in a bad way right now, cannot find the advantage.
Yeah, but for 1 second we were seeing the flank from Alpha 7, and another second we were seeing Paquito losing the immortality. So the response here from Entity 7, it's very huge. It's very hard so far. Doom here with this carry. Almost 20 minutes on the second game. A goal lead here. I think that at this point of the game it doesn't matter, because almost everyone here is in a full build, especially the carry one, especially Harriet from Upatizi, especially Carry, for example. So both are the hopes for the team, especially when it comes to this burst damage. But Frost Laneve with a 7-1-7 with this Farsa is another problem to Entity 7 face off.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like this is Alpha 7's game to lose right now. And like, even if you get an opening on MCT 7, if somebody steps out of line, you're praying that it's Frost Lane Eve, because that is a huge problem for your team right now. Ooh, Paquito gets a little information to his team there. Great call out there by Shin, checking all the bushes, making sure that they have all the areas clear. Vagin goes in, gets a little bit of a stun, a little bit of hello there from Vagin again. But Vagin, I mean, maybe it needs to be a little bit more careful. Sitting at 1, 5, and 4 on the roam right now.
Yeah, but both teams here like trying some naughty things here on the top side. Like almost, yeah, no, only 4 players here on top side just so Paquito has to take care about that. Upatizi as well, but Paquito is like trying to get this information. One more Lord now in the downside of the river. Alpha 7 heading immediately from for that objective, and now Entity 7 is just a little bit far. I don't think that there's going to be time enough to for them to fight back this Lord.
Yeah, well, they need to probably make a rush for it. You see Vagin goes in, does dodge a little bit of a pop-up there from Hesu. Out comes the Fury of the Phoenix coming out from the side of Entity 7. That's going to go ahead and let Alpha 7 back up a bit here. They want this fight. I think they've been so successful in this fight that they can slow play this Lord, and now not going to be enough time for Entity 7 to get in there right now. Out comes the Phantom Steed. Oh, nice golden hour comes out from the side of Vagin. Is that going to be enough to turn this around? Akashi with the Winter Crown, uses that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. In comes Akashi. He does not connect on anybody there. Looking for the damage as Doom able to find a kill onto Upatizi. Is this the back we were looking for from Entity 7? 2 down on the side of Alpha 7. Upa and Hasu. Entity 7 finally with a little breathing room.
Once again, when it comes to Entity 7, we can expect anything from this team. Once again, this team fight with 2 players down for Alpha 7. Entity 7 securing the Lord, and oh my goodness. Okay, again. Okay.
Oh, he tried to go ahead and find. Oh, maybe. I don't agree with going in there. You just wasted your Purify. You could have had that for this tower engagement that's about to happen here. Now you don't have that. You got the Feathered Airstrike coming down here. You can see the damage coming out on the backside. Oh, a nice golden hour to zone out the Farza. Is that going to be enough damage? The rest of Entity 7 going to look for the disengagement. Down comes the stun from Entity 7 as they go ahead, lay into the mid lane. Lord at the bottom, rest of the team at mid, looking to take down this high ground tower. Zaman Force has been laid down. Vagin looking for the disengagement as Doom takes down and bursts down the tower. Out comes the Feathered Airstrike. Entity 7 have to back up a bit. Down with the demonic force as Hesu gets taken out. Entity 7 looking to close this a second game.
It's not a replay here, guys. It's once again Entity 7 winning the second game in this best of 5, Zena.
Oh my god, it's happened again. Oh man, Alpha 7 was doing such an amazing job at the start. They do so well and they have it together at the, but then for some reason they just can't close it out. Like was rough. Entity 7 just has, I don't know, they're just so uniform. Like they know how to strategic and just know how to make everything work in their favor towards the end. So
when it comes, and I feel like this is something I've been kind of like touching on, is these drafts are heavily in favor, I want to say, of Alpha 7. It's just the execution, the play style of these. I feel like Entity 7 just understands what they need to do to such a fuller degree. They do take a lot of deaths. They understand when this becomes a 50-50 game, when it comes just to macro and micro play. I feel like Entity 7 are absolutely unbeatable here in the South right now. As soon as that turned into an even game, as soon as all the items were on the side of both the teams, where this became an actual coin flip, Entity 7 were able to, it was like a completely different type of team fight.
Yeah, I agree with every word you said here, Private. And plus, there's something that I checked on this last moment from Entity 7, because after the Lord and Vagin was trying to do something that I didn't understand, like losing the Purify, for example. But it's still like Entity 7, they didn't give up. You know, like they were heading for the base and they were chasing Paquito. So from the moment that they neutralized Paquito and you don't have the Kalia and the Tsunami Slam like a dangerous situation, so you feel more comfortable to continuing this pressure, to chasing down the rest of the players, to continuing like this closing up a game or two, you know. So I think that they all had in mind what they have to do to not only to get this advantage, not only to reverse that situation, but for more, you know, like to guarantee some kind of advantage in every moment. Any chance, any like breaches that the opponent open up from Entity 7, they know exactly how to punish, you know. So from the last moment on the second game, it came clearly for me like what Entity 7 is able to do on every single mistake coming up from Alpha 7.
Yeah, pretty sure they did an amazing job here. Just the fact that they're able to defend against them just with their backs against the corner. They tried to backdoor twice there and got shut down both times. But they still managed to take it and win it at the end. It just goes to show how much that they can come together as a team and kind of face any odds that come their way.
It's just amazing to me, especially when you saw Hideout Bush there. I mean, he did get killed twice trying to split push, but I mean, he was staying active. He was elongating these games too. Like, look at how long were they chasing Hideout Bush for? And while Entity 7 really wasn't able to come back with something at this point, it was still elongating the game, taking it to, I think this is where the big factor came in, that a beautiful golden hour came out there to really stun Upatizi and Hesu there, and they were able to turn this one around back and forth. You could see here from the back end, I want to say it was Akashi from the back end doing a great job allowing Doom the time he needed to really start laying on the damage. This is, I mean, 18-8 right there is where they were able to turn this thing around. And I think you pointed it out. As soon as they made sure that Paquito was no longer a problem for them, it was all Entity 7 full force ahead.
Yeah. And this player came alive when it mattered the most, of course, is Vagin. 159 KDA, 49.4 total damage, and 561 gold per minute on that Marcel, who can be such a beast out there with that golden hour.
Yes, as we could see here, like Private is smiling from ear to ear with Marcel being the MVP on this second game. A well-deserved one for Vagin, because I was talking about like, okay, Entity 7's composition was not so resistant one, not so tanky, because Marcel has some kind of resistance, but not as a real tank, for example. But what he did in this game was really interesting coming out from Entity 7, especially using the golden hour to disengage sometimes with from Alpha 7. So we're seeing here like using the golden hour here to buy more time for Entity 7 to repositioning and respawn back. So Akashi here on the back line, for example, like helping Doom to be free to cause this damage to take down two players on Alpha 7. So everything worked so well for Entity 7 because they knew exactly the role for each one here on this second game. So it was perfect for Entity 7.
I want to say too, you called it out before about every single little mistake that Alpha 7 did. I feel like Entity 7, they were able to release that chokehold on them just a little bit more, every single little mistake. That last fight, I want to say the team of Alpha 7 was so split up. I think it was Upatizi or no, it was Doom on the side of Entity 7. Somebody was split out. You had half of the team was or one part of the team was facing 4 members on still in the enemy's jungle on Entity 7 side. Another side was dealing with Akashe on this Alice. Somebody was attacking the Lord at that time too. This was allowing Doom to go ahead, start getting the kills one by one. They were able to kind of nail down each player of the side of Alpha 7. And it just happened at one point where, for some reason, at that point, I feel like there was at least 3 different priorities on that team of where they were hitting, where they were doing damage. And unfortunately, that is where Entity 7 was able to shine. Like I said, I feel like the discipline from this team is absolutely unmatched. Even when you see these great compositions coming out from the side of Alpha 7, eventually that discipline is going to overwhelm you if you're constantly doing great, but there's just these 2 different little mistakes that you make that allow them to always find these great cracks in the armor.
Yeah, they really do a great job of finding and capitalizing on any mistakes made. And I kind of think it has to do with, having a coach backing you up, kind of give you that kind of out of, perspective help that you probably need in these type of situations, because sometimes you're really in what's going on right now. You're not really looking at the bigger picture because you're fully invested in what's happening at that moment as the players. That's why having that coach may be helpful.
But for me, Private, the most curious thing here is Entity 7 with the 2-0 here, it means that Alpha 7 is playing badly. But no, they are playing very good, from a very interesting early game, controlling, dominating the pace, for example. But as we were talking about humans, there is no such a perfect team, so sometimes they are able to do some just little mistakes, for against other teams. These mistakes could be a passing through, for example, but versus Entity 7, they know exactly this mistake here, so we can take advantage of this, we can take advantage of that. So they're punishing these mistakes that which is very natural for any other teams, but Entity 7 is it's punishing hardly Alpha 7's decision so far.
Yeah, I don't get me wrong here. Alpha 7's playing some great games. They're drafting some great games. Their macro and micro is tighter than I've ever seen here in the South since we've started casting here. This is a better Alpha 7, a more crisper Alpha 7 than we have ever seen here. But Entity 7 is just on a different level here right now. This is why I'm not a pro player, because right now I'm thinking, what do we have to do to put these guys down? We have some great drafts, great early game. All they need is a moment. They need one tiny little opportunity, and they're able to turn this thing around. The last 2 games, it has been 90% Alpha 7, and Entity 7 still able, off of one victory, one good team fight, they're able to turn it around. And that just shows, like I said, I was talking before where I was saying the one thing that I hadn't seen yet was Entity 7 be tested to where they're on their back foot. Are they able to hold it together? Do they get frustrated? This right here pretty much proves that they are able to keep that together, that they are able to have that maturity and that just ironclad will to understand what they need to be doing and keep that in their head through the entirety of these games here. Man, I don't even know what to say here, especially if I'm on the side of Alpha 7. I mean, it's do better. I mean, they've been playing some great games here. They would probably, I dare say that they probably would take 90% of the North down here with the play style and the drafting that they've been doing here. But just right now, Entity 7, they just have such a great understanding and a great synergy about this team.
Yes, for sure. Right now, they just know how to deal with anything that comes their way and strategically figure it out to make it in their favor. But let's go ahead and get into this draft right now. They're going to go ahead and ban out the Brock, Harith, and Harley on the side of Alpha 7, and Freya, Zushin, and Fanny on the side of Entity 7, and picking up Baxia. Solid picks, solid bans right now, and picking up that Lapu as well on the Entity 7 side.
So first choice here for Alpha 7 on Baxia and Lapu here. So guarantee this XP lane here for Akashi, which is a very good one. And now the second one here is picking. Oh, Joy for Item Bush.
Boy.
Very nice one. And remembering that I think that last weekend we saw a Savage coming out from Flake, right, with the playing with the Joy, if I'm not wrong.
I'm so curious.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got mobility on the side of Joy, but Baxia comes a stock with probably the most magic defense of any of the other roam / support junglers out there in the meta right now. He also has a stock anti-healing, so he's going to be able to take down a lot of the shielding that Joy provides here. I feel like this is kind of like a call out to possibly be able to take out a lot of the squishier members of the side of Alpha 7 if they so choose that. But you see, immediately they both go with two very mobile, very dashy and slippery heroes on the side of Alpha 7 to answer that, so that if Joy does get back to there with the electrifying beats, they're going to be able to disengage, they're going to be able to dash away from that.
Yeah, great choices here for sure. Able to get away from Joy. This is, I can never tell anymore, like, with what they're going to choose at this point, where there's so much global bans going on, especially with what they can. Oh, they're going to go ahead and pick up the chip for more mobility there. Okay.
Let's hear from the
Okay, so chip here on Vagin's hand, immediately banning CC here on the XP lane here from Hasu. So let's see if they are continuing focusing on XP lane here. So now we're seeing what is Alpha 7 going to ban on the fourth choice. Sorry, considering, like, assuming we're still mid lane lacking here and the gold lane, so maybe they're not allowed to use Carry anymore, or Claude. Moskov is on Alpha 7. Ooh, it's gonna be like, oh, there's still Harith here for Entity 7. It is a possibility. But Bruno,
body suffers. Your team is banned.
oh yeah, sorry, yeah, thank you.
Man, both of these teams already started out. This is gonna. I want to say, like, I'm trying to, like, logic this down, but even at the start, what do we have at the first game? 4 marksmans out there at the same time for both of these teams. So like, they showed right from the beginning that they're willing to go well outside of what the meta is. Not even just the meta, but what, like, we kind of consider as compositions, valid compositions for these guys, and still be successful. Here it can go anywhere. We're banning out Benedettas out there as well. I do like the chip call out though. I feel like though that could potentially give Frostlane Eve a little bit for when it comes to the teleports out there. I mean, thinking about it now, once I've had enough time, I feel like Joy maybe presents kind of the same thing that Baxia does at, like, a Lord fight, whereas Baxia lays down the Tortoise Puissance. You've got damage of that ticking down on the Lord. It allows you a good window to be able to get that retribution. Here, Joy, kind of the same thing. You get the electrifying beats. You have pulsing damage out there, continually ticking down on the Lord. It'll allow you to be able to possibly get a good window to get that retribution, as well as Joy is able to really at a moment's notice in those objective fights turn and be able and go for some of the squishier members on the side of Alpha 7. So you have I want to say a few more options that you with that mobility, but you sacrifice a lot of the tankiness that Baxia is going to have on his side to just hang out in the objective, where I think you're going to have to be a lot more careful as a Joy hanging around some of those objective pits.
Yeah, they're for sure taking their time here. They went ahead and picked up the Irithyll for even more mobility here, but they've gone ahead and chose Belric and Paquito on the side of Alpha 7 here. What are they looking here for this? They're looking for a mage for Entity 7.
Yeah, so I think they're not going to choose an static one like Farsa, for example, like Farsa, or oops, who?
What? It was Odette.
What? Wait,
Odette.
what?
Odette?
It's Odette. They picked Odette, but it's showing Chip.
Really?
You know what? Whatever. Yeah, well, this is gonna be fun.
Odette needs a little bit of a haircut, a little bit, I guess. Kind of. It's been so long out of the meta, she kind of let herself go a little bit. So.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, that here for Entity 7. I mean, I was about to say like they were not going to choose an static mage, but they did the opposite. They took all that here. I have to be honest, I was expecting a Kimi, for example, here, or maybe a Lunox with the brilliance, but no. All that here to finish the composition for Entity 7. So Paquito from Hasu, I think that they choose like to Hasu to be just a little bit of a carry here, like to cause this damage, especially with this dashing coming out from Paquito and this sequence from damage from him, and a Frostlet Nev here with Valentina to copy the ultimates coming out from Entity 7. So everything is possible when it comes to this both teams here. So everybody, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is game number 3, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7 here, Private. Let's go.
Yeah, Alpha 7 with their backs against the wall here. It is game point for Entity 7. This could possibly drop Alpha 7 to the lower bracket. And man, I was just saying, you can't predict the draft coming out from Entity 7 right now. They are really reaching outside here, especially this Odette. I mean, I don't even know how to place Odette into this composition. Usually you like her against something like a Joy or an Assassin that can close the distance on you quickly, and you punish them for getting close into you. You get a stun, you have the Swan Song come out, and they're not able to escape. Here, especially against the Paquito, I feel like you might be in a little bit of trouble once you go into that alt form.
Yeah, so now Alpha 7 is taking this advantage about like Odette and Chip are not like very to cause much pressure on the river, for example. So they are like doing the lizard. They stole the grasshopper on the river. So Alpha 7 is taking this advantage down to get a interesting like a level up on this early game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they should be doing. Like, I mean, I've been saying this. I mean, Alpha 7, they understand the game. They understand compositions and what they need to be doing. Ooh, actually, a lot of damage coming out on to Paquito. He is going to disengage back to the tower, but it's going to open up the jungle for Hide on Bush to really start invading onto Alpha 7's side here. 3 members from Alpha 7 looking for some pressure at the mid lane.
Yeah, but you see that Sheen or Entity 7 players are very, very disciplined, because Sheen was like, oops, okay, the first turtle, here comes.
Yeah, you saw a flicker had to come out from Akashi, so he's not gonna have that. Swan Song is out. Hide on Bush, able to go ahead and pick up the first turtle. Shin running for the hills against 3 members, and even dodges an SOD coming from the top lane.
She turned on the turbo here and was able to get away. Oops, in the mid lane here. Oh!
Oh yeah, look at the damage coming out. Back in, using the flicker, comes in. Hasu gets taken down by Akashi. On that Lapu, that's going to be a first blood for the side of Entity 7.
Here comes not the hammer, it's the big sword here from Akashi and Lapu to get this first kill and the first turtle. So, Private, I was about to say like, in the mid lane, the Entity 7 players are very disciplined, because we're not able to see Sheen like to take one more step on the mid lane. You know, like if Vakin wasn't like next to him, he plays safe. He plays under the tower. He is not allowed to play like to move forward on the mid lane, because they he doesn't have the info where the Alpha 7 players are. So maybe we can see in some teams some mid lanes like playing aggressive and being taken down, which it doesn't happen on Entity 7's composition and player so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to see how well Entity is kind of putting this together, especially with what they lack when it comes to rotation, how slow Shin is to kind of get to these side lanes to even provide some aid. You saw the offense coming out from Alpha 7 in the beginning of this game to already start finding some of those invades there as well. Man, I'm kind of speechless with how well this is kind of working, especially that early engagement coming out from the side of Entity 7, able to go ahead and pick up Turtle from, I thought that would probably be a sure win for Alpha 7, but already Entity 7 really kind of turning the tables here.
Yeah, once again here like Shin and Vagin now heading for the bottom lane because of the turtle. Akashi is here like with just a little bit damage taken, but now the turtle immediately started by 2 teams. Let's go.
Yeah, they're both in a good position for this right now. You can see them trying to get the turtle on the backside. It does get pulled out. Vagin on the backside. Oh, trying to dive into the back line. Is this going to be enough for Alpha 7 to pull this off? Entity 7 on the backside. Shin looking for a way in. Oh, you can see out comes the Wrath of Dryad. Frostlane Eve able to find himself a kill as well. Hesu takes down Vagin. Frostlane Eve able to take down Doom. That is 4 kills for the side of Alpha 7 and a turtle in their pockets.
A very fire one here now. Team fight for Alpha 7. 4 players down on Entity 7. Plus the tower number 1 on the mid lane. I can say it here, it could be the best early game for Alpha 7 at this match so far, Private.
I mean, yeah, they're doing a good job. 4-1 right now over Entity 7. That last fight really kind of took a lot out of Entity 7 as we take a look here at the items.
Yeah, so here now the tower number 1 here from mid lane taken down. You've seen the item, the Hask Gloss from Edithel and the Corrosion Sight from for Moscow. Odetin finishing in the glowing wand and glowing wand here on Frost Lanevid's hand. Oh, Doom.
Ooh, Doom gonna have to use that flicker to get out of there. Hesu in a little bit of trouble there. Is gonna be able to try to get away. Akashi fighting for his life against 2 members here. Paquito on the backside. Shin looking to provide some suppressive fire. Maybe gonna throw out a little bit of a stun, some damage out there, and is going to be able to save Akashi. He's not going to be taking a lot of damage. Akashi really just on the front line like a tank here against Paquito trying to fight this off. I'm getting very nervous because if Akashi engages, Shin's going to have to back him up, and I don't know that they have protection for Shin in that type of engagement down at the bottom.
Yeah, and you know what, like here it could be worse for Alpha 7 because they try a peek off on the bottom lane, like moving 3 players, which didn't happen. But now, killing spree for Hesu.
Yeah, Hesu, the damage on this Paquito, and that's only gonna get worse for the side of Entity 7. Pretty soon, once you go in with that swan song on Shin, you're gonna have to deal with Hesu coming in with that immense amount of damage, the pop-up, the pushes. Ooh, now looking, a dash coming out, the 3, we have the portals out there. Wrath of Dryad comes down for the teams. Flick able to find himself a turtle up at top. Paquito finds a kill onto Hyde on Bush. Now Entity 7 in a bad way. They do find a kill onto Paquito, but Kashe goes down to Upakizi. Vagin next on the list as the rest of Entity 7 having to run back to base.
3 players more here for Alpha 7 on this team fight, plus the tower number 2 on the bottom lane. Once again here, Entity 7 trying to initiate versus Alpha 7, especially on Hesu, which didn't work so well. No towers here so far for Entity 7 in this first game. All the 9 towers is still standing for Alpha 7. So the map here is going to be better for Alpha 7, plus the goal lead heading almost for almost a 7k for Alpha 7. Oh, here comes.
Yeah, he tried a conceal play there. Hide on Bush, able to find that out right away. Ooh, and he even goes in for his purple butt, but gets caught by a Wrath of a Dryad. Does not get taken down. Is able to go ahead and claim his purple buff though.
Yeah, so once again here, Alpha 7 trying to chase down players on the bottom lane. Entity 7, more than ever, they have to pay attention. They have to be careful about that situation, especially when you have Sheen not so strong with Odette here to cause this damage with the ultimate, for example, or a Doom with Iritel, which means that which needs more items to get a strong late game as well, while they have to handle the Hasu's problem, because Hasu here with the 3 kills, like leading the damage dealt ranking so far with Paquito, and the second place comes Sheen, but they have to take care about Paquito as well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't even want to say it because I know I'm going to eat my words. Critiquing Entity 7, because at any moment they can turn this around and come back. But I'm not seeing a lot of value come out of the Odette pick just yet. Maybe we're going to need a little bit more items. Oh, Hasu comes in, able to put that damage onto Akashe. But here, I mean, no towers for Entity 7 yet. Now going to go ahead and start up on this Lord as well, and not a contention coming out from Entity 7.
Yeah, not a contention in here, like, oh, now here, hide on bush. Oh, Upatizi. No, Doom, sorry. Oh,
Doom in trouble. 3 members. He's trying to back out, but it's not going to be enough. Flick able to claim the kill there as well. 9-2 in favor of Alpha 7. Oh, and that little taunt there latches onto Akashe. Almost gets caught. Does find the disengage. Meanwhile, I want to say hide on bush, doing hide on bush things. As soon as he sees that they're behind, he immediately splits off from the group, tries to get that farm up, tries to start pushing lanes and stuff like that. So he's on the opposite side of the map now. Ooh, looking. Ooh, he thought about it, I think, to try to go into that mid lane and try to find Foss Lane Eve, but Flick was right there.
yeah, so I don't think that Alpha 7's okay. Oh, now Hasu is trying to find he's trying to find him on the jungler. Hide on bush now, can't be in trouble.
Yeah, it might be in a little bit of trouble. Oh, and Hasu finds the kill onto hide on bush.
Yeah, so once again here, Private, I don't want to be early, but it is very complicated to Entity 7 to reverse that situation here. Okay, I know that we are talking about Entity 7. They can do wonderful things, but as you said, with the Odette here and this composition, which is very counterable, as we can say something like that. So I don't know if Entity 7 is going to reverse that situation so far. So Infinity Glaive here for Odette, Joying like with the Holy Crystal and Starlium side. Meanwhile, I boxed up with the Radiant Armor here to avoid this damage coming out from Entity 7 situation. So man, it's a very hard challenge for Entity 7 here.
Yeah, and, I'm trying to look for the opening. I mean, maybe they can come in through a fight. You can already see a lot of the magic and defense coming in. Radiant Armor's picked up. Athena Shield picked up as well to really start negating a lot of the damage that Shin will be able to dish out. He has picked up an early glaive, though, like you mentioned. So he will have a bit of penetration, but so far, just not able to find a huge use for a lot of these swan songs. And that was what I was kind of worried about, especially because I want to say a lot of that defense is on Paquito, a lot of that defense is on Flick as well, so they're going to be able to kind of charge into the back line to try to shut him down. And that's if you're not dealing with Hasu on this Paquito, who will be able to like dive in, get the shielding he needs, and pop her up, and even interrupt the swan song coming out of her. 6 seconds until the next Lord, though.
Yeah, so next Lord is heading up here on the downside of the river. So that is why I'm telling that Entity 7 situation here on this third game is being very difficult. Impossible? No, because we're talking about Entity 7, but still it's very complicated. One more Lord here for Alpha 7. No content, no fight back here coming out from Entity 7. So 10 kills, the goal lead here heading for 8K for Alpha 7. Yeah, it's a very good situation one for Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, man, I'm not even sure what you do on the side of MCT7 right now. They just continue trying to get these the layups here for inside their jungle. Continue starting to get farm. You're gonna get to a moment. I mean, I feel like at this moment you're waiting for even items again. You're waiting for like that 20-minute mark. You're waiting to make sure that everybody gets all of their all of the items that they need maxed out again, and then you can have a 50-50 fight where I feel like it favors MCT7. Right now, though, I feel like Alpha 7 doing a good job of being able. They really took this lead that they had at the beginning and really are enforcing it. They're trying to close this down early so that they don't get to that late game, so that they don't get to that point. Well, we're in the late game, so that they don't get to that mega late game where it's more of a 50-50 shot. Ooh, on the backside there, another stun goes on to hide on Bush there.
Look at Vagin,
look at Vagin. Find himself in a skateboard down at the bottom. Is that going to be enough? Portals are out. Wrath of Dryad coming out. Frostlane E finds the kill on the Shin. Down goes Upatizi. Hide on. A Bush gets traded as well. 2 down for the side of MCT7. 1 down for the side of Alpha 7. Down goes Vagin. Alpha 7 might be looking at their first win of the series. Focusing down on the core. Down goes Doom. And Alpha 7 finally able to get a win in their pockets.
Finally, a happy ending here for Alpha 7 on this match. Now it's 2-1 here, Zena.
Oh my god. Alpha 7 finally made their domination in the early get that win. So I think they might have found the ingredient here. This might be reverse sweep. Hopefully we'll see we'll see if they can actually take it. They are actually doing a wonderful job, and I would hate to see them losing this. The way that they're able to control and take command of the game, it was always just the end that they had struggled with, and this time around they made it. So
yeah, a big difference here between the last 2 games is I feel like there wasn't any relaxation coming out from the side of Alpha 7. They continued to push. They closed this down. I think what was that, the 13-14 minutes mark there, like where a lot of these other games, they kind of took their time. They were safe with it. They thought they had the lead. They thought they had the game in the books. Here they knew, they understood that the most dangerous thing you can do is make this an even game. Maintain that advantage that you have over that. Maintain the kills and the gold lead that you have, and you're not going to have a problem. The worst thing you can do for a team like Entity 7 is give them an even playing field to play with. And here they showed that and were able to keep that control and close it out early.
Yeah, so giving all the credits here for Alpha 7 to win this 3rd game. Besides, we discussed about like Odetti's choice coming out from Entity 7, but even though Alpha 7 showing discipline and a very awareness of what they can do on this 3rd game here. So I think that the last team fight we saw this happening because there was like Vagin's a problem coming out from the back line, for example, but Alpha 7 was like really aware about that situation, so they responded very good, especially from Hasu. Dude, Hasu was on fire on this game here, playing with Paquito, the hero, not the roaming. So here 14 kills for Alpha 7 on this 3rd game versus only 3. So Hasu played very well. Frost 11 with Valentina, Upatizi here with Moskov. So everyone here was on the same page for Alpha 7 to get this this first victory here. So it could be a light at the end of the tunnel for Alpha 7 here to maybe reverse that situation in this upper bracket final.
yes, for sure, they are doing wonderfully here. Entity 7, they were trying their best here, but for some reason they just cannot contend with Alpha 7 whenever they push that early game into the mid, right? So you can see here Frostlane Evia doing his thing, helping the team and assisting. Oh.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, like, you see these IMU swan songs coming out from Frostlane Eve. Almost feels like Frostlane Eve was actually able to use that to a better degree than Shin was, to the point that I kind of am a little questioning. I would love to understand where the swan song or where the Odette pick was kind of where they thought it would shine, because it really felt like it shackled Entity 7 here when it came to the draft and when it came to pushing power from them.
Yes, an absolute domination from start to finish. Hesu with the MVP on Paquito here. 516 KDA, 61.9k total damage, and 661 golds per minute. A force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, so a well-deserved one here coming out from Hasu and his Paquito. We all know that Hasu is a very good player, a very aggressive one. But now playing with Paquito with this dashes situation and the damage that he's able to cause. So for Hasu here was really cool, and it was really good for him to play free, you know, like to play with not with this responsibility on his shoulders to get this advantage for Alpha 7. So it was really good for Alpha 7. It was really good for Paquito here, for Hasu playing Paquito. So this first victory here for Alpha 7 it's a good choice and a good chance for them to reverse that situation here, because we were saying like, okay, Alpha 7 dominating the games and Entity 7 finding a way to reverse that situation. But now Alpha 7 didn't give a single chance for Entity 7 to trying to do something in this third game. So maybe now Alpha 7 might find a way. They found a way to read Entity 7's draft and ideas, and they can reverse that situation now.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, exactly. It's still game points, so you still have a lot of pressure on the side of Alpha 7. Entity 7 can, I mean, there's still a lot of momentum and a lot of pushing power behind Entity 7 right now. Alpha 7 still has to kind of figure out a way to even this out. But I want to say, if those last games really say anything, like I said, there's just been that little mistake that they've been making, letting this go a little bit too long, continually making some of those mistakes. I feel like that last game showed a lot of what they've been able to adjust here just in the very short time that we've been casting in these last 3 games here so far. They've been able to kind of adjust and find a way to be successful, to rush to try to get to that core, to make sure that they never actually give Alpha or give Entity 7 an opportunity to turn this around. So if that speaks about anything, I want to say that it's a huge learning curve that Entity 7 is going to have to worry about, because Alpha 7 shows that they've been kind of able to adjust.
Yes, for sure. Alpha 7 has, but can they keep that momentum going with all these global bans happening? Can they still keep it up, right? Taking that early game, going into that mid game, and just dominating Entity 7 early on here. We'll have to see here next in this draft that's coming up.
Well, good remember, global ban is on the table here, honey. So they're not able to repeat this heroes on this next draft. So I'm excited to see what is Alpha 7 now bringing up, and especially on the last game when they focused on this goal lane. So for banning like carry, if I'm not wrong, or other Harriet and a goal lane here to avoid Upatizi to use this marksman. So he brought Irithel, which wasn't like, it was not bad, but it wasn't good for Entity 7. So let's see what is going to happen in this next draft. Oh, Hilda as a first ban here for Entity 7 on the blue side.
for me, looking at the Hilda ban, for me, it means maybe one of two things. Either you're going for an assassin on your side that you don't want the Hilda to really be able to kind of bum rush you for, or possibly going for a Khalid on your side as well, which would be, I'm not sure about the Khalid, just because I feel like if you pick something up, Khalid's not going to be a primary pickup on the side of E7. You're going to be looking at Alpha 7 to possibly counter out with a pickup there. Zushin, I want to say finally we're at a point where teams understand. Don't even let her out. Like it's not worth it. It's basically a free win for the opposite team, and we haven't seen her at all here. She's been prioritized when it comes to a lot of those bannings.
Yes, for sure. She has been a priority, but it's Fanny. Everyone keeps banning Fanny, but every time we see her on the field, she has not been doing well because everyone understands that taking away her blue is kind of drops her off the map there, right? So I'm kind of, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of wasted bans at this point, but I know a lot of these players do really well on the Fanny, but in this tournament I haven't seen it. But they're gonna go ahead and ban out Claude as well here, I guess taking away from any options that they may have for the side of Alpha 7 to pick up some marksmen. There is Bruno still available for them to choose, as well as Carry, most likely, yeah. But that's going out there as well. Not sure what else there is. It's kind of hard to analyze all these grays. Grayed out heroes here.
I was about to say that, like, just to blow my mind here, like with this 100 heroes in gray here, which is not supposed to use on this game. But now here once again, like Entity 7 focusing on the gold lane for Upatizi, and Harriet once again here for Alpha 7. So like it takes less options to Doom here to play, which he's not allowed to use like Moskov anymore, or Claude for example, or even Carry, because they used the two Moskmen on the first game. So Bruno, it's a solution, it's an option. For example, maybe Beatrix, maybe 1-1, who knows. Like we have to see what kind of like a Moskman is still left here on the gold lane for Entity 7. So now we're waiting for the first choice here. Maybe even the jungler here is being very difficult, but oh, Grok here for Vagin, a very good one.
Yeah, so you're gonna have CC, you're gonna have some pop-ups, possibly maybe looking at a possible matchup with a Gwen, and some burst damage on the side of E7. You got a lot of CC that you can go, and then possibly like mix that up with damage like a Mystic Gush or something, to really be able to like burst down a hero. Also, Phoveus is open, where you don't need to prioritize it on the side of E7 because it's already been used by Alpha 7, so they don't even need to worry about prioritizing this just yet on the side of Entity as well. Sora still an option as well. So it's very, ooh, yeah, a good read by Alpha 7. The coach, I mean, he's earned my respect when it comes to these drafts and being able to counter some of these things out and read ahead.
Yes, on Alpha 7, that's their own way of thinking, right? That's smart of them on this way to go ahead and pick up that Guinevere against the Grok, because they know they don't want to fight that. And they're going to go ahead and pick up this Yve here, but then that's kind of like a sitting duck for Harley to be able to kind of go in and take her out, right? So,
yeah, maybe focusing on Yusong, for example, here for the XP lane is one like, oh no, Sora. Okay. It's a good respawn here, especially when it comes to this ultimate from tanky ultimate form here from Sora. So, might be a good form to neutralize this teleportation coming out from Harley, for example, or the jump from Guinevere. As I was about to talk about like this, a jump like this Guinevere here, like we saw Paquito playing Guinevere and he was very good, you know. Despite I think that it's a kind of a risky when you play with Guinevere here and trying to use this jump as well to get this control, for example, when you don't have anything left to with a very good initiation to help and to assist this jump. So let's see what it's going to take here. So Lapu Lapu is the third choice from Alpha 7 for Hasu.
Yeah, I agree when it comes to, I feel like Guinevere at the beginning, especially the early engagements, Guinevere does a great job of being able to jump in, put on a lot of damage. As the game goes on, as it gets later and later, she becomes a lot weaker. She becomes almost, she becomes the opposite. She becomes a weakness for your team because you can go in, get the jump, get the Violet Requiem, but it's not going to be able to burst people down by itself. And that's just a huge target for the rest of the team to try to go in and be able to do damage. The only thing I do like is with the Violet Requiem, you're going to kind of be immune to CC, so Sora, Grok, it's going to kind of negate some of those things out. It's just, it'll be very interesting to see this. It's a great amount of CC. The side of Entity 7 has a great amount of CC, and this composition kind of is melding around the real world manipulation. You can pop them up. You can use Sora to push them back in with the shifting skies to keep them in that range and continue raining down the damage. And Shin has been a great mage, basically probably the top mage here in the South right now. So you know he's going to be able to kind of rain down a lot of that damage. Now looking for the last and final pickups to come out of both of these teams.
Yes, for sure. Shin has been an amazing mage here as well. Both Shin and on Dreammax side, Shaikiche are really good mages in this South right now. So they are top tier for sure. And I feel like this composition, Grok and Sora, to protect Eve is a very smart play on their side. Is real, as long as you can keep everyone away from her, she can really do and rain down a whole bunch of damage for them on that side. They are not looking as tanky here on the side of Alpha 7. You are right about the Guinevere. All she can do later on is be a support and kind of give them that short CC to kind of help boost him up, but she does fall off there. So this is going to be fun. They took out Kimmy here as well as Leo and Yi Shin.
Yeah, so with like two marksmen focused by Entity 7, I believe that Alpha 7 is going to pick Bruno here, for example. Not allowed to use Moskov or Leslie anymore. So I think that Bruno is one of the choices left here for Alpha 7. Lunox, okay, probably on the mid lane, but I would not be surprised if she would in the gold lane. Despite, even though I think that if she goes to the gold lane here, I think that it will lack physical damage in Alpha 7's composition.
I'm trying to think. I mean, Claude's available, but I'm not sure if you want him against a Grok who can pop him up and potentially knock him out of that blazing duet as well. Bruno, I feel like is the immediate option. I feel like Entity 7 is kind of planning on. Moskov has been. Oh, I thought he was already used on the side of.
Yeah, but they banned him out. Yeah. Okay. There, go ahead and pick up that Bruno, like you said.
I feel like this is kind of a little call out to Alpha 7. Is oh, you played a Paquito? Let me show you how it's done, brother.
Yes, for sure. So they're gonna go ahead and ban that out. Let's see what else they'll pick up here as their roamer, though. Who will be a great option here for them as a roam?
Yeah. For I'm lost.
Is it gonna be the Gwen as the roam, or is it gonna be?
Yeah. I think that Guinevere is gonna be the roaming here.
Well, I guess they're gonna go ahead and show us here in a few seconds here. I mean, we've talked about it before. The roam Gwen, it falls off. It does the same job as the normal Gwen. It just falls off a little bit faster there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Obsidia.
Okay.
Where do we stand on her?
I feel like they're very squishy here.
Okay.
Sorry about the 7, right?
Yeah, so we used to see, and we used to talk about like compositions, early compositions, mid lane composition, mid compositions, mid game and late game. But for me, Alpha 7's composition here is going to be a late game. You know, so they have to be very resilient and patient one here to get this power spikes for Obsidia, for Lunox, for example, or even Lapu here to get this resistance for this Alpha 7 composition. I don't think that Entity 7 is going to allow to these things happen here so far in this game, Private.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky for Alpha 7 here. I feel like I do like the potential of a jump coming in. As soon as you start that Violet Requiem, he becomes a target for the deadly magic. Then you have Lapu that can come in. So you have the potential to get that setting, that team fight setting initiation on there. It really depends on how well it's kind of played out there. And you're right, this does scale very late into the game, which we're not used to seeing Alpha do very well at, allowing the early game to an opponent. What they've been most comfortable in, especially when it comes to these matchups, is getting that early game, running that thing through the mid, and being able to settle it out there. Ooh, Flick actually tried to get that Lethal Wanderer, but it is picked up by Entity 7. Now he's being chased. Two members there, a wall too. Flick able to use that teleport to get away.
Yeah, so Paquito was forced to use Flag here. Frost never was like taking so much pressure on the mid lane here. Entity 7 like is starting on fire here this fourth game. It didn't like give us time to say hello to everybody. Welcome to the Land of Dawn once again here to Alpha 7 versus Entity 7 in this upper bracket final. But now let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, it's going to be, I'm very excited to see how some of these kind of play into each other. You see a lot of damage coming out there. Frost Lane Eve taking a brunt of it as Paquito going around, getting that information, clearing out a lot of these bushes for the rotations coming out.
Yeah, so, oops, here, ooh, on the river. Okay, Paquito doing the jump. Oh, avoiding here any kind of situation. So, probably in a 2v2 here situation, as always, on the mid lane here for both teams. Meanwhile, we are seeing the sides and the junglers here, like, focusing on this clear path on the jungle to get and reach the level 4 as soon as they can. So, both the junglers are on level 4. First turtle immediately started by Alpha 7. Let's go, Private!
Oh, yeah, little pop-up comes out there. You see the bravest fighter form does miss. It does connect the stun on the Shen, who goes, lays down the real world manipulation. Hide on bush, able to find a kill onto Paquito. Now running for the hills. Flick looking for a disengagement, but does not find that. Frostlane Eve able to return the favor to Akashi. 2-1 right now in favor of Entity 7.
Yeah, so 2 kills here for Entity 7, but at least for Alpha 7, the first kill here was for one of the carries, was for Frost Laneve with this Lunox. That could be one of the hopes here for Alpha 7, but the first total went to Entity 7.
First hurdle to Entity 7, and a great amount of big pop-up does land out there on to Vagin. Look at the damage going on to him, including the deadly magic. In comes Akashi looking for the kills onto Paquito, using that flicker to get away. So low, but Entity 7 unfortunately not able to answer that as they tie up the kills.
Yeah.
And down goes Shin, pushing forward uncharacteristically without his roam there to check the bushes, left him as a waiting duck there for Alpha 7 to go ahead, get that jump and the Violet Requiem.
You said it the right words, my friend Private. Uncharacteristic. I even don't know how to say this word, but it's not even common for Shin to stay on that position. Like, he was alone. He was like with no information from Alpha 7's team, and he got lost. He was taken down, like completely lost in Alpha 7's jungle. It's not a common thing to see here.
Yeah, Shin gonna go ahead and shake that off in there as Vagin gonna go ahead and check that top bush right now. Haas Claws picked up for the side of Doom there for the side of Entity 7 now. 2 seconds left on this next turtle.
Oh, my
now you can see them starting on it. Paquito puts a little bit damage out there as Frost Lane Eve continually going to go ahead and put the pressure on the mid lane, try to clear out that lane before we start off in this fight. Hasu on the backside going to get caught by Hide on Bush. On that Paquito, look at the damage that comes out of there. Akashi comes in, puts some damage on as well. Paquito finds some of their own as well. 4 members of Entity 7 jockeying around for position on this turtle. It's just Paquito there. A big gank at the bottom though, as Hide on Bush finds the kill on the turtle, but were they able to answer at the bottom? Alpha 7 not able to. Doom just gets away with just a nary amount of health, and down comes the real world manipulation, and Oopa Teasy down for the count.
Yeah, so things were even worse for Alpha 7 here. They couldn't get the first turtle, the second one, sorry, and they couldn't respond on the goal lane. It happened the opposite here because Flick was almost taken down, and Shin took down here on the player of Alpha 7. But here it goes.
Oh, a big flicker into a stun, able to catch Hide on a Bush. And that's going to go ahead and take the jungler down for the side of Entity 7. But in answer to that, Doom able to find himself a tower at the bottom.
Yeah, so Hunter Strike here now for Paquito on the Hide on Bush. Genius 1 here for a Flick to like nerf this magic resistant coming out from Entity 7's composition. Has Claws here for Bruno on the goal lane for a Doom. 3 kills here versus 4 for Alpha 7. 2 totals for Entity 7 so far. This 4th game here, it's being very tied up for both teams.
Yeah, it's been very close here. The closest that we've had through any of the games through this series. Okay, you can see on the backside, Paquito going to go ahead and find some damage on the Vagin. Finds him inside of that bush as well. And this is what I'm talking about. You see Vagin, very disciplined, checking out these bushes. Shin doesn't enter the fray until he knows that these things have been cleared there. He doesn't even get in range of the top bush because it hasn't been cleared out yet. So, and that's what I'm talking about. The discipline that Shin usually has, which was so uncharacteristic to see him get caught like that, and maybe just because of the timing that he and Vagin usually have, that when Vagin's kind of taken off the map, it can really set Entity 7 back because Shin is usually expecting that clear. Here, Alpha 7 gonna go ahead and start on this next turtle. Vagin finds some damage on the Paquito, swipes him away. Out comes Raven's Fighter form from Hasu. Akashi goes in for the damage. Flick still able to find the turtle. Down comes a real world manipulation. We do have a brilliant coming out from the side of Frost Lane Eve. Hide on Bush finds a kill onto Frost Lane Eve. Paquito in trouble as Hide on Bush comes in there with the damage of his own. Flick using that teleport, trying to get away from Hide on Bush. Ooh, he might be in trouble here on the backside of the tower for the side of Entity 7. Hide on Bush chasing him down. Look how slippery the Harley is, and this is why he's become meta out of nowhere. Hide on Bush from the backside, chasing him. Deadly Magic is out there. Hide on Bush able to find the kill.
Oh, but now here the sequence, Alpha 7 was responsible to take down more players, but now Entity 7 with the 2 more kills. I was about to say, Private, that Flick bought so much time for Alpha 7. It gave them the chance to take 1 kill on Doom, but still Entity 7 like leading the advantage when it comes to this team fights here. When it comes especially for these big offs. 2 more kills for Entity 7 plus the tower on the top and the bottom side here, or even the mid lane here. So no, I'm sorry. It's still standing, the first tower on the mid lane, but Entity 7 here with the advantage, especially when it comes to the goal lead here, like almost 2k for Entity 7.
We had talked about this a little bit before when it was I think it was Dreammax facing Entity 7 when it came to keeping up the macro. When it's an even game against a team like Entity 7, Entity 7 usually edges ahead because of how focused they are on the macro. Every kill, every decision is leading to try to take a tower down, to try to get a lord, to try to get a turtle here. And I feel like this is a big example of that. As you see, it's kind of a tie game, but you still have 2 towers on the side of Entity 7 down, where Alpha 7 only has the one that they've just gotten.
Yeah, but I have a feeling here that even though Entity 7 has this advantage when it comes to goal lead and map domination, for example. Oh, at least in the map domination there is no more, because the 2 towers now for Alpha 7, and now they're playing aggressive, especially on the jungle here when with Paquito and Upatizi. But I think that the clock is ticking against Entity 7, because we're talking about Lunox, we're talking about Obsidia on the other side on the Alpha 7's composition. Lunox is gonna melt down these tankies. Upatiz here with his Obsidia is gonna like be it's gonna have a very amount of this physical damage, you know, causing here. So for Entity 7, maybe it's not a good idea to extend it this game so much. Let's go.
Yeah, you can see. Oh, big tech charge lands on the 2. In comes Hesu with that Bravest Fighters form. A big Violet Requiem lands on to hide on Bush. Is he still going to be able to get it? He picks up the Lord with ease. Doom finds a kill on the Paquito. Hesu returns the favor to 2 members of Entity 7. 3 down now as Alpha 7 looking to chase them down. 4 members up for Alpha 7. They're going to go ahead, try to push this down mid.
Yeah, so they took down the tower #1 here in the mid lane. It could be worse for Entity 7. For their luck, the 2 players remaining, the 2 left players, was Doom with the Bruno and Chin with this Ivy. So the clean wave could be very interesting, like this damage. So that's why like Alpha 7 didn't continue this pressure. They're like head now for the Lord. They melted down this objective, and I think that for Entity 7, it was worse. This kind of situation here, like getting the Lord, okay, but losing 3 players and getting Alpha 7 more confidence.
Yeah, definitely that the favor for that last fight went over to Alpha 7 as entities, as they made short work of that Lord too as well. So they didn't even get any pressure on to these towers just yet. And with that too, you have a mid tower down for the side of Entity 7. Oh, Paquito actually in a good position on the backside, looking for an opportunity. But man, I want to say Entity 7 so good about like understanding where they can go, where they can't go, and where hasn't been checked for them, where isn't safe either. So a great job and a great read there from Entity 7 not to kind of get baited into some of those bushes that were being guarded by Alpha 7.
I thought that the game wasn't about to check this bush that Paquito was on it, but now he's back. But Alpha 7 like leading in 3 players to take down the tower on the top side here, the #2. Oops. Okay, here comes the response for Entity 7. Oh, it did defending the tower. It didn't take down here so far.
Yeah, but that tower's about to sneeze away from falling down. It's gonna take an auto attack from somebody just to go underneath there to take that down, and that actually might find a little bit of a false sense of relief for some people to use that as defense. You see that Doom has picked up the Malefic Gun, the glaive picked up by Shen. Malefic Gun means that Doom's gonna have a whole lot of range to be able to kind of really start spiking down on people while maintaining that distance he needs to keep that Bruno safe.
Yeah, and I believe that more important than that, it's like Vagin finding the perfect time here to use the tectonic charge, especially when it comes to the follow-up for with the rest of the teams. Because okay, we're seeing the items once again, Winds of Nature for Obsidia here, like 4 items for Upatizi. It's getting really interesting and strong for Alpha 7's gold lane. But as I was saying, Vagin on the last team fight, on the Lord team fight, like Vagin used the ultimate, the tectonic charge, but the rest of the teams the rest of the team was not on the same page, because as we could see, the execution was not so well for Entity 7. So that's why, like, one of the reasons that Alpha 7 could get better position on that team fight. They lost the Lord, but they took 3 players in the process. So Vagina here, like, is one of the key for Entity 7 to get this execution at a perfect time here to get Entity 7 this advantage.
Yeah, right now sitting at 9-10. They're going to go ahead and start on this Lord here. Hesu on the backside looking for an opportunity and an angle to get in here. Pekito and the rest of Alpha 7 looking for a big way in. Out comes the Violet Requiem and the Deadly Magic. Akashi in trouble, gets bursted down by Flick. The rest of Alpha 7 now chasing down Entity 7. Hide on Bush in trouble, getting blasted down by Upatizi. 4 members down for Entity 7. Doom next on the list might be taken down. That's going to be a complete team wipe for Alpha 7. Entity 7 might not be able to save this game. They're pushing through mid right now.
Yeah, team wipe here for Alpha 7. Here come from the victory, Private.
Yeah, and that is going to bring an even series for Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 now getting everything tied up 2-2, and we are heading for the last game here, Xena.
What a match. Oh my gosh, this time around they kept everything even throughout the game, and they were actually putting all that pressure on, but it seems like Alpha 7 has figured it out for them to kind of get that late and come back, right? So this one can be anyone's game coming up next. This is pretty exciting to watch right now.
Yeah, I was almost going to say this is exactly what Entity 7 did to them in the first game, but not so much, because I feel like this was a little bit more even for both of the teams, both of them just looking for an opportunity to basically be able to return the favor. But I mean, here, Alpha 7 really kind of putting on their big boy pants when it comes to Entity 7, being able to keep this at an even game, where I really have the favoring towards Entity 7, who usually does such a great job. A few little mistakes starting to come out from Entity 7 that I'm starting to see, and Alpha 7 doing a great job of taking advantage of those.
Yeah, a good job here coming out from Alpha 7, especially on this 4th game. 15 kills here, especially when it comes to Hesu. Once again, Hesu with 6 kills with this Lapu Lapu. Upatizi with Obsidia, as we were talking, like with this late game situation. Frost Laneve once again here playing with Lunox. So they felt this confidence to bring this late game composition versus Entity 7. Because we know that Entity 7, despite their discipline, despite their powerful, they like to control the game. They like to get everything in their hands. It doesn't matter if it's gonna take long. It doesn't matter if it's gonna take like more like than I don't know, maybe 12 minutes or 15 minutes. So that's why like Alpha 7 decided to bring that composition here, especially to buy this time with Hesu and Flick using this Harley, as we saw like he trying to escape Entity 7's chase down. It was like they were buying more time for their composition, and it worked so well when we saw like Frost Lanevin and especially Upatizi with the triple kill on the last team fight here for Alpha 7 to not get only the lore but this advantage, this confidence here in this game number 4 to bring and a lead to the final game.
Yeah, I feel like Alpha 7 did a good job getting the jump on Entity 7, reacting faster to get their initiating factor first here. Especially here, Akashi gets caught. He doesn't even initiate, gets caught with a Violet Requiem, and that's what sets it off for the team. The Deadly Magic there. Now you've lost a huge CC, a huge tanking ability. Upatizi starts going online and shreds them one at a time. And that is what spelled a doom for Entity 7 here, as Alpha 7 was able to use that whole team wipe to push through to the core.
Yeah, and one curious thing here, as the people on the chat were talking about, Alpha 7 They dominated most of these games at the result. We used to see Patrick, right, with the glue skin laid down on the floor, but now it's Paquito taking a little nap on the lead of down here.
And
I was kind of gonna say that.
Oh man, that's funny. Well, here we go. We have Hesu again here on that MVP, a constant for their team, making sure that they get that win right here with 614 KDA, 41.9k total damage, and 575 golds per minute. Hesu has been that rock for that team.
Yeah, his engagements coming in here, especially with being able to scope out where the mage is, where the mid lane is, get to that back line, and really put on the damage. He's been a great asset for the team. He's been, and probably one of the I want to say one of the core winners for the side of that team as well. You could see here that there's that pop up there, and then he goes way deep onto the backside, immediately latches on to try to get onto Shin. Bravest fighter form. Shin even tries to use the flicker, gets stunned, and Hesu comes in to finish the job.
Yeah, so we're seeing here Hesu leading, especially on this backline, is zoning these players, but not only zoning, you know, like he was like getting deep on these initiations coming out from Alpha 7, not only to cause this damage, but also to force Entity 7's players to use the skills, to use the spells here, to use all the resources on Hesu here to let the rest of the teams shine, to let Frost shine, to let Upatizi shine here. So it was like well-deserved MVP for Hesu and his Lapu Lapu.
Yes, for sure. Smart play on his side for the fact that he's going to the back line and making sure that they don't give that chance to them to kind of rain down that damage and take them out, right? So we are now here at game point. Last game here. They went the full best of 5. And now we're going to see who's going to take the win.
Yeah, I'd be a little worried if I was Entity 7 here. I feel like the drafts have been very sound from Alpha 7, and they were immediately in the last few games able to patch up a lot of the things that were ailing them in those first 2 games, where it comes to making mistakes or maybe slow playing a little bit too much when it came to being safe through a lot of these games. They're being quick, they're being decisive. Even that last fight, like I said, like they catch, they're able to go ahead and catch Akashi immediately, and then you have Hesu going in, diving in deep to get into the mid laner to take down Shin. They're doing a great job of understanding where they need to be on the map and who is their target to be able to take down to really hurt the side of Entity 7 here. Even when it comes, like I said, now I think the problem it's on the side of Entity 7 to see if they can kind of find a way to adjust, especially when it comes to the draft, because I feel like that allowing Lapu out against the Eve was kind of putting that draft in favor again to Alpha 7 here. So I feel like there might be a little bit of work that we need to do when it comes to figuring out how and thinking a little bit more ahead when it comes to the draft here, because this is just not the same Alpha 7 that they have faced in the past.
Yeah, so when I look on that situation here, the only thing that comes through my mind is a very famous Brazilian meme coming out from a soccer player called Ronaldinho Gaúcho. He was in a soccer field, like doing an interview. His team was losing at the first half, like 2-0, but at the end of the first half, his team was like scored 1 goal. On the interview, he was saying like, "Oh, they're giving us some dreams. They're giving us some hope. We are dangerous here, so you better not letting us to dream with this winning situation." So here now with Alpha 7 versus Entity 7, Entity 7 like leading 2-0, and now Alpha 7 like getting things tied up and leading to the final game here. Like, I think that now the mentality from Alpha 7 could be better than Entity 7. Of course, there are pro players. They have like the whole coaching staff to help them and assist them in those situations, you know. But here now, that could be just a little bit complicated situation for Entity 7. But Xena, we have good news, not only from matches, right?
Yes, we do have some good news, guys. Whoever's in the chat, you get a chance at some diamond drops. We have diamond drops happening right now for you. Whoever's engaging the most and staying active, you get a chance at getting these diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of skins coming out there, and I think we've heard some rumors about some great skins out in the future as well. I know I'm a little excited. I like adding to my SpongeBob collection and a lot of the other skins that have kind of come out there as well. And then, like we've talked about before, there's skins, or there's also those great recalls and emotes that you can get as well that come out as well.
Yeah, the emotes one are my favorite. Like, I'm trying to get in one like surprise. I don't think you guys seen at this emote and other ones like that one. Like, it was a really
Paquito?
good one. It is Paquito?
Was it Paquito?
Yeah.
Is that what he looked like?
Yeah.
We zoned in on him.
Hey. Oh, please,
so comfortable.
Yeah, so please.
Oh yeah, that was Paquito in the sleep.
Making an emoji from Paquito taking a nap, you know, like taking a nap to lay down on the floor. That could be very good one here. So you guys are on the chat, so you have the chance to get diamonds here, okay? And especially you that are watching us from North America, MLBB North America, you have more chances. So here, please are watching us. Stay tuned, okay? And send a like, share the live here, call your friends to watch this very special day. And hey, it's only the first match here, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. Later we have Infinity versus Dreammax, and then we have the loser from this match versus the winner from the other match. So man, this is gonna be very, very insane today.
Yes, it's gonna be so much fun for sure. Here we're gonna go ahead and start out the draft, and we are going ahead and banning out the Hilda again. Starting out, there's so much that we do not know what they're gonna end up choosing. And Zushin's gonna be, Freya's gonna be the next one. I think they both have used Baxia, so I think that's out of the question for bans. So Suyu will be their next ban here.
Yeah, Freya, yeah, there's a reason you call it about Freya there. I feel like Zushin's getting the Freya treatment right now. So she's going to be off of there. So, I mean, it's very actually kind of curious as to what exactly is left, especially I feel like one of the big problems with the meta right now, if you want to call it a problem, is I feel like marksmans have really kind of been ironed down to this really tight-knit group of marksmans that are viable to really be picked up. Unless you go with like a double fighter composition, which isn't completely, I feel like, off the table for a lot of teams, especially teams as skilled as Entity and Alpha 7 here when it comes to that lane. When we go for priority, Phoveus still out there for the side of Entity 7. Haven't really picked it up. It's not something that they usually prioritize or that they need to prioritize, because it's not like Alpha 7 is going to be able to steal it away from them since they've already used it. But I want to say, if there's ever a time to pull out a Phoveus, probably now would be it. To kind of because he's got a great winning record too. He does a lot. He just really has a great presence for your team to really offset a lot of the dashy heroes that are out there as well. But we start off and prioritize with a Cho pickup.
Yeah, so
okay.
not only like take this show, but avoiding taking a show from Paquito. Now taking out show from Paquito, a very a very good hero that Paquito likes to play, you know. And even though now that Alpha 7 is not allowed to use, I'm looking out, I'm trying to find, yes, Alpha 7 is not allowed to use Phoveus, so maybe they're not worried about that and not being banned on this first phase here. So maybe there was like the other, like the 2-3 choice coming out from Entity 7, we can see for views on their composition. But now we'll see, waiting for Alpha 7. Oh, man, so many gray heroes here. So what's left? Rafaela?
No.
Nana? Angela? No, Marcel
There's
and
still a
Fred.
lot.
Got 'em lined
Yeah.
up in my
Seems like there's still a lot out there. They still got Leo out there, Marcel. They just picked out Bridgerton, and there's that Kimmy. All right, so maybe there are some things that we forgot.
Well, when it comes to it too, I want to say, like, Marcel and Fredrin immediately came out. Then Leomord and Kimmy immediately came out. They didn't even think about it. They just immediately picked these up like it was part of their plan the entire time. Now, Alpha 7 finally slowed down, looking for that secondary pick. I'm wondering where you go from here. Yeah, they're going to go pick up the Sora here. But do we have something to kind of meld out with the Marcel? And then on the side of Entity 7, do we possibly have like a burst? We're not going to be able to burst it out from the mid lane because we've already chosen the Kimmy out there. So I mean, I guess we're assuming that we get away with the dragon and then couple that with the Phantom Steed coming out from Leomord.
You'll double horse it, then get a Hylos in there.
Well, but that's assuming Cho would be in the XP lane, which I don't know how much he shines in the XP lane. I feel like he does really well as that super tanky roam from the side when it comes to Entity 7 here right now. Ooh.
At this point, we don't know because they chose a marksman in
Crowned by heaven's mandate,
for the XP lanes.
my legacy shall endure.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But now here, like, looking for Zetian getting banned from Entity 7. We're not allowed to see full views on Entity 7's composition, at least on this last game so far on this match. Alright, so for Entity 7, lacking is still here for XP lane and the gold lane, probably, because we're assuming like Kimmy is heading on mid lane here for Alpha 7. A mid lane also, and the gold lane. So let's see a carry here, the last ban coming out from Entity 7. Man, what's left here in the gold lane? Maybe we have to think about the Beatrix 1-1, Editel, and maybe for Alpha 7.
Well, the difference. Yeah, the difference here right now, especially from that the first Marcel pickup by Entity 7, is Marcel was kind of out there alone, and they had kind of paired that up against a Tsunami Slam from coming up from the opposite side. Here, you've got another tanky frontliner with the Fredrin, so it's not just going to be Marcel being. You're not going to be able to just shut down that immediate poke that comes out from Marcel with the fear of Cho being able to kind of pick it off, because Fredrin's going to be able to get in there. Sora is going to be able to get in there. Lilia here. Yeah, against the Leomord, yes, but I feel like the other picks here are a little too mobile for Lilia to pick out, unless you're talking about the energy eruption that comes from Fredrin to get that aggro onto everybody and drag them together. But that's going to provide you 1-2 seconds max, a few glooms that you'll be able to get off with Lily, not really a huge amount to really maximize on her damage.
Imaginary world.
Yes, for sure. All of them are way too mobile here on the side of Entity 7 for Lilia to catch, so she would have to rely on everybody on the team to kind of give her that CC to help her put in those bursts of damage. They went ahead and picked up that 1-1 and the CC on the side of Entity 7. Now we're just waiting on who they will choose for their gold laner on the Alpha 7 side.
Yeah, so 1-1 here as the last choice coming out from Entity 7. Maybe with her ultimate here, like being vulnerable versus Sora's ultimate here, for example, or Operations Wrath. That could be a good response coming out from Entity 7. And with CC in XP lane, causing this damage here, like with a very interesting sustainability. So now we're seeing here which one is heading on the gold lane. Claude.
There you go.
I forgot Claude here completely for Alpha 7. Oh my goodness.
Yes, we totally forgot about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Claude's usefulness will depend on how well Vagin can play on this Cho, because he's going to be able to kind of get that way of the dragon onto the back line if he's able to kind of target it down and have those quick reactions. Very interesting compositions coming out from both of these guys, but ladies and gentlemen, this is game 5. Alpha 7 have managed to take it to the extreme here against Entity 7, not trying to be dropped to the lower bracket are either of these teams.
Yeah, so it all comes to the final game here, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7, and taking this time here to say hello for the people in the chat. Hello to you, GM Hunter, Pinoy. Hello to Figus, Ted, Deadpool. Hello to Pinoy here once again. So everybody, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your audience here. So let's go, everybody. Welcome once again to the Land of Dawn. This is the game number 5. Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. The winner is heading to the final of the MCT AMER South. The loser is heading for the lower bracket private.
Yeah, right now, both these teams have managed to take this to the full best of 5 here in the upper bracket here. Like as I've called them before, the two titans of the South right now, and showing exactly why. Now, a little bit of damage coming out from Paquito, trying to slow down the invade coming out from the side of Entity 7. Hesu on the backside too as well. Flick going to go ahead, try to drag out that minion. It is not going to be enough too. Hide on Bush going to go ahead and grab himself up a secondary one. Ooh, the damage onto Paquito on the backside on that Marcel. They're not even going to give him the orange buff here as well. They're going full start ahead here. Flick in trouble, very low. Is that going to be enough? Down goes Vagin, but also the orange buff is going to go over to the side of Entity 7.
Yeah, so much time, like Entity 7 dominating here the jungler, causing this trouble on Alpha 7, but the first kill here waiting for Frost Laneve versus Vagin. An interesting one from Lilia, and to get this early game is stronger and stronger for Alpha 7. But even though we've seen how Entity 7 is going to play this last game, oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah, Vagin does find a little bit of a jump there on to Flick, but man, they are really trying to turn down the tempo of Alpha 7, refusing as much farm as they can to Flick right now. So he's not even going to have his ultimate for this first turtle. He's going to go ahead and try to pick up this minion, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Paquito going to go ahead, try to get in there, try to get that vision, but there's no contention coming out from the side of Alpha 7 for this first turtle.
Yeah, first turtle here like easily for Entity 7 with no fight back coming out from Alpha 7. While Flick here like is trying to reach the level number 4, getting on the purple buff. Oh, like the jungler of Alpha 7 like just let it be. Oh!
Oh, Akashi! Oh, so low! Is that gonna be enough? Hide on Bush goes in. Hesu flickers away, so they're not even able to return the favor. But I'm on, man, Akashi really threaded the needle on that, trying to get away.
Oh my goodness, Akashi here like a cold blood man on the XP lane, which was not eliminated, and Hassel almost was taken down by a hide on Bush. But to his luck, it wasn't enough here to be chased down by the jungler of Entity 7. Once again, on the bottom lane here. Oops, now Batizi. Ooh. Using the Dexter hologram here to getting this reposition, while Doom with the last off at the half HP here, so he has to take care.
Yeah, now started to even out that gold, and depending on where the gold is right now, I feel like Entity 7 have lost that little bit of advance that they had in the early game. Doom might be in a little bit of trouble here getting. Paquito goes in there. Out comes the Phantom Steed trying to take out Paquito. Golden Hour is down. Vagin has been frozen inside of it, but you see that Shin right there to provide that suppressive firepower onto the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, meanwhile, I hear the people on the chat like, Jorgon or Horgon. What about me, man? Oh, say hello to you guys. Roro Noah Zoro as well here. Eclipse, everybody on the chat. So thank you once again for your support. But now here, 4 minutes and 17 seconds so far. As we're seeing now the turtle cam on the second one. Both teams are aware about this goal and the dance is started.
Yeah, Flick comes into the mid here. Paquito from the side. Phantom Steed is out as well. In comes Hesu trying to put on the damage. The Way of the Dragon immediately comes out there. Is it enough? Hide on bush. Finds himself a turtle. Flick in trouble. Gets take of Hesu. Finds himself a kill. Shin able to find a kill on the Flick. A double for Shin coming out. A triple for Shin coming out as Upatizi with the blazing duet. Not able to do enough damage. Shin, the highlight reel showing for him as Entity 7 able to dominate that team fight.
Oh my goodness, the second turtle here for Entity 7 plus 2 more. Actually, it was a triple kill for Shin here with this Kimi. Now leading this a chance for Entity 7 to take down the tower number 1 here on the top side. Here we go.
Oh, might have overstayed their welcome, and down goes Vegin, down goes Akashi and Shin. They weren't able to take down the tower fast enough. Alpha 7 make a beeline for it and find 3 kills of their own.
What the heck happened here? I only counted 3 players down on the top side, but it appeared 4 players down from Entity 7 on the screen. But now Alpha 7 leading and taking down the tower on the mid and the top lane probably here. My goodness, what a match. This is totally craziness here with so many plot twists coming out from both teams, my friends. Private.
Entity 7 on their back foot again, 3-6 right now against Alpha 7. Not too much when it comes to a gold lead, but you could see the pressure mounting up at top as they're trying to take down both of those towers. It is already down for the side of Alpha 7. Entity 7 looking to try to put the finishing touches there as well.
Yeah, so here, oops, Immortalize here now again. Paquito, Vagin has chasing down.
Ooh, back in. Going in with that Chikundo. Doesn't find the target that he wants just yet. We do have a little bit of a later scaling composition coming from the side of Entity 7, though. Oh, back in. Looking, trying not to get frozen up here. Does find the jump out as well. Turtle still about 50% onto the back line. You can see Upatizi with that blazing duet is going to be able to BMI his way out to safety. Golden Hour has been activated as Flick finds a kill onto Akashi. Hide on bush. Very low, gets taken out by Hesu. The rest of Entity 7 is gonna have to look for a disengage from that fight. 2 down for the side of Entity 7, and Alpha 7 gonna be able to pick up that turtle.
Wind Talker on Doom's hands now, but once again, Alpha 7 with a very good team fight composition. 2 more kills. The turtle winning for Alpha 7 team. Oh man, goal lead here now, leading for a 2K for Alpha 7. Things, okay, we are talking about like composition coming out from Entity 7 with this scale, especially coming out from Doom, for example, and Shin and Akashi, but they have to take care because Alpha 7 is on fire.
Yeah, not just that. You can start seeing the roams is starting to scale very heavily towards Paquito on this Marcel as well. Still pretty even for both sides, but the macro starting to mount for the side of Alpha 7. This is just a side we don't usually see from Entity 7, where it's so close, but the enemy team is really starting to out macro you here. Maybe a little bit of frustration starting to show from Entity 7, or just that Alpha 7 seems to have found the recipe that they need for success here. As it gets later and later, I feel like maybe this Wanwan's going to start coming online. It'll do a little bit better to be able to get a lot of those crossbow tanks, a lot of that damage off as well. But only time will tell. Now you see Vagin going ahead, putting the damage on the Upatizi, who was trying to blast down on tier 2 tower. Frost Lane Eve able to find a kill onto Shin, bringing their lead to a 9-3 lead so far against Entity 7.
Yeah, once again here, Shin being picked off on the mid lane, as we were talking about from the last game here, like Shin being like not so common, not so usual to Shin to be picked off here, but it was once again letting one more kill for Alpha 7. They would be able to take down the tower number 2 on the top side. As you said, when it comes to macro gaming here, Alpha 7 is leading the pace, is leading this situation. Now the first Lord is started by Alpha 7, but here comes Entity 7.
Ooh, Shin's ultimate goes wide there. Back in on the backside alone. Well, I don't even know what he was thinking there, trying to go in. Now you have the Phantom Steed coming out. Big fight on the side. Hesu with the flank. Upatizi finds a kill onto Hide on Bush. That's going to be the retribution down for the side of Entity 7. Alpha 7 maybe looking for a way back in. Shin being very greedy on the backside. Paquito taking a lot of damage there as they continue to put that boots on to the Lord. Shin at the front row here is not afraid of these 4 members coming out from the side. You can see Doom and Paquito fighting it out. Out comes the golden hour. Now they're going to look for a damage on the Doom, looking for that crossbow attack, but gets taken out by Frost Lane Eve.
Yeah, so one more kill here for Alpha 7. Entity 7 lost the Lord, and now he is heading on the top side. Oh my goodness, what we are seeing here, a possible reverse sweep coming up from the Brazilian team, Private.
Oh yeah, and that's going to be the most amazing thing here. Have Alpha 7 finally found the recipe for success against their biggest nemesis here in the South. It has been all Entity 7 leading up to this point in the playoffs. Out comes the Phantom Steed. Akashi leading the front line, trying to put down Upatizi. Has the blazing duet. Frost Lane finds a kill onto Akashi. In comes Hesu. Shin has to find the disengage and know where to protect this mid tier 2 tower as pressure mounting at the mid. Lord up at top.
Lord heading on the top side here. Oh, used by the golden hour from Alpha 7. Here goes.
Yeah, you see the damage coming out there. Black Shoes coming out. That might be it for Frost Lane Eve. Hide on Bush going to go ahead and get the final punch in there as well. Ooh, look at all the items coming in on for the side of Alpha 7. 4-12 right now. A 4K gold lead for Alpha 7. And just like they've been learning, they're have a great job of mounting pressure and trying to close this out early.
Alpha 7, you gotta learn this lesson. You gotta learn your lesson coming up, especially from the first game. So here now the situation is super minions on the bottom lane here, no high ground towers on that side, and now both teams are like worried about like this minion waves situations, especially coming out from Entity 7 because they need this wave to farm and to get those items. As we're seeing like Demon Hunter, Wind Talker, and Corrosion Side coming out from 1-1 here. Oh!
Akashi gets caught. Alpha 7 with the big drop, able to turn it around. Hesu able to use the shifting skies to push Akashi back underneath the tower, and then Flick followed it up with the Appraiser's Wrath, and that would be an XP laner down for the side of Entity 7. Mistake after mistake. Alpha 7 is right there to capitalize.
Yeah, so once again here, one more kill for Alpha 7. Kill by kill. Oops, Paquito. Okay, so Marcel here trying to stack his buff and control anyone lost in the jump in on the side. But once again, Alpha 7 causing distraction. Here we go.
Ooh, back in, getting slowed down there as well. Lord coming up on the side, and Alpha 7 immediately closing ranks to go ahead and deal with it. Only 2 high ground towers for the side of Entity 7, and you see minions coming down at the bottom as well. Will they have to deal with that in a moment? Do they have time, or is there a timer on this fight? Look at already back in, down to 50%. Big pop-up lands on the Flick. Lord down to about 30%. Now they're going to go ahead and engage on the Entity 7. Out comes the golden hour, followed up by the Phantom Steed. Look at the damage going on to Upatizi on the backside. Hesu able to find a kill onto onto Vagin. Is that going to be enough? Doom able to answer back with the kill onto Hesu, and Entity 7 on the back foot. Look at Paquito roaming in there, trying to put the damage on. Is that going to be enough? Shin on the backside, looking for an escape. They have to disengage. They're so low, and this is going to be a perfect opportunity for Alpha 7 to pick up this Lord.
One player down by both teams here, but Alpha 7 decide not to take this Lord. Okay, Upatis is starting this once again, but getting the full reset. Okay, they decided not to focus on this go and maybe trying to bait or trying to fix something on the rest of the map here on the Land of Dawn. Once again, Winds of Nature coming out from for Claude. Malefic Gun for a 1-1 here. The Lord, here we go!
Oh, a golden hour freezes the Lord. Are they going to be able to get this one out there? Hide on Bush finds himself a Lord for Entity 7, but Alpha 7 able to answer back. Frostlane Eve, 2 down, 3 down for Entity 7. Shin has to find a way back home. Akashi is getting caught by Alpha 7. There is only one left to defend against this push from Alpha 7. Is Entity 7 going to be able to? Shin going to try his best to clear out these minions. Can he do it? Or have Alpha 7 finally defeated their nemesis in Entity 7, who have dropped down to the lower bracket?
Alpha 7 here making Entity 7 bleed, and more important, leading to the finals of MCT AMER South. Zena.
Man, hey, it was, all I gotta say is well deserved, because they were doing an amazing job even from the start. Even though they did get those losses, they figured it out and did that reverse sweep, right? They took him out there at the end, and wow, Alpha 7, this.
Yeah, after game 2, I would love to know what kind of Captain America speech Darkness was giving to the team there, but that was a completely different Alpha 7. It was a completely different at the start of this series to see how well the drafting was going for the side of Alpha 7, but then to see how well they were able to adjust after those first 2 games to close up those tiny little gaps, those tiny little cracks in their armor, patch that up, and come back so successfully here to be able to get a reverse sweep onto Entity 7, who have been the Titans, the monsters here of the AMER South, and now to see them dropped down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and once again here, like we're seeing Alpha 7 making a better use for Marcel once again with that composition with Paquito with 89% here of team participation, and Frost Lanevi here with Libya 94%, and with the KDA 819 here. I have a feeling we're just gonna be the MVP on this game, but I don't want to be early or something like that. But as we're seeing here in the highlights, at least like on the early game, see Akashi here like a cold blood person here, and now has to almost being taken out on the sequence. But now see here in the early game, a very tight up from both teams here. Like I think that it was because it was the last game on the final upper bracket final here, but step by step, little by little, Alpha 7 was like getting this pickoffs, was getting this little advantages here, you know, and not taking too many risks to deliver this advantage back to Entity 7. So a pick off here, like a little advantage. What are we going to do, boys? Okay, taking down the tower. What are we do now, boys? Okay, taking out this this turtle, or take down this lord here. So we could see on this game that step by step Alpha 7 was like taking these little advantage and punishing Entity 7 on these situations when it comes to the lore, when it comes to the objectives, and especially on the map, the macro game here for Alpha 7 at the time. As we saw like in the last team fight, Alpha 7 with a very good team fight, like leading one player from Entity 7, but but still they decided not to head on the Lord. They decided to wait for the rest of the NTT7 to come and bait that situation to get the final team fight here, like letting everybody down from NTT7 and get this victory for them. As Zina said, well deserved from Alpha 7, because honestly, if we like see in a cold way, even from the first game, Alpha 7 was dominating so far, the beginning of the game, but still NTT7 was able to reverse that. But now Alpha 7 got the victory.
Yep, they did, and here we have it. The mechanics were sharp, the decisions were flawless, and the impact was undeniable. Paquito on the Marcel, 2-114 KDA, 31.5k total damage, 578 gold per minute. Wonderful job there. Just flawless.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what else can be said here about this team. The growth that they've gone through here, especially in this last series, Entity 7 has been undefeated. To find Alpha 7 be able to keep it on their toes. I mean, I don't think anybody had this as an Alpha 7 coming up. Coming ahead. I think I had it at like about a 1-3 here with Entity 7 over them, but the differences that they've made here, especially like we said, the little changes that they understood, not using the Marcel by himself, having something else to back him up there with the Fredrin out there, and especially not having the threat of the Kalea or the Tsunami Slam to really be able to isolate you out there. So a great job coming out from the side of Alpha 7, who have now guaranteed themselves a shot in the I want to say the South Finals.
Yeah, it's a very good one here for Alpha 7 with this reverse sweep on this upper bracket final, leading them to this MCT AMER South final. And I believe that more important than that, not only to get to these finals, but to win versus Entity 7, like kind of a nemesis since from the last season from them, like trying and struggling with some situations. So I think that for them it means much more than a single victory. It's like making Entity 7's bleed here and getting more powerful and confidence for Alpha 7.
A well-deserved victory for Alpha 7. They just coming up on top here, taking it full best of 5 against Entity 7 here. That in itself speaks volumes for their growth and gameplay, and just the way that they communicate well with each other to kind of turn the tides there.
Yeah, amazing performance by both of these teams too. And I don't want to take anything away from Entity 7. I still feel like they still had a very crisp game. I feel like possibly this. I almost feel like they might have been surprised, but that might not be giving them enough credit when it comes to this draft. But I just feel like the drafts were just heavily in favor of Alpha 7 this time, and it kind of really showed in a lot of the gameplays as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like NC7, they tried to go like hard for them right there. Like in the beginning, they went straight to their orange buff to try to see if they can kind of add that pressure. They did kind of start out that way, but after that, it all turned around and it was Alpha 7 taking it on. So it was like reversing what usually happened. They tried their hardest to see if they can get that early, and it didn't work out in their favor in the end. So they just had it all together and were able to figure it out.
Yeah, so Zina, right. I think that someone is here with us, right?
All right, let's see who we have to chat with. Let's have an interview right now with Alpha 7.
Hello.
Hey,
Oh.
Do
you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we hear
Yes.
you.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Do you see me?
So first of all, I can hear you guys loud and clear back there. You guys are probably celebrating. Congratulations on paving your way to the finals of the MCT AMER South here. And I want to ask too, We've seen a difference. I know we've been asking you every single time that we've interviewed you. You guys have such great synergy with yourselves, and I know that there's been the possibility of you guys adding a coach. Now we do see Coach Darkness is up there. How well do you think that that has had an effect on your gameplay thus far?
For me, having a coach is a really important part of the team, and as I said the last time you interviewed me, it's better to add more brains, to the team. And
Yes.
coach is a really great help for us.
Nice. Hasu, congratulations on the win here. You guys led into the finals of MCT AMER South. As we were watching since the first game here, like you guys from Alpha 7 like dominating the games, and somehow and at some points of the game like we were like leading this advantage for Entity 7. So I want to know from you guys, what was the communication, especially after the second game? We were losing like 2-0. Like what kind of communication, like what did you guys talk to yourselves, to the coach? What was this communication coming out from Alpha 7?
For me, on the 2 games that we lost, it doesn't really affected us because we, as a team, take the series or take the games like 1 game at a time. We always say that 1 game at a time. So whatever happens, like the last game or the last 2 games, we don't care. We're just gonna play our game, and we're gonna play 1 game at a time. And for me, yeah, I'm just proud of my team that we do the things that is need to be done, 1 game at a time.
Nice.
So you've been having a standout performance. You took 2, was it 2 MVPs there? What would you say that adding, I know, did you make those calls yourself on the draft? I know you had help from your coach, right? So I know you guys were doing an amazing job before that, but do you say that he made such a difference for you guys this time around that you had more of an upper hand against Entity 7?
For me, all of the games, our draft was good, and it really depends on us. It's just us versus us always, and for me, it's all the games, it's the team decision. Like everything we do, everything we pick, is all discussed within the team, and the team is 100% go with that. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I cannot speak right now. I'm sorry.
I know emotions are probably running high right now, and you guys are able to finally get that very important victory over Entity 7. And I know there's a lot of pillars, a lot of different things that make a team successful. But I mean, it has just been a noticeable difference from this Alpha 7 from what we've seen before. And if you could pick one thing that your team has done or has grown on, what do you think it was that has made you so successful in this series?
I think our brotherhood, because being brothers, not just being teammates, is the best thing you can do as a team. Because if you're brothers, you can do everything, or you can say everything to that brother.
Okay.
That you cannot say to just a teammate. Do you understand me?
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. Hasu, my brother, I'll make you a question now, and please help us, please, because the most of the times that we ask you, like, oh, which team do you want to face, and which team do you consider the best, you used to say like, no, we only think about ourselves, we only think about the next game. But now seeing like Infinity versus Dreammax, and then later Entity 7 versus the winner of this bracket. What do you think about what is going to happen? Which team do you want to face in the final? So please help us.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but my answer would still be the same because all the teams or whoever team goes through or whoever team we're going to face tomorrow is we're gonna be doing the same or maybe better than we already did today, and that's all. My answer is the same. Like whoever it is, we're gonna do our best. We're gonna do our 1,000,000%.
Okay, nice. I tried, guys. I tried.
I'm sorry. That's my answer.
But yeah.
No problem.
All right.
Who's the team that? No, who's the team like? No, it's okay.
No, say it. No.
Please say it. Please say it.
Say it. No.
Say it.
All right. So, out of all the heroes you played today, which one was your favorite game? Like out of the ones that you played?
Is it? I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, guys, but all the hero I play are my favorite heroes. I don't have favorite hero like.
Which one you had the most fun with today? How about that? Which one did you have the most fun with?
Because all the heroes I played, like I enjoy using them. I enjoy every part of the game. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry if my answer is like.
No, it's fine. It's good. It's relieving to have we've always called Alpha 7 is the team that's been filled with the most positivity. So don't ever apologize about that and any of your answers there. It's just us looking for drama that is not there. You guys, congratulations. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to the fans or the viewers out there?
For me, firstly, thank God for giving us the heart or giving us faith, everything, giving us all the things we need for today. And thank you for my family, for my girlfriend, and for my team. Thank you for my team, and thank you to you guys for doing a wonderful job as always.
Thank you, Hasu. Thank you, my brother. Congratulations.
Thank you, my brothers. Thank you, sister.
Bye-bye. Well, we tried.
So positive.
We tried.
We tried to get some drama and it didn't happen. It's not gonna work with them. We can't crack them.
Yeah.
It's funny. I find it endearing, but there's a tiny little part that gets frustrated when I'm like, what part of the team composition or do you guys think you did well of? And it's like brotherhood. Of course it was brotherhood. Okay. But like I said, it's probably really endearing, especially the team that has the most positivity. And I think there's something to be said too about him saying that there's things that you can say to your brother that you probably wouldn't be able to say to a teammate, where you could probably rib or you can really go into him and be like, bro, what happened that last game? You know, we need to fix this, we need to fix that, and be able to take that and know that it comes from a place of love and not of a place where you're going to get upset about it, and be able to take those changes. And it shows, especially like we said, from the changes from the first two games, those little adjustments that they made throughout the to be able to get a reverse sweep. So I mean, a great game played.
Yes, amazing gameplay, and you can up your gameplay and be top-notch like Alpha 7 by going to runestone.gg to get your data and analytics so you can improve for these games and actually join the tournament next time. We all want to see you on stage.
Yeah, you watch this amazing live best of 5 here, so you have the chance to check his status and prove your gameplay level by Runestone here, which is responsible for all this magic happening here on MCT AMER North and South as well.
Yeah, like I talked about before, if you guys are looking to up the level of your gameplay, look no further than a company that takes the same amount of pride in gaming that you do. Look no further than runestone.gg.
Yes, but before we move on, we're going to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Just maybe grab some water, hydrate, get some snacks, and come back right here. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and we shall be back in a little bit.
Every diamond count. And with Bonox, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCT AMER to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with Bonox and play it at next.
Crack them, man. That's all I say.
Between dreams and nightmares.
every diamond count, and with bonus, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCT AMER to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with bonus and play it at next.
Between dreams and nightmares.
This is coming out of our 20 minutes now.
I know, right? Yeah, it's totally for sure.
Yeah.
every diamond count, and with Bonox, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCT AMER to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with Bonox and play it at next.
Between dreams and nightmares.
I'm gonna try that when it comes back up. Can you hear us?
I'm gonna be testing all your senses. Okay, good. I'm happy you enjoyed our interpretive dance and lip reading cast.
Okay.
Where's the broadcast?
We don't see anything.
Yeah.
We don't know what we're doing.
Hopefully it's not showing.
Welcome back. Hi. Are we on camera?
Did it show our faces? Did it show our faces just sitting there?
No, not yet. At least.
We don't see.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, it's so tiny.
Oh,
This is a
well, it's
broadcast
gone
for
again.
ants.
Okay.
Oh, well, hi, everyone.
Oh.
Welcome back to MCT AMER South. We're just as surprised as you guys are. Well, we're back, guys. Now we can move on with the show. Hopefully you can hear us, right?
Yeah. So we are back here, guys. We were talking about like now it is the lower bracket time, Infinity versus the Dreammax. So much history here, Private, between these two teams.
Yeah, tons of history. As you take a look here, we already got done with our first best of 5 Entity 7. Unfortunately, moving to the lower bracket to take on the winner here. Infinity versus Dreammax, two of our dark horse teams here who have been putting in that 250% needed to try to move on here in the playoffs. But now, once again, these teams will clash. I think you've already said this is going to be the 4th series for these teams.
Yes, for sure. Here we have on the EXP lane, Rusi. On our jungle, we got ZZ. Mid lane, Lionel. Gold lane, Zablax. And Fanboy, my roaming favorite at the moment. So this is going to be a fun match for sure. Super excited to see these two teams go at it.
Yeah, so here Infinity is a roster so far on this tournament here, like bringing some news, bringing something out of the box here with the unusual draft, but enough to surprise the opponent, enough to surprise the enemies here to get successful in some results here so far. So let's see what is Infinity is about to show us.
Yes, Infinity. Oh.
Rusi, hace 4 años. Dairo, Fanny, Sanford, yo mismo, Lapu Lapu, la cofre de Paquito, el Saber, el Isla, Setiam, la Fanny, Fanboy, Sisi, Sanford, a nadie. Urano, Early, Carly.
It was nice hearing from Infinity, but now we have Dreammax here on the EXP lane. We have Goo King on that jungle, Shaikiche on that mid lane, Zeus on the gold, and roaming for Dreammax is Blink.
Yeah, a lot of great names there that I think a lot of people have become fans of. But let's see what Dreammax had to say before this match.
Rapaziada, hoje eu vou fazer um Dream Team e eu não posso colocar ninguém da Dreammax. Tem que ser pessoas de outros times. Como eu vou jogar Super Lane nessa iPad, Jungle seria o Flick, da rotação me agrada muito a gameplay do Paquito, a Gold Lane Lagusta e no Mid Lane pode ser o Frosh. E é isso.
An exciting match that we're gonna have here, guys. Infinity versus Dreammax. They went the full best of 5 on their earlier games, and this will be a treat to see because we're not even sure who will win at this point.
Yeah, so that is the 4th time on the MCT AMER South that these two teams are gonna face each other. So much history, so much like wins and losses here. So now it comes to this end, because here is now or never. One team is gonna say goodbye now, and another one is gonna still survive in a competition and face Entity 7 in the lower bracket final.
Yeah, it is underdog versus underdog. One of these teams will be moving forward. And ladies and gentlemen, strap in, because we are not even halfway done with the night. We have a possible another best of 5. Like we said, both of these teams have gone the distance. They understand each other. They know each other. They know their picks. So look for a lot of back and forth from these guys.
Yes, for sure. On the side Infinity, we have Fanboy, who's always been different with his roam picks, right? So super fun to see him on the field. We never know what he's going to choose. He has so many out there choices, and a lot of the time the other team likes to ban out his chip, because his chip is a beast and a menace to deal with. And then on the other hand, we have Shaikiche here, who has been very great with the map awareness and just really great positioning, right? So just seeing these two teams kind of go at it, it's a treat for you guys.
Yeah, as we were talking about before we get back here on the broadcast, we were talking about like weapons from both teams here. Like while Dreammax has Shaikichi, for example, as a strong weapon, with the King, for example, and Blink, this Trinity, the strongest point from Dreammax. When it comes to Infinity here, like we like to say about Fanboy here, which brings some heroes sometimes out of the meta. ZZ in the jungler doing some solid performances, and even Zablox that we don't talk too much, but it's always brings some good positioning when it comes to team fights here. But now checking out the bans still on this first game here. So now Harley, it is the last ban here in the first phase coming out from Infinity, while Dreammax take out Freya. Okay, once again here, no Freya, at least at this point of the day so far when it comes to the both teams.
Yeah, we've still got options for Marcel, Sora out there. I think usually from these guys, I feel like they usually like to lock down marksmans early to try to get that security on them. No, they're going to go with the Marcel pickup. So leaving that open, and we're going to see what the answer is. I assume possibly the immediate Valentina pickup. Maybe you pick that up and, oh, well, you don't have the scariness of the Phobias out there. So yeah, I think a sure win for a Valentina pickup, and especially on a player like Shaikiche.
Yes, that would be a great pickup. These are solid bans for sure, starting out for them. There's so many options at this point for them to choose from. So many things out there that is a threat because the global bans have not taken effect yet. So gonna be great to see what choices they feel like is more priority here, right?
It's our showtime.
Oh, Claude here. Okay, and Valentina. Well said here by Private, that came from the future to tell us about like Dreammax's pick so far. But it comes to one of the responses here from Marcel on the other side. But whoa, Fredrin and no like Jabber Beatrix here coming out from Infinity. I like it so much.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
That,
two great picks here. We just saw how well that Marcel pairs into the Fredrin, because now you have a dual backup tank there that can help in case they have a kind of a snatch and grab type of composition coming out from Dreammax. Not just that, but Beatrix as well. Added to that, you're going to be able to use a Naburo's Passion. It'll all stack up at the edge of that golden hour, and especially when we've been seeing a lot of Beatrixes like to kind of get that anti-heal out there. So not only are you going to have the damage, but you're going to have this insane amount of anti-heal that just washes over the team that get caught into that golden hour as well. So we'll see how well this goes out there. And yeah, they're going to go with the Kalea, which we saw was successful against the Marcel in the last series. But like I just mentioned, there wasn't a tanky front line to help kind of with that as well. So if Fredrin gets in the way there, that might not be the target you're looking for on your side.
Yes, they're gonna go ahead. Well, yeah, you were saying that Kalea is a good match up against Marcel there, but Fredrin will get in the way, possibly. But they're gonna go ahead and ban out the Leo here, Eudora, and Zetian. Okay.
Wait,
Am I seeing right?
banning out Eudora here. Are they bringing a Fanny for?
Yeah, I was just about to say, is that gonna be a Fanny coming out?
Hero.
But okay, but I saw yesterday. It was yesterday or the day before yesterday. On MCT AMER North, they brought a Fanny, and the response was a Ruby. You know, and it worked really well on the match. You know, so maybe it's a possibility here.
A Ruby in the gold lane, which is an important stat. And dare I say that it was a best of 7, and that was the final, the fourth and final match where I feel like the Fanny was kind of a desperation play by the team. Here, possibly starting out, or maybe they're psyching us out. Maybe they're trying to say, hey, we're about to pick up Fanny. Try to counter that. And they don't even go with it.
Yeah,
that's true. That could be a strategic play here for sure. They went ahead and picked up Lapu Lapu here on the side of Dreammax to get that tankiness. Lapu Lapu has been very strong here in the tournament, so that is a great choice there for them. What are they going to choose here on the side of Infinity? They still need the EXP laner and their mage.
Yeah, but actually it's gonna be a mind gap here brought by Dreammax because as Private said, they banned Eldora, like trying to bait Fanny pick for somehow forcing Infinity to think about like some kind of response coming out, but they didn't buy the idea about like Dreammax bringing this Fanny. They brought Glue for XP lane and Kagura for a mid lane. It opens the possibility for Dreammax still bringing this Fanny for a King, but I don't think that King is going to pick Fanny here. I think that maybe a Suyur from this composition here. Yeah, like with a very dynamic mobility here when it comes to guarantee these objectives. I think that is a good way for Dreammax to finish this composition so far.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where we go. Suyo definitely a decent pickup here too. Kagura coming out there. Yeah, so a little bit of a bait out there coming from the side of Dreammax, but I don't really think there was too much of a bite coming out from the side of Infinity. I do like the combination here though, but like I said, I'm just a little questioning on whether Kalea is going to be able to get the target that she wants for them to be able to burst down, especially because we don't really have a lot of burst on our team either.
Yeah, when it comes to burst here, like both teams like are really surprising on that composition. When it comes to Dreammax here, we have to pay attention, especially on Goose performance. And Zeus, you know, like that we not saying that they are not good players, no, but when it comes to performance and synergy, I think that there are new players on Dreammax's lineup so far, so they have to be on the same page, so they have to guarantee this performance for Dreammax here to get this victory on the first game. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn, because this is the first game, Infinity versus Dreammax. It's a now or never for one of these teams. So let's go, Private.
Yeah, I feel like we've watched both of these teams go from the crawling stage to the walking stage to the running stage that they're at right now. And it feels like watching your kids compete in a tournament right now, since we've been able to watch both of these teams kind of grow. So it's going to be very heartbreaking for one and very exhilarating to watch one go forward. As we see, a lot of damage goes on the Rusi. Going to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Fanboy on the backside there too as well. Doesn't want to go in. Ooh, a little bit of a jump there onto two members. Is that going to be? Look at the damage going on to Lionel and ZZ already. Blink heading up the front there, trying to kind of keep that damage sustained for the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, and one thing that I didn't look out better here, like it's how Infinity is going to take this back line to try to neutralize Shaikichi, for example, because we know as well that Shaikichi with a very good positioning here, it's like a very solid mid game, is one of the pillars from Dreammax so far. So somehow Infinity has to find a way to neutralize this mid lane coming up from Dreammax to have a better chance to win this victory. Okay, almost 2 minutes here, like both teams are concerning to getting this farm to reach the level 4 as faster as they can, because the first turtle heading now, 3 seconds left on the downside of the river. Oh, in the mid lane. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of stuns going out there from the side of Infinity. That's going to allow a little bit of a slow play from Dreammax, and that's going to allow ZZ to kind of get around here so that he can get to the turtle in time before it's actually taken. Actually, no, he's not even going to go for it. So it looks like Dreammax might actually have themselves a little bit of a free turtle. You see Shaikichi coming at the bottom to spray some damage onto Fanboy. He's going to find himself a quick recall home. And nobody home from the side of Infinity to go ahead and contest this turtle. Rusi takes a lot of damage there. Blink overshot that flicker and the jump. Oh, looking for the tsunami slam, but does not find it.
Yeah, Hunger Games here from Dreammax trying to take down Rusi on the XP lane, but not successful here. But now, oh, Fanboy, okay, stacking here, suppressing Blink, but no follow-up, no like big surprise from Infinity this far.
Yeah, so we have a free turtle going over to the side of a Dreammax. That's going to be one thing too. You're getting the gold from the turtle, and you have that incredible farming ability that comes out of a Suyo as well. When you just stack up Suyo and a Fredrin, Suyo begins to outscale him very massively. He's got a great amount of mobility, a great amount of damage to be able to clear out a lot of these jungle camps as well. So I want to say, like, you want to be able to kind of staunch that gold bleeding that you're going to be suffering on the side of Infinity if you guys can kind of read that out.
Yeah, so we all kind of had such a little pause here from this first game when it comes to Infinity versus a Dreammax. As we saw here, the first total was for Dreammax easily, no fight back from Infinity, especially because Fredrin ZZ was in a purple buff during this first turtle, and plus Fanboy was like he was taking so much damage by Shaikichi. That's one of the situations that I was talking about. Like, they have to find a way to get into this back line to get to Shaikichi as faster as they can, because Shaikichi here is one of the pillars from Dreammax to not only to cause this damage, but to still handle that situation, to still avoid more problems for Dreammax. But now, first total heads for Dreammax so far.
Yeah, not just that, but there's also certain weaknesses on the side of Dreammax. I think when it comes to it, some of the newer members there, Goo has had a little bit of trouble in the XP lane, where we've seen if you can exert a decent amount of pressure into that XP lane, it can leave Dreammax open sometimes there. Here, I want to say the only issue for me is I feel like Marcel kind of locks down Fanboy into just a very stereotypical type of roam, where he really shines in a lot of these different types of roams that you can have out there. So let's go ahead and get back into it, ladies and gentlemen. A little pressure kind of mounting here at the mid lane as Shaikichi clears out her lane.
Yeah, especially now when it comes to the goalie here, no big deal for a Dreammax so far. Just like 300 for the Dragon Boys. Now Infinity like leading of 3 and 4 players on this top side here. Oops.
Yeah, Fanboy going in, looking for the root and freeze onto Zeus, who very wisely reads that out. He's going to use the BMI to get himself out of harm's way. Still 27 seconds left on this. Still a tie game, just narrowly starting to see that farm edge to the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, so here in the mid lane, they try to surprise Shaikichi, but it's Shaikichi, so it's not that easy to get on this mid lane here from Dreammax. But oops, here he comes, 3 players. Oh, Hunger Games. Oh!
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and charge at the bottom, but I don't feel like we have the burst potential to really take advantage of a Kalea. Ooh, we have a Yin overturn. Goes lands on the King, who's going to be able to use that flicker to get out of the way, but he's going to have to create some distance for himself on the backside. Blink has been latched onto, and Lionel's going to be able to find the kill there as well. Goo on the backside, looking to come in, and ZZ still able to secure the Lord with a retribution. Unfortunate for the side of Dreammax, who got zoned out after the kill onto Blink.
Yeah, they found a way. It is not to neutralize Shaikichi, but at least King to zoom out to the jungler for Dreammax and guarantee this first turtle. But it was like a really nice combo here when it comes to coming out from Lionel and Kagura and Fanboy here to stack this stun from Marcel. It was really, really good. Plus Rusi with the glue and the ultimate here, bringing Blink to get this first kill for Infinity.
Oh, look at the golden hour coming out, followed by the ultimate coming out from Zablotch, and that is going to be more than enough damage. Blink getting caught again on the side of a Dreammax. Fanboy comes in, finds a stun onto Zeus. Is that going to be some damage coming out from Zablotch? They do not find a kill there, though. But man, one thing I wanted to mention out, Blazing Duet on the backside, and you see that Fanboy going to have to use that flicker to get away.
Yeah, so both players here from Infinity with a low HP, but now Fanboy now forced to head back in the base. You know, from the Blink pick off here, like the situation was so bad for Blink that Shaikichi didn't move a finger on the mid lane. So no, I'm sorry, my friend. But I'm not trying to help you on this pick off here. But jokes aside, as we're seeing the damage dealt ranking so far, like Lionel in this Kagura and Zablocks are playing with Beatrix. Once again, we don't talk too much about the goal laner from Infinity, but he is a very solid one.
My big problem right now is as I'm looking at this composition, when Rusi goes and dives into the back line of Dreammax, they don't really have a lot of damage until Zeus comes online, is going to be able to kind of burst a lot of that down. Shaikichi is trying her best, but I mean, even as you looked at those damage charts, I want to say top two spots kind of belonging to Infinity, and they're very comfortable taking or getting position on this next Lord. You see King already zoned out back to the mid tower. He's going to have to rotate around, as this is going to be another turtle for the side of Infinity.
Fanboy here, but now here comes the cavalry from Infinity trying to defend the tower on the top side, and it is still standing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little minion that could, but unfortunately not able to take down that top tower. But I feel like that top tower, it's more than pretty much gone there. It's going to take less than an auto attack from anybody there. As you can see, them trying to plan in, now going in onto King, who's going to have to use that blade surge to get himself out of harm's way.
Yeah, but now on the top side here, like both teams are leading much more players, like 4 players here now. They're trying to get this info on the river. Blink playing just a little bit more aggressive, and Fanboy trying to get this info here for Infinity. Now the tower is gone. Like a one whistle over there was enough to take down this tower. It is the first one here for Dreammax on the Land of Dawn. 2 kills here, just a little bit more than 8 minutes. 2 turtles for Infinity, 1 for Dreammax. The next objective now is the first Lord, but now both teams are working and trying to get this info, dominate this map here so far to maybe pick off, maybe neutralize someone here to get this advantage.
Ooh, big Tsunami Slam comes out there, but it's going to be onto the Fredrin. Out comes the golden hour, and ZZ's going to be able to get away. Fanboy gets retribution, and it gets taken out as well. Zeus able to find a kill onto Lionel, and now ZZ in trouble. That is 3 players down for the side of Infinity.
3 players down in this team fight here in favor for a Dreammax. So it was a good one here, especially when King got in this back line, got in this flank, and giving a no chance for Infinity. 3 players now. The Lord is available. Tsunami Slam once again.
Oh, Rusi gonna use that flicker, but King still catches him, finishing the job. That's gonna be 4 kills in the last minute for the side of Dreammax. Now they're gonna go ahead and start on this Lord. Goo on the backside, trying to zone out Fanboy. Goes in, finds himself possibly a stun, does not. As you see another tower destroyed on the side of Dreammax. Now continuing on this Lord, slow playing it down to 50%. Fanboy and ZZ front runners here as Blink takes a pop-up from the Lord. Out comes an umbrella from Lionel. Tsunami slam comes out. Blink in trouble. Is that going to be enough? An IMU golden hour as well, and the Lord gets reset. Umbrella is out as Lionel finds a kill onto King, and it seems that the Lord gets picked up by ZZ of Infinity.
That's exactly what we're talking about when it comes to these two teams here. Oh,
yeah, you see that Goo actually went in looking against 5 members. He has a little bit of power and defense on his side, but gets taken underneath a tower and will not last long. Lionel gonna pick up the kill there.
Yeah, Goo was taken down here, but he bought time enough to get 1 player down and help Dreammax to take down the tower on the mid lane here, while the Lord is heading on the bottom lane here in Infinity's favor so far. This game, it is so far to be the end for both teams. As we see now the items so far, Malefic Gun as the first item here for Zablox, plus the Blade of Despair. 20 core items are ready for Claude at this point of the game here.
Man, this is something that we've seen before from a Beatrix when it comes to an early BOD. That means that when the damage comes out, especially if it's going to be if it's going to be that the machine gun ultimate that's going to come out after the golden hour, it's going to be able to just basically wash through a Dreammax here. Right now, I mean, 31 to 31k, so it's very much tied, but the macro going over to the side of Infinity as they have themselves a good amount of wiggle room here in this first game in this best of 5 against Dreammax.
Yeah, so meanwhile, we're seeing the damage there ranking once again. Lionel leading with the Kagura here, but now the top side, Dreammax able to defend the tower number 2. Yeah, leading all the 5 players to defend on the top side here. But now Infinity trying to work on the mid lane and leading Rusi to clean the minion wave, heading down on the bottom lane. As you said, Private, the goal leader here, like even tied up for both teams when it comes to a map. We can say that's just a little bit for Infinity, but not too far. And now we're getting Holy Crystal for Lionel and this Kagura with a 4-1-0. It is time for Dreammax to think about like Athens for like this burst of damage when it comes to Lionel, or maybe Radiant Armor.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say too, Lionel's been doing such a great job at some of these objectives. Ooh, big jump up, but gets caught up there. Golden hour is out as well. Goo might be in trouble there with the damage coming down. Blazing Duet into the back line. Goo finds a kill onto Fanboy. Lionel able to return the favor to Blink. King able to take down Zabloch as Shakiche finds a kill onto Lionel. ZZ answer back to Goo. It's just King and Shakiche trying to find this off, and Rusi trying to fight alone against the 2 members of a Dreammax. Is he going to be able to find himself a disengagement? He's well on the backside of enemy territory now underneath a tower as King finds himself a kill onto Rusi.
It was like a close call here for a King. He was clever enough to get on the tower here to get this aggro to eliminate Rusi. But once again, a close fight here for both teams. Dreammax with just a little bit of advantage. Now the Lord already on the page on the top side of the river with both junglers alive. Both teams are heading for this objective here. Plus, with almost 14 minutes on this game, here we go.
Yeah, I want to say when it comes to these objectives, they need to watch out for Lionel, who's been surgical when it comes to getting these umbrellas, hitting up King. Ooh, we do have going well into the back line. Zabloch immediately bursts down Blink, who maybe went a little bit too early. ZZ on the backside. Goo trying to be defending them off. A Fanboy's gonna have to find himself an escape. Golden hour is out as well for these teams. Zabloch with a blazing duet trying to burst on the heroes. Gets bursted down down himself, buys a blotch, and Zeus down for the count. Goo trying to fight off 2 members, Shakitse and King. 3 members here now going to be able to possibly take down Rusi. Waiting, being patient. Rusi tries to find the disengagement and is actually going to be able to find the comfort of his tier 2 tower to escape from Dreammax.
A clutchable player here. Rusi versus 3. Oh, here it comes, the Lord.
Oh yeah, Goo goes in with the bravest fighter form, trying to keep away the Infinity Jungler. King able to go ahead and find a kill onto Rusi. King finding himself a double. That's going to be a complete team wipeout for the side of Infinity. Fanboy is up now, but I don't think he wants any part of this team at the Lord currently.
A bloody first game here with so many team fights, so many kills when it comes to both teams. But now another Lord, and this time we head for Dreammax. Once again, a build here. Oh, we got like more than 3k, almost 4k on the goal lead in the jungle for King. My goodness, already full build here with Malefic, Roar, War Axe, Skypiece, Hunter Strike. My goodness. When it comes to the goal lead here, in general, almost 4k for Dreammax, and the Lord is heading on the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's going to go ahead and push at the bottom. That's only high grounds left for the side of Infinity, as Dreammax are looking to kind of continue this push here. Taking a look at some of the scores, King sitting at 7-1 right now, doing a great job, and probably has a ton of stacks on that Sky Piercer as well. A little bit slower to the punch here. Shakitse is down to about 2-0-8 right now. Hasn't really had great opportunities when it comes to getting a lot of damage. Has been great when it comes to some of the assists as well. Big pressure being mounted onto all of these towers. Ooh, and at the bottom, Zeus gonna go ahead and get away with that battle mirror image.
Yeah, once again here, like we're talking about Shakitse's performance, no death so far for Dreammax mid lane, and now the Dragon Boys like leading this pressure once again. Only the high ground towers here, like the mid lane and the bottom lane with much damage, very injured here, the towers. And now Infinity like playing more like safely here, not to being surprised by the enemy, while the Lord like, okay, it's been just a little bit while for the Lord appear once again on the downside of the river. Meanwhile, Infinity is trying to farm what they can on the map, but still, it's not a good situation for Infinity so far.
Yeah, I just saw an Athena shield picked up by ZZ. I guess sensing that Shakitse is probably the biggest threat to spraying on a ton of that damage. So I feel like we're really kind of leaning on the damage coming out from Goo and King. Zeus should be online by now. Probably has that Demon Hunter. Yeah, he has the Demon Hunter. He's a full build, actually. He's even got the Malefic gun out as well. Maybe the last bit, he's going to probably exchange some of those boots for another defensive item out there. But they should have more than enough to be able to kind of tear into this Fredrin once these teams fights start again. It's just going to be, like I said before, Lionel has been great when it comes to getting these umbrellas, landing on the King and getting that yin yang overturn. Fanboy goes in, but King immediately with the dash to look for that disengage.
Yeah, and we saw like Fanboy guaranteed Athens on his build so far. Lord already on the pitch in the downside of the river once again. This Lord is like heading with like 100k or something. No, 56k of HP here. It's a very tanky one, but now immediately started by Infinity, and we are going to see Dreammax. Oh, look at Blink and Shakitse trying to flank.
Yeah. Looking for that flank too. That's really interesting. Now the rest of Dreammax trying to slow play at this Lord, make them think that they're all right there. Fanboy does see the flank coming in from the 2 members of Dreammax. Are they going to be able to turn around onto Infinity? Goo taking a lot of damage, is going to have to find a disengage. Trying to latch onto Lionel, misses the stun. Is that going to be enough? Out comes the golden hour, and Blink very low. Now looking for another engagement. Goo going to be having to to get away from this team. As Zeus finds a kill onto Lionel. Great blazing duet coming from him. Shaikiche finds a kill onto Fanboy. 2 down from the side of Infinity, as on the backside, King finds a kill onto Rusi. That's only going to be 2 left for the side of Infinity. Dreammax possibly looking to close out this game early. Don't even want to go for the Lord. Want to put the pressure as much as they can on to this bottom high ground tower. It's just ZZ and Zablotch alone to defend. Look at the clear coming out from Zablotch, and Goo gets taken out by Zablotch, and this might be turning around for the side of Dreammax. And you have to wonder, should they have gone for the Lord? Do they still have enough time for this Lord?
But now Dreammax, then all of a sudden they decide to head back. They decide to get this Lord here to get things safer and easier for them, because they lost Goo in this process. Okay, they opened the base from Infinity, but still they have to take care, because Infinity is a really strong team. As we're seeing out the damage dealt ranking so far, Shaikichi is now the leader, followed by Zeus here on Claude. And there's one thing that I would like to talk about this game. Even though we're seeing King and Shaikichi like playing so well with an astonishing performance, for me, at least in my opinion, the game changing was the blazing duet coming out from Zeus and the most part of the team fights. But now here comes.
Yeah, conceal play has been activated for Dreammax. You can see Infinity trying to stand the wall here, as we do have a little bit of freeze that lands on to the enemy team. Lauren swinging away, as the rest of the team gonna go ahead and focus up at the top. Tsunami Slam, Fanboy goes down. He does have a golden hour out there as well. Down goes the Lord. Lionel able to find a kill on to Zeus. ZZ with an Appraiser's Wrath. I believe that was just to take out the minions. Rusi with an Immortality. Evil Queller goes out there. King, you're gonna have to use that blade surge to get himself out of harm's way. Almost got taken out there. 11-19 here in favor of Dreammax, and they're still standing at the wall wondering, do they go in? Do they try to get this last bit of HP off of this core? Infinity trying to has themselves a very strong defense here. King on the backside goes in. Tsunami Slam. Down goes the blotch. That's going to be a lot of damage. It's just Rusi and ZZ alone to try to defend this core. Now Shaikichi on the backside. This, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be game 1 going to Dreammax.
Yeah, the Dragon Boys here to start this match with the 1-0 here so far, Zena.
All right, the early was looking in favor of Infinity here, but Dreammax took control and dominated the field there, and to the point where they put so much pressure on to Infinity up to the inhibitors, and there was no coming back from that. And they went ahead and took that first game.
I want to say something that I had noticed too is I had talked about Lionel in the first 2 objectives, had a great job kind of hanging around into that pit, the turtle pit, and immediately getting those umbrellas and the yin yang overturns on to King. What ended up changing there is I feel like somebody probably like Goo, we need you to like isolate her out. And while he wasn't getting these great scores, and he was basically chasing her into the enemy line, he was doing his job. He was getting after her, getting after Lionel, who had to disengage way into enemy territory. Goo would end up going down, but he was chasing away the main source of frustration for the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, so here checking out the stats from this first game, 21 minutes here. It's a little long game here from 2 teams, and plus this Leonel situation here with Kagura and Goo now neutralizing all this burst coming out from this mid lane. That is different. For example, when it comes to Kimi with a very like fast DPS, or that Farso, for example, Kagura depends so much on this umbrella and this burst when it comes to magical damage. But now Goo here like leading this situation, neutralizing not only a Goo here, but as I was saying during the game, for me like Zeus, okay, the KDA here would not be the best one, could not be the best, but for me some team fights with the things like we're getting tired for both teams, that we didn't know which team was gonna win the team fight. When Zeus coming up with the blazing duet, like being a game change to cause this damage, to not zoning the players from Infinity, but also to lead the Dreammax to get those kills for them. So here we're seeing here in the highlights, ZZ, okay, another kill for a Dreammax. And for me, like Zeus had an important role here on this first game so far.
Yeah, I mean, you were seeing a lot of those fights. A great job by them once they kind of figured out the game plan of being able to kind of shut down Lionel. You see there, even there, able to find the kill onto King, which was the main source of heartache for the side of Dreammax. Zeus did a great job being able to kind of, I feel like that's what the goo was going in, trying to chase out Lionel, and then from the backside, Zeus would be able to get back there with the blazing duet and catch them on the back to really be able to dish out a ton of that damage.
Yeah, and plus here, like Dreammax having this resilience to, like, even in a chaotic game, when it comes to these both teams here, like always like Shaikichi with a very good positioning on the team fights here, and with a very strong Lapu Lapu. Dreammax, they were not like taking too many risks here to finish this game. So they lost one player when they're trying to get in the base. So okay, so we head back and secure the Lord. On the second one, okay, so we have to wait Blink here to get this ultimate and to execute with the Tsunami Slam. So they had the things setting up here for Dreammax to finish this first game, and they did very well, at least to get this confidence by far.
Yeah, great job by Dreammax to find themselves this first victory, and it started with a great front line there. Shaikichi didn't really get a lot of the kills, but the suppressive fire that she was able to dish out was a huge amount. You saw as we went on to the later game, Shaikichi was at the top of the damage charts, absolutely just blowing away Infinity as kind of helping to guide them to this first victory for them.
Yes, for sure. But now we're gonna highlight our superstar of the match. Our MVP is Shaikichi. Yeah. Even though she didn't get most of the kills, she did have massive assists there. 3-0-13 KDA, 99.4k total damage, 605 gold per minute. She was making sure that she was in a lot of those team fights, and that had made a difference.
The queen of MVP is on MCT AMER South here with almost 100k of total damage. It's Shaikichi and Valentina here. No deaths, immortal, at least on this first game, as we were talking about that before this match starts. Shaikichi is one of the pillars from Dreammax here to get this brilliant performance with the whole team to secure the victory and maybe get to the finals of MCT AMER South, especially with Valentina here, not only with the dashes and with the backup of ability here to copy the ultimates to bring the most damage here when it comes to this team fight. So it helped a lot the Dreammax to coming out from some situations, and it was like really good for the Dragon Boys here. So Shaikichi, well deserved MVP so far.
Yeah, you can't catch her. You can't kill her. Most you can hope to do is contain her. And here you saw through a lot of those fights, just a great positioning, being able to kind of spray on a lot of that damage with the Valentina. And I think somebody pointed out earlier, when it comes to these drafts, there needs to possibly be an answer for Shaikichi. Even if it's not like a hero like a Zushin, there needs to be something to be able to kind of get to that back line to be able to shut her down.
Yes, we noticed that people have to focus her to kind of get more of the upper hand in these wins, because she does shine a lot for the team, as well as King. He does an amazing job on that in the jungle as well. Blink is a great supporter for sure. I mean, they're a well-rounded team, and that whole match I saw like all of their scores, and they all did it like wonderfully in their role there. So yeah, but Shaikichi for sure is hard to catch, and if you focus her, I think that would be like the best strategy to win over Dreammax.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to the Dreammax performance as a team, as well as we were talking about, like this Trinity, Shaikichi, King, and Blink, bringing Goo and Zeus on the same page, at least Dreammax to a high level here of this competition. You know, if Dreammax are trying to, because we're talking about the two rookies, Goo and Zeus, they're a very good one, but they have to get this trust from the other players, from the rest of the teammates here, to guarantee these points and victories for Dreammax. It is working so well because for the last time that the Dreammax faced Infinity, it was a 3-2, was a 5 games, like very tied up, and this first game was not so easy for Dreammax, but still it was a good victory, enough to get Dreammax the confidence that they need.
I mean, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. When it comes to this matchup, I'm kind of wondering where we go from here. Now that we don't have the Marcel to really that I feel like is like one of those, you need to go ahead and pick that up. I feel like here you have the ability and the opportunity to really kind of expand and spread the wings of Fanboy. Not just that, but like I've said before, you need to be able to build your draft around some of those picks as well. I feel like there's some obvious choices that come out from Fanboy that he's been good on, that he's been well on, but it takes the village effort of that team to be able to kind of make some of that stuff work and really kind of turn the tables on Dreammax. We've talked about it before. You've talked about Zeus being a little bit new, Goo as well being new. It's taking I want to say a little bit of time to really kind of hone in on what his objective was for that match. So what we've noticed before, once the ball kind of gets rolling, that's when it becomes a lot easier for Dreammax. Once Goo understands where he should be doing, where he should be, once you get him on something comfortable, I feel like Dreammax has much easier games. Same thing for Infinity when it comes to getting those off roams, but you have the drafts to support some of those roams as well. Here, we're going to start things off with the chip ban and the Zeus. And I was going to say, I was a little worried that we had kind of just thrown chip to the wayside, especially Fanboy's chip to the wayside, but still a priority for Dreammax here.
Yes, they're taking away a roamer that he's good on, and now they're making sure. I guess it's because they had like a whole bunch of roams open and other meta heroes that they didn't prioritize chip during that last round. So they're making sure that this time they're going ahead and banning out the Boxia Uranus. So maybe they're somehow planning to pick up Harley, but there's Freya ban and Zushin as well.
Yeah, so I believe it's gonna Infinity is gonna ban full views here at the first phase of banning here, letting Dreammax with I don't know, like I don't know if King is gonna be comfortable playing with Harley. He played with Harley before, but maybe, you know, it's not like a King style. He likes assassins one like this. With this damage, like the solid damage, Harley has this damage, you know, but he is more like okay, so now it opens for views here for Dreammax. But once again, like for King, Harley has the teleportation situation, like this mobility one, but when it comes to like this damage, this continuous damage, you know, he needs this cooldown from these kills, you know, like to get in and get out. So maybe for a King, he knows how to play it, but maybe he's not comfortable. But let's forget about that, because Dreammax this year first choice is on Harriet.
Well, I want to say Uranus has also been a counter for Fredrin as well. Here, starting off with the Harith, maybe looking more for a bursty composition on the side of Dreammax, something heavier. I know I've seen people talking about banning out Shaikiche, which is, I know on paper, a lot of people think that makes sense, but bro, I mean, we've seen her play what Eudora and Gord. Like to success. It's like you dare. I feel like these meta picks are the only thing that's protecting us from like a Shaikiche Nana that would walk all over Infinity out of nowhere. Here, I want to say Infinity very wisely going to go ahead and pick up the Phoveus and the Claude coming out, which is very interesting. Why because you pick up the Harith knowing that the Phoveus is out there and can be used to potentially counter you. So obviously Dreammax has something in store or in hand that they feel like they're going to be able to be very successful with here. My main concern, as I've talked about before, securing some good pick for Goo so that he can have a comfortable game. I feel like that's gonna have your team be as successful as it needs to be. A little bit of a late composition coming. A little bit of a late composition coming out from the side of Infinity, and Marcel and Leomord picked up for the side of Dreammax.
They're gonna go ahead and pick up that Leo and Marcel. Those are solid picks for sure. I don't even know what to say about that. Marcel, yeah, for sure, he's good. He can help with the golden hour. Does that stop Phoveus from his movements to kind of help him stop getting Harith?
The immortal one chose me to vanquish the shadows that plague this world.
Yeah, let's see what is Blink, how is Blink is gonna play with Marcel, because Blink, as we know, he's a very aggressive one. As we were saying, like he playing with Kali, I think that he died 5 or 6 times, you know. So with Marcel, it's not the same thing, so he has to be like more resilient and patient. And when it comes to this execution from Dreammax, but now we're seeing Suyo here for ZZ, a very good one with very jungler which likes to get in these assassins, for example, and having this early mid game very solid one to Infinity. But now seeing Glue as the 4th banning for Infinity, assuming that the Dreammax is going to work with some kind of a wombo combo execution when it comes to Marcel. Valentina, it is the 4th ban for Dreammax, but no, Infinity banning Alice here in the XP lane. Very interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this draft, I'm trying to consider like what we do, what the threats are, what are we pairing with Marcel to kind of make use of this roam, and then on the other side, what are we going to do against the Phoveus? I feel like the best thing is like usually CC, continuous CC to be able to hold him down so that you guys can do a decent amount of damage onto him to try to burst him down. So I'm wondering if we have any. Yeah, a big, like we said, respect paid there to Fanboy. 2 of these bans coming out against some of his picks, but he's going to go ahead, scoop up Hylos immediately for the side of Infinity.
Yeah, I'm thinking then they might pull out that Eve like right there, trying to get Eve on that side, can help with the Hylos like you usually say here. They do well paired together. Here they still need a mage as well as their EXP for Dreammax, and Infinity still needing that mage as well, so see if they get it.
Yeah, especially now because Dreammax has to like think about like what mage are they gonna bring for Shaikichi, because we have Phoveus on Infinity's side here, like which is easier to get in this backline, which is easier using the demonic force there to try and somehow neutralize Shaikichi. Yeah, so she brings here a Kimi, a very mobile one, so it's not going to be a very easy as well, especially when Infinity Infinity brings this Hylos with the glorious path here, with like to buff all the rest of the compositions to trying to chase down these players from a Dreammax. So that was a good choice here from Shaikichi.
Yeah, I feel like that's a great like anti-engage type of mage pickup there. I was a little worried because I feel like I was like, usually Shaikichi shines on those mobile heroes so that she can kind of stay out of the way, and with the Phoveus out there, it really kind of hunkers down on a lot of those dashy type heroes. But here, especially with the glorious pathway, Kimmy does a great job of really disengaging from a lot and being able to kite from a lot of those compositions.
Yeah, so both compositions here are finished. Dreammax leading with the CC, Leomord, Kimi, Harriet, and Marcel, while Infinity brings the Phoveus, Suyo, Lunox on Lionel's hands here. Zablox with the Claude and Fanboy with Hylos. It's going to be very exciting to see what is going to happen in this second game. But now, taking the time and taking this opportunity to say hello once again to the people on the chat. Hello to the Gold Magic, hello to the GM Hunter, Lin Dayek, hello to Pinoy once again, Shinigami, Evander. Thank you so much for your audience, guys. Don't forget to send the like, don't forget to share the live and call your friends to watch this insane match. Infinity versus Dreammax. It is 1-0 for Dreammax so far, but here, welcome to the Land of Dawn, and get ready for more action on the second game here, Private.
Yeah, already Shaikichi kind of bursting in through the mid lane. Gonna go ahead and cover Blink while they go ahead and try to get some damage on to this jungle buff. Fanboy there right up in the front. You see a little bit Blink trying to find that stun out there as well. Fanboy, a little bit of trouble there, is gonna have to use that revitalize to get away.
Fanboy with the cold blood here situation once again versus Shaikichi, but he is able to get alive. He's able to not to get in the base. He was trying to like help on the purple buff. Meanwhile, Dreammax is leading 4 players on the top side to trying to surprise Rusi, but now they're moving away. 40 seconds left to the first turtle.
Yeah, as we go on, there's about 34 seconds left for the turtle there. Oh, King takes a little bit. Oh, look at the combination coming out from a Dreammax. Actually burst Infinity very low, and Fanboy no longer has that revitalize yet.
What is Shaikichi made of? She was like really alone versus 2 players. Oh, no, okay. Okay, she was really alone versus 2 players, and she didn't care. She was like only hitting with the basic attack.
Well, yeah, because I feel, well, first of all, just Kimmy, Shaikichi, I feel like is pretty much a pro on Kimmy. It's probably one of her favorite heroes. It's the one that she's played the most and had the most success on, at least here in AMER South. But also with Kimmy, you have that disengage tool. So if things do get a little bit hairy, she's going to be able to kite there back as well. Fanboy getting some information on Dreammax, who is looking to take this Lord without much contention, and out comes the Phantom Steed and a stun to zone out Fanboy, and King gonna scoop himself up the first turtle of the game.
Oh, in the bottom lane. Oh, Zeus here almost taken down by Lionel, but now he's able to survive. He's still standing in the goal lane, in the bottom lane, but now Fanboy here, Lionel, it's a 2v2 situation on the top side. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, damage coming out of there for them as well. Zombie Force has been laid down at the bottom. Zablotch is going to go back to his tower, as Zeus going to need to catch a quick recall back to base.
Yeah, so much trouble coming from everywhere here in the Land of Dawn for Infinity. But now the purple buff can be another party when it comes to both teams. Blink, Shaikichi, and King. Here we go.
Oh yeah, you see the Phantom Steed coming out there. Golden Hour is out. Are they going to be able to catch anybody though? I wonder, were they able? Yeah, they were able to. No, they weren't able to steal away that purple buff. I was actually trying to see, but it looks like ZZ was able to secure it even in the fray there. So a Golden Hour is down, and they were not able to capture the enemy's buff.
Yeah, meanwhile, Gu was taking so much damage and so much pressure on the top side here in the gold lane, so he is forced to get back in the base. But now both teams once again like leading to the next turtle. Okay, 35 seconds remaining. Not now. I'm sorry, but Fanboy here versus two players from Dreammax. Both teams like are very cautious at this early game. No kills, only one turtle for Dreammax so far.
Yeah, I want to say very respectful of both of these teams. They have a very big respect for the damage that can come out. They're not trying to get caught. They're playing very safe. They're clearing out bushes before they go in. Blink doing a good job of making sure like the road is clear. Out comes the Phantom Steed. Brucey taking a heap of damage there on the backside. Fanboy laying down the laying down the glorious pathway. Shaikiche finds a kill onto Rusi. Lionel in trouble. He's gonna have to use that brilliance to negate a lot of the damage, and that's going to be the second turtle for the side of Dreammax.
Dude, this is so magical here when it comes to Shaikichi once again, because we were talking about like, okay, Rusi with Fovius trying to like get in this back line to neutralize Shaikichi, but she gets the first kill here versus Rusi, getting this advantage for Dreammax to secure the second total for the Dragon Boys.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job here, and especially it not costing as much. I've talked before about, oh, actually now Rusi in trouble here, getting ganked by 3 members here. He's gonna have to use that demonic force, but it does not save him from Shaikiche, who now has 2 kills. The 2 kills of their team. Gu going in, gonna take a little bit of damage from that tower as they dive under there against Lionel.
Did you see that Shaikichi's recall effect? It is something like a green bird. That's something new. I've never seen that before. But now on the river, oops.
Ooh, ZZ might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's gonna have to use that blade surge to get away. Chased by King on the backside, gets taken out. Zablot's gonna use that blazing duet. Might be in a little bit of trouble. King on the backside does not find the damage. He actually might be in a little bit of trouble here underneath the tower, taking some shots from it as the rest of Dreammax looking for the disengagement. So far, killless on the side of Infinity as Dreammax mount themselves 3 kills for themselves. Brilliance used by Lionel to get away from Gu at the top lane.
My goodness, Gu here now with an astonishing performance so far with the CC bringing out Lionel to get back in the face once again. Now doing just a little bit of proxy on after the first tower, but oh, here it comes.
Yeah, not even able to lay down the glorious pathway. It's not enough to save him. Even all of that healing. King able to come back with the kill to start off this next and final turtle for the side of Dreammax. 4 kills unanswered by the side of Infinity.
Yeah, 2 kills for King too. Oh, they don't stop here.
Yeah, they were able to steal that purple buff away. Meanwhile, a fight up at the top. Guko laying down yo-yos in the face of Arusi. Meanwhile, down goes Lionel here. 5-0 for Dreammax as they mount the pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, so things are working so well for Dreammax so far. 5 kills for them. The tower #1 on the mid lane, and now leading 3 players on the bottom lane here. Hunger Games probably, but it's a 3v2. Here we go.
Oh, they bait out ZZ, who gets caught, stunned, and Shaikiche finds herself another kill. 4 so far for this game at the 7:30-minute mark.
Surprise! You were baited! 1 more kill here for Dreammax, and they don't stop!
Oh, yeah, they're going to keep on going in there. A lot of damage coming out. Zablata in trouble there. Shaikiche around. A Fanboy still laying on that suppressive fire on the front, but both members of the side of Dreammax going to find themselves a recall, or at least Zeus going to go ahead and find himself a recall before returning to the top lane.
Yeah, and I believe now that they are like just a little taking a rest so far for the first Lord, but meanwhile 1 more tower taken down by Dreammax. Radiant armor and golden staff now for Zablox to oops, blazing duet.
Tried to catch Shaikiche. Man, that is a lot harder. It's a lot easier on paper to go ahead and try to close the distance on Shaikiche, who's able to use that flicker to get away. Now, Glorious Pathway has been laid down. Rusi able to find a kill onto Blink. Rusi taken down by King. The rest of Dreammax trying to lay on the damage, but ZZ finds himself a double. Now, Dreammax in trouble. Goo looking for the disengagement as ZZ chases him down, but Shaikiche right back with some of that suppressive fire. Gonna use, a great disengagement. Still finds the kill onto Lionel, but 4 of her comrades have been taken out.
4 players down for Dreammax. The whole advantage that they built so far, it's ended up by one team fight. Okay, the goal lead is still leads for Dreammax, but the Lord goes for Infinity. They took down the tower number 1 in the mid lane here in the process, but now the target can be on the top side, but now Dreammax are leading the players to defend that tower. Private, Dreammax were like with a very aggressive early game. We're seeing the items here so far. Demon Hunter, Golden Staff here for Claude. While we hear like King with a War Axe so far in Brute Space. But now Infinity is back in the game after like a not very clever team fight by Dreammax.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. King gonna go in, does have that Phantom Stave. Fanboy immediately lays down the golden path, the glorious path. And look at the damage. He's alone against the whole team of Infinity. Looks to disengage. Meanwhile, Lord and Zablotch at the mid lane. Dreammax are gonna need to answer this. I've seen this before. This was kind of usually in the early stages of the playoffs where Dreammax were so focused on fighting that they allowed Lord to take a bunch of towers, to kind of roam around freely, and that's I feel like hopefully we're not seeing a resurgence of that type of mindset when it comes to a lot of these fights, because that could lead and spell doom. Rusi in trouble, gets backed up, gonna use that demonic force. Zaman force has been laid down on the ground. Rusi might not be long for this world, still slamming down. Zeus finds the kill, but Zablotch comes in with that blazing duet. Look at how much damage he took though. Lionel able to return the favor to King and find the kill onto Dreammax's jungler, 1 for 1 apiece.
Yeah, and it comes here not a very good situation for Dreammax, because we are talking about Infinity's composition with Lunox, with the Zablocks and Rusi, a very like strong in a late game situation. So the clock is ticking for a Dreammax. Okay, they have Zeus on Harriet, they have Shaikichi with the Kimi, and Gu with the CC, but still Infinity's composition has like just a little bit of a scale up for a late game, so Dreammax has to take care about it.
Yeah, we already saw that kind of scaling starting to come in as Lionel is able to kind of get that burst with the darkening to really shred down King, who wasn't expecting it. That's what kind of led to kind of a flipping of the fight there. So right now, I mean, Dreammax looking to kind of recenter on the map, as you see kind of a focus at the bottom. Macro firmly on the side of Infinity, despite the gold discrepancy coming out of this game. I mean, a very firm game by them. Ooh, Blink goes in, finds a little bit of a stun on the 2 members of Infinity. Does allow some time for this orange buff to be picked up by Dreammax.
Yeah, so here like after 12 minutes, 10 kills for Dreammax versus only 5 for Infinity, but the map here is even way tied up for both teams. The first, like one more Lord actually on the game here so far. Immediately started by Infinity, but here we go.
Yeah, they're going to try to chase down. The Brilliance comes out there. We do have a golden hour. Lionel gets trapped there, but on the backside, Zaman forces to lay down. Shaikichi finds a kill onto Rusi, but a blazing duet onto the back line as Zablotch looking for the disengagement is going to be taken out by Shaikichi. Double kill for the mid lane of a Dreammax. 8-0-1.
Oh man, Shaikichi. What can we say more about Shaikichi? Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, comes in with the Phantom Steed. ZZ in trouble. Shaikichi with another kill. And that's going to open up this next Lord for the side of Dreammax.
Shaikichi once again here getting one more kill and securing the Lord for Dreammax. When the things get tough, you can call Shaikichi to solve your problems.
Oh yeah, I mean, she slices, she dices, she does your homework for you. The amount of range that she has on all of these mages here, especially on this Kimmy, is just an answer has been such a huge answer for Dreammax when it comes to a lot of these compositions. You're taking a look at some of these items here too, as well. She's already full build, already has the Wind Talker as well, and has the Sky Piercer, which is usually that early item that I don't usually like to see on mages, but with the Shaikiche, who always has such a great job, I mean, 9-0-1, you know she has a ton of stacks. Ooh, up at the top lane, you could see ZZ getting chased down by King. Is that going to be enough? Oh my God, we're just going to focus on the tower there? Is that a fight up there? Are we going to look at it? No? Okay, that's cool too. And King gonna get taken out by Lionel, returned up at the top. Meanwhile, here at the mid lane, Lord clashing there, Blink in a little bit of trouble. Blazing Duet is out as well. Goo takes the brunt of the force, does have the Vengeance out, so it did put a lot of damage onto Zabloch as the rest of Dreammax looking for the disengage.
Yeah, so now Dreammax read that situation. Without King here, they're not able to respond to this team fight, so they decide to head back and get safer. But once again, King like being getting killed on the top side. I think that is not it was not on Dreammax's plan here to get more advantage by using this Lord. But here, 15 minutes on the second game, the game is even like tied up for both teams. It's a coin flip here. It's not like we don't have a winner from this for the second game so far. Private.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. I mean, right now 9-0-1 for Shaikiche. Blink doing a great job too. 0-1-10 has been doing a great job disengaging. Ooh, speaking of which, as I say that, he gets grouped up on by like 4 people there. I was about to say a little bit of a cast curse there, but yeah, still doing a great job for his team, going in, getting a lot of those stuns. A great amount of these golden hours been placed down there to help Dreammax reposition on the map and be able to kind of find a lot of those weak spots here. What we're seeing is ZZ trying to get the split push there, but it's being read out by King, who's getting onto some of those separate lanes as well to make sure to kind of keep those lanes matched up as much as ZZ is trying his best to try to get out there, push them, and then get back here for some of that macro. Now looking for another fight is the side of Dreammax. Oh, waiting. Ooh, a little bit of trouble here for Fanboy. He might have crossed into the wrong bush. Enforcement been laid down. Out comes the Blazing Duet, and the Golden Hour is out as well. Fanboy taking a lot of damage and gets away. King putting the damage onto Rusi, who's gonna have to find that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. That is 2 members of Infinity who are gonna have to go and find the recall back home. Is this the opportunity that Dreammax was looking for to possibly pick up this Lord on the backside? Lionel gets baited into a fight with King, but Zeus was right there in the bush waiting for his opportunity.
Yeah, so now Infinity tastes just a little bit of their own poison when they got down King on the top side just a few minutes before. But now the Lord here started by Dreammax. They have ZZ, the jungler, with the retribution on, so they have to take care about like this pick-off situation here when it comes to Dreammax. But now the Lord once again is started. Here we go.
Oh yeah, Phantom Seed is out and followed by the Golden Hour. We do have the Glorious Pathway laid down. King immediately bursts down Rusi, and that's gonna be a free Lord for the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, and another Lord here now for Dreammax. So, okay, now it is the time to not to get lost on the side here to get surprised by Infinity. So they now decided to wait. Maybe they are waiting for the next Lord, like freezing these minion waves to deny farm for Infinity, and trying to synchronize these waves now on the 3 sides. So I think that this is what is going to happen now. Shaikichi is heading back on the base. No, she changed her mind. Oh, Goo!
Goo. Almost checked the wrong bush there. Is going to find the disengagement. Meanwhile, Infinity need to brace up as the Lord going ahead and crossing through to the mid lane. At the bottom, ZZ trying his best to kind of get the split push in while his team looking for the defense. Golden Hour is out on to the mid-high ground tower. Shakiche finds a kill onto Zabloch. Brilliance is out for Lionel as the Lord swings away at the core. Now just the top and bottom high ground tower left for the side of Infinity. And looks like Dreammax still wants a couple of pieces here of these high ground towers. Zeus goes in. You can see the damage coming out. Goo on the front end as well. They're bursting it down. Zama's force laid down. Out comes the Phantom Steed that's going to clear out the rest of these minions as well. King almost found himself trapped against the wall there. Brilliance coming out for Lionel there. And 4 members of Infinity only have one more high ground tower left. The whole of Dreammax. Down comes the glorious pathway. Might be a little bit of trouble there for Goo on the back end as well. Zaman Force laid down onto the ground. Are they going to be able to put the pressure onto this high ground tower? Blazing Duet deep onto the back line, but Shakiche dusts him into the nowhere like he wasn't even there. As soon as the Blazing Duet started, immediately gets tossed into the dirt.
Shakiche, please teach me, because I don't believe that turbo kill on the last team fighter. Here comes Dreammax.
Yeah, Brilliance is out there. Fanboy on the front end trying to block this. Blink goes down at the hands of ZZ. Now Zaman Force laid down. Zeus finds a kill. Shakiche finds another one on the Fanboy. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be game 2 for the side of Dreammax.
Dreammax here with another brilliant performance, is guaranteed 2-0 so far in this match, Zina.
What a dominating match there for Dreammax. They were conquering the beginning of the game, but like you said, they kind of started to focus too much on the kills, and so they were losing momentum. But Shakiche brought that back around. If she does not get MVP, I'm just saying.
I mean, I've said it before, Shakiche probably one of the best mages, maybe not probably, is one of the best mages, not female mid laners, but best mid laner in the South right now. It's pretty much unmatched to what she brings to a lot of these teams. Here you can see 13, 0, and 3. Shoulders have to be weary. She's got the strongest shoulders in the game, which I feel like might take away a little bit. King has done a great job here as well. 4, 3, and 12 on the Leomord. Did a great job of kind of honing in. You would have a blink go in on the back end, be able to get a lot of those stuns out, and immediately it was met with the Phantom Steed coming out from King. And then plus the firepower that you get from Shakiche, it was basically a wrap from the beginning. 20-minute game, but 21-7. A huge victory for Dreammax.
Yeah, so here, and I go further on this. I can say here, I'll take a risk and say that Shakiche is the best mid lane that we got on South region at this moment. Because, okay, we have Sheen from Entity 7, but we saw like Sheen today with some unusual movement and unusual like pick-offs. Frost Laneve, for example, with Alpha 7, which is a very good one, but not being like, not to getting pushed like Shakiche on Dreammax, you know, to be not only the best, one of the best players, but to be one of the pillars on Dreammax here to carry them to the victory. So for me, Shakiche, like, it is the best mid laner on the South region here. Plus, we're seeing like Dreammax with a very good synergy here, especially when it comes to Goo and Zeus, the rookie ones that we are talked about that before this match, which they are not compromising the performance. They're playing very good, they're playing well, they're not getting killed, not getting like with a lost position, for example, especially Goo. So it is a very interesting for Dreammax here for not only to get this 2-0 sweep so far in this match, but to get the confidence necessary to, if they win this best of 5, for example, with the 3-0, oh, they're heading bigger to the lower bracket final.
Yes, for sure. They just did an amazing job, and I feel like they found their synergy. Right, they have been in the fights together and just doing so well as a team. Like their communication has changed from before, right? It seems like they kind of understand it all now, and I feel like they can be this dominating force and kind of move back up, to the stages, not in the loser bracket anymore.
It's funny because we talk about compositions a lot here, but Zena, go ahead. Let's go ahead and get that announcement.
Of course, some players have good games, but this player had a statement performance as always. 1303 KDA, 76.1k total damage, 749 gold per minute. On the Kimmy, one of her comfort picks, Shaikiche takes the MVP.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to performances here, and I know what I was going to say is we talk about compositions all the time and how to counter certain things and what to go back on. But one of the things here that is obvious is there just needs to be an answer for Shaikiche. You cannot just let her roam around on the heroes. She just becomes such a huge menace on the team. You need to treat that like a Zushin, like you're going up against a Zushin. There needs to be an answer. You guys need to be able to take her down before you can get to that mid and late game where she's just going to be dishing out so much damage.
Yeah, so we're seeing the MVP highlights here, like on the last team fight. Oh my goodness, like the Blast were like trying to do the blazing duet, but he was like completely deleted by Shaikichi in the middle of the ultimate. It was like amazing coming out from Dreammax's mid lane here. But now 2-0 for Dreammax. We could say that is not unusual when it comes to both teams through the history so far on the MCT AMER South, but it is a very good situation now for Dreammax. One more game and they close it up and they go like very confident for facing Entity 7 still today.
Yes, I feel like even if they target banned Shaikiche, like, yeah, you could take her out, but I feel like King can hold his own for the team as well. Even if they did target Shaikiche, just having them and Blink to kind of back them up as well is still gonna do wonders for them. They just are a great team right now. Their synergy is kind of starting to become flawless at this point.
Yeah, I know we get a lot of talk about Shaikiche because she gets a lot of the MVPs, but not enough can be said about King as well, who made that transition from the XP laner. He still does have that history as a jungler, so he brought that with him here into this position and has done nothing but shine for the side of Dreammax in that position as well, which I want to say is part of what has helped Shaikiche be able to kind of shine there too, because I mean, you're worried about that Leomord, you're worried about the damage up front and the Phantom Steed coming on. Meanwhile, from the back line, you still have to worry about Shaikiche. I joke a lot when I say like you need to have an answer for Shaikiche because there's other options out there for the side of Dreammax, and unfortunately at this point I feel like there are just more options for Dreammax to be able to succeed here than Infinity right now, who is starting to fall at the wayside here, even with some of these unique roams that can possibly come out. And maybe that's where we're kind of faltering, where we're kind of sticking to the meta, sticking to what's strong and what we understand is strong, when at our very core as a team, Infinity shines when they can reach outside the box and really develop a consistent composition around a roam that isn't really something you would see every day.
Yeah, and we might have someone saying, hey, Dreammax is not the only one-player team. Don't forget about the others. Yes, Dreammax has a very strong lineup, especially with the two rookies. And it is very interesting to see their evolution from the first day on MCT AMER South. Not only about performance, but the composition itself, the lineup itself, because we saw King starting on the XP lane, Jump Style on the jungler, and now we're seeing like different Dreammax with King like getting home, getting back to the jungler, a new player on the XP lane, a new player on the gold lane, you know. So when it comes to a Swiss format, and then you don't have much time to get the synergy as a team, for example, it is very important then you when you have players with a lot of experience when it comes to King, when it comes to a Blink, and when it comes to Shaikichi, you know. So not only that, but when you have the trust on your teammates, when you have this trust to, okay, I can play as I like to play, as I used to play, because I have a good mid lane, I have a very good roamer, a very good XP lane. So that brings Dreammax some points that can help them. They help them to get on this performance so far, to get this 2-0 sweep on Infinity. And not only that, maybe like targeting to the horizon to face possibility Entity 7 in the lower bracket finals.
I'm born with talent. I feel like Private was saying, if they were to go ahead and pick up those oddball roams that Fanboy has, maybe they might have a different chance here, because maybe Dreammax understands going against the meta. So if they were to pick up that oddball roam that Fanboy specializes in, that might throw them off again. You know, that was possibly the reason why they were having a harder time, and usually go the full best of 5 against them.
I'm not so sure it's a throw off as much as it feels like Infinity shines more with that, because I feel like throwing off would assume that Dreammax isn't prepared or that they didn't study. Like, everybody knows that Infinity's got a lot of these other pickups that they can go with, but I feel like that's because that's where they do best. That's where they feel more comfortable with a lot of those old school Kufra we saw, which was banned out as well. So, and that might come down to draft as well. Maybe they are looking for some of these good options with but it keeps on getting banned out. You saw the chip was banned out, Kufra was banned out in the last game, so they might be getting countered in the draft as well. But one thing I do know is they need to be able to find the ingredient to be able to find these wins over Dreammax, especially because we're sitting at game point right now, and Infinity looking at possibly a disappointing ride home if they find themselves on the losers end of another game here. And a Freya out, but I want to say Freya's probably what, 0% win rate here in the South right now, right?
Phobius is still open for the side of Dreammax.
Oh,
so
sorry?
That's Phobius, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that's the big counter against Freya, and it's open here for the side of Dreammax to pick up.
Yeah, I'm with Private here, like when it comes to Freya, you know, like I'm not really excited as well. Like, yeah, Freya, okay, 0% win rate here, coming out from Infinity. But everything is possible here, because she is still strong on, like, in the gold lane. So if Infinity finds a composition that can fit well with the Freya performance here, it might be a very good for them. But now when it comes to Dreammax here, okay, Insunshin and Terizla, okay, definitely heading for the XP lane, but Insunshin, some kind of a flexibility here, or in the jungle or in the gold lane. Oh, Minotaur from Fanboy. Like it.
All right, it's what I'm talking about. A little bit of flexibility coming out from Dreammax, and then Fanboy on the Minotaur. I hiss a little bit just because Kaja has been a sore spot for me when it comes to these isolating type of roams that can, like, the ones that can take a hero and pull them aside from the team. I feel like Kaja of the Kaleas, of the Chos, even Atlas, I feel like Kaja does it the weakest as far as trying to flicker in, get that divine judgment, and get back, which is going to be very interesting here. Maybe this is something that we can use to stop the Minotaur or especially the Freya too. I do like the Yusun Shin here because it has been a great counter in that, not actually a counter, but it's been able to withstand the Freya in the gold lane because his dash allows him to get away, create that distance that is such a hindrance for any type of Freya player to try to close the distance on somebody who can get away from you like that. So, and this opens it up to be a lot more flexible. Oh, and then the gourd pickup from Dreammax. So definitely leaning on these divine judgments from the Kaja pickup.
Yeah, they're heavily relying on the protection because Gord is the sitting duck when he does his ultimate, so Freya can totally jump on him and kind of rain damage on him. They're going to go ahead and pick up the Eve to kind of get that zone and slow into the mix as well. This is going to be a fun match for sure. You know, and they're going to go ahead and pick up that Harith. I feel like the Phobius would have did wonders here against that. There's Freya, there's Harith, but
yeah, but okay. Once again, not being like I don't know, like a fan, for example, but we're talking about Shaikichi here in the mid lane with a very solid performance, but with this Gord here and Kaja, I don't feel like there's gonna be like appealing enough for this Gord here because I think that Blink likes to play an aggressive one, not like a protecting, and not like Terizla, and honestly, I'm not getting the Dreammax composition here, especially when it comes to a Gord on the mid lane. For me, Infinity's composition is like more like cleaner, you know, like with the Minotaur here, with like getting the CC, Zoblox here, like with this strong late game Leonel, with this real world manipulation. When it comes to the Phantoms team here, like for me, Infinity's composition is like for me makes more sense.
I know we were talking about how unkillable Shaikichi is, but we still need to protect her, Dreammax.
Yeah.
So that's so maybe it's going to be very interesting to see how well they can find that disengage here, because there's a lot of tools to be able to get back there and be able to surprise them. I think they're really banking on the early game, being able to get the CC, being able to get that burst down and settle this very early for their team with that damage.
Yeah, so let's go. Let's see what's going to happen here on game number 3. It's a game point for Dreammax in this lower bracket, the best of 5. The winner here is going to face Entity 7 on the lower bracket of finals still today. So welcome to the land of dawn, and let's go, Private.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start things off here. Ooh, Blink taking a lot of damage already, and ZZ finds the kill. I was gonna say this is why I don't like Kaja, but that's a little just over aggression coming out from the side of Blink. And now King gonna have to go ahead. Oh, look at the damage already that King is taking, and especially with your roamer down, not able to clear out a lot of those bushes either.
Like, I mean, like Blink heading on the purple buff from the enemy with not the level 2 to get on the dash open. Like, I didn't get it, and now once again, okay, we lost these kills, but there was a kill for ZZ and Rusi.
Oh yeah, crazy. I was so confused for a second because my immediately I computed Rusi in the gold lane, and I'm like, wait a minute, here's the gold lane. Everything looks fine here. So very interesting here. So good rotations coming out from the side of Infinity, who are able to go ahead and find already 2 kills on the board there. Rusi going to go ahead and a challenge here against a Goo as well. So very interesting. I feel like the Infinity still is still a little bit more confident here in this game, doing a good job of being able to harass and still gets a lot of those kills already. And King sitting at a death already on his mark.
Yeah, so okay, we know that it's too early here, like only the 2 minutes on this game, but as we were talking about like the Kaja here and his potential, but now like checking Rusi on the top side here with the Freya. Oops.
Oh, Zablotch gets taken out there. King gonna go ahead and get that finishing job, but that's gonna signal to Infinity that they're gonna have to go ahead and rush onto this turtle before Dreammax is gonna be able to kind of collaborate and get back up here. So that's gonna be a free turtle for the side of Infinity. Rusi goes in, gets pulled by the Divine Judgment, and the Mystic Gush gonna be able to do the finishing touches there. Goo, a little bit of trouble there. ZZ taking some damage there, gets caught by a stun from Shaikichi on his way out.
Yeah, so Shaikichi here with the Mystic Gush getting a 1 kill here for Gord. Oh my goodness, once again it's stunning from Gord. Here it comes. There's the situation for a Dreammax. The turtle was for Infinity, but Dreammax is finding some ways here to neutralize some Infinity's initiation. It is working so far with this advantage, especially when it comes to the goal lead. It's not a big deal, but it's very important for Dreammax to still like managing the pace on the game.
Yeah, right now I feel like we still have a good job going on as we take a look at some of the items. A little bit of an advantage there for King as he's working his way. Looks like a hunter strike for him. Yep, he's going to be a hunter strike for King. But I mean, in the early game, as we're still in the laning phase where you can't really group up as fast and you're not going to have these huge team fights, I feel like that does favor Shaikichi and Blink with that Divine Judgment. But as we get more into these team fights, I feel like you're going to have a heck of a time with ZZ, with Fanboy trying to get to that back line, even getting trapped by Lionel. Oh, another Divine Judgment comes out with a Mystic Gush. Just kidding, forget what I'm saying, because look at these Mystic Gushes coming out there. Little bit of a recall coming out from Shaikichi as well as they burst down ZZ. Meanwhile though, Rusi just taking it to this tower at the top.
Yeah, so as we're talking about like Kaja's potential here, and not like being able to see their ability to pick off Infinity's composition, but somehow I have a feeling that Infinity is just a little kind of a loss here with some players because you're getting killed on the mid lane here, like no facing check the bush when there is a possibility of Kaja. Oh, here it comes.
Rusi actually tried to go in onto King there on the backside there. Mystic Gush out as well, takes down Fanboy. Rusi in trouble too as well, is trying to keep on this damage as the rest of Dreammax looking for the disengagement. Goo in trouble, gets taken out by ZZ. Meanwhile, I mean, 1 down for the side of Dreammax, 1 down for the side of Infinity.
Yeah, 1 down, and the second turret went for Infinity as well here, while like Rusi was like taking almost the tower on the top side here down with a very much damage. But now here Zeus in the gold lane as well here, now cleaning up this minion waves. Almost 6 minutes here. Goal lead is not a there is no
Oh yeah, Zaman Force laid down. He's gonna dive onto King, but Goo comes in on the backside, so he sacrifices that 1 for 1 there for Infinity.
Yeah, the kill was for Goo here. They responded very interested well here on the gold lane. But once again, goal lead here, no goal lead when it comes to this second game, but now Rusi, oops. Okay, Fanboy is leading.
You see a lot of damage going up there, but I do want to say Shaikichi sitting at 3 kills already on this Gord, and that Mystic Gush is only going to be more powerful. Blink flickers in, immediately finds a target, and comes back with the Divine Judgment. A great read by Blink to go. That surprised even me. I got a little scared there. I thought he was coming for me the way he flickered in there. I don't think they had any vision there. He just knew that if he found somebody, he's going to find that Divine Judgment, pull him back to help Shaikichi find some more damage on.
Yeah, but now here in the bottom lane, Zablox has to take care because it's 2 players on Dreammax. Oh, they're chasing down? No, only doing the proxy here. But one thing that we have to consider here, Private, is Rusi and... Oh, here it comes!
Yeah, another Divine Judgment lands on with the Mystic Gush on the fanboy. Rusi coming in, trying to put the damage on there, is going to look for a little bit of that separation, but a lot of Infinity very low for this fight. They are still going to be able to pick up this Eternal for their side. 4-7 right now in favor of Dreammax.
Yeah, so here like the third heading for Infinity here. Sky Pierce on Shaikiti's hands now, not in the first item here, but once again, well, I have to agree with these items. But Infinity here like having Rusi in Freya at this split push situation. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, we do. Look at the damage going on. The blink there. Goo dives onto the backside there. Might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. King trying to put on some damage. Kiazizi. Oh, big penalty zone lands onto 2 members, but he immediately met with the Minoan Fury coming out from Fanboy. Mystic Gush is out. Bursting down heroes left and right. Lionel able to find a kill on the blink. Down comes the real world manipulation. Down goes Goo. Zeus looking for the disengagement for his team. 2 down for the side of Dreammax in that engagement.
Meanwhile, we have Rusi with Freya. Oh my goodness. It's like a machine.
And that's why she's so sought after, is the amount of shielding she gets. She probably could have dove underneath the tower for that kill, but didn't want to risk it just yet and so early.
Yeah, but now see we're having like this situation when it comes to the split push coming from Rusi on the Freya, especially working on the side, because the Dreammax here doesn't have this the exact response versus this Freya working on this side here. I think that the only thing that Dreammax has to do now is playing together, having this block team fights here, especially to neutralize someone and getting this Lord to secure the victory. But as we're seeing now on the map, Infinity has a very good domination when it comes to vision, when it comes to the goal lead now, like heading almost to 4K. Blink. Oh, what are you doing there? But the Lord guaranteed by Dreammax here.
They didn't even have time to take it away from the picture-in-picture. Dreammax immediately bursted it down like it wasn't even there, and then immediately toot and scoot back to the base.
Yeah, so now the Lord called on the top side here for Dreammax. Meanwhile, I think that the minion wave is not like in favor for the Dragon Boy so far, but still it's a very interesting situation. And now Infinity is heading on the top side here to melt down this Lord. So, oops.
Yeah, we do have a Divine Judgment, but that pulls it back. ZZ against 3 members, going to try to find the safety of the tower to go against these members, and a great outplay there coming from King, who was able to dodge out a lot of those abilities. Meanwhile, a big amount of damage and force coming in at the top. Infinity looking to try to take down that high ground tower, but we're not able to find it. With the proxy coming out from King, Dreammax should be able to find them this lower tower.
Yeah, so another tower here destroyed by I believe that was Infinity, but now at least Dreammax took 1 tower on the bottom lane here, taking down ZZ in the process. The Lord was like yeah, it was like not even useless, because they took down the at least a tower here for Dreammax, but it's still like the map is so good for Infinity. Only the tower number 2 on the mid lane here in favor to Dreammax before the high ground towers. But now, oops, oh, it's a little like interesting roaming on the top side here by both teams. But now Fanboy is heading back on the base. No, oh no, it was like
Zeus
sorry,
has
Zeus. Yeah,
Zeus has gone ahead and picked up that Demon Hunter sword, so he's going to be able to kind of shred down into a lot of these pickups. It's just, though, right now Infinity seem to be having a leg up here, and this is especially when it comes to, like I said, Shaikite not dying, but it's still not in great positions. They are really leaning on their ability to catch out a lot of people here, not really team fight centric engagements here. They're looking to get the surprise, get the drop on Infinity, and be able to finish them down with a Mystic Gush. I don't feel like this composition really shines when it comes to some of those team fights, and at least not as much as Infinity's does, where you've got a great layer of CC and the real world manipulation to come out, and a lot of AoE damage to come out. So it's very interesting to see how this kind of will unfold for them. 6 and 8 right now, a narrow lead for the side of Infinity, but as far as macro is concerned, Infinity have a huge leg up. And Blake is still able to find the divine judgment, and down goes Rusi. The rest of Infinity looking to pay off Zeus, who's gonna have to find a disengage. Oh, ZZ in trouble, bit off more than he could chew and ends up getting taken out. Down goes King. That's gonna be the jungler down for the side of Dreammax. Shaikite on the back end. Did she flicker into them? That might have been a bit of a misplay coming out from Dreammax. Shaikiche flickers forward, ends up taking her first death of the series, and that will be a huge opportunity for Infinity.
It happens. It happens. Even with the best players, this kind of things can happen. And now Infinity has this advantage to secure this Lord after like a very, apparently a very good team fight coming out from Dreammax, but Infinity was able to respond very good. But now only Blink here. Oh, Blade of Destruction? The Spear of Destruction, sorry. No dare from Zeus to trying to do something here. And another Lord. There, the first one actually guaranteed by Infinity.
Yeah, great game coming out from there. And that should be a lesson to all the viewers there. Even the great players find some mess ups. Concealed play is out there. Divine Judgment comes out. Big damage coming out. Are they going to be able to mount in with the Minoan Fury? You see the pop up. Zeus able to find a kill onto Rusi. Out comes the Phantom Steed trying to put the damage on. Zablotch trying to chase down Dreammax, looking for the disengagement underneath their tier 2 tower.
Yeah, but now see the Lord is heading on the top side here for Infinity. 4 players now landing for the top side here to try and defend this Lord, but Dreammax is getting like melted down here. Lord not even able to reach the high ground towers. King finishing the Blade of Despair for Insushin. Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, they try to go in and try to find the engagement, but do not find it. Infinity going to be able to find the disengage for themselves. A 9-11 right now, just narrowly over a 1K gold lead for the side of Infinity. As we take a look here at the items, 2K up is Rusi on this Freya.
Yeah, Gu had this info here about Infinity's players on the mid lane on the bush, but now like Dreammax is getting safer. The halberd now for Rusi here. They stop healing on Freya's hands. Oh my goodness, Corrosion Sideboard X endless battle, and now the halberd here. It's a very strong Freya, and I think that for maybe for Dreammax it would be a very interesting idea to let Zeus doing the split push here. But I think that they're really concerned about Freya like picking off Moskov on the sides here. But good, okay. And now they're leaning back. Dreammax now is thinking about something. But Infinity is playing together, like facing check, getting these bushes here to not be surprised by Dreammax.
I'm just sitting here thinking about Shaikiche's first death. Her own worst enemy is herself. With that missed a flicker that put her into harm's way. Right now, Dreammax, all of them are looking to find themselves a little bit of a disengagement here, getting ready to set up the Lord coming up in 30 seconds. Ooh, that was an interesting Phantom Steed coming out from ZZ there into a bush where nobody was at.
Yeah, so maybe like it's too confident to get this Phantom team like available for the next Lord here team fight. But now leading, you see Zeus like, okay, he goes just a little bit forward on the side and he heads back because he's really concerned about like this Freya dangerous situation all the time. But now the Lord is already on the pit once again, and this might be the last Lord on this game, Private.
Yeah, both of these teams vying for position. You see King up at the top. Nobody's checked that bush just yet. He still has a good amount of space. 50% down. Are they going to come in? Down comes the sun. Now looking in for the Phantom Steed. Blink still able to find the Lord. Not even a retribution. Zablaj able to take down Shakiche. Blink down for the count. That's 2 down. Goo and Zeus looking for the disengagement, but Goo is not going to make it out of here. Meanwhile, on the back end, King is going to have to find himself a recall back home. It looks like Infinity do not want to go and be swept here, looking to close things out. Zeus and King alone here. The pop-up finding Fanboy. Are they going to be able to clear out these minions? Out comes the Phantom Steed. King now down goes Zeus. Out comes the Mountain Shocker. Is it going to be enough? And no, it is not. Infinity. Oh, they're still trying to this tower.
What? Okay.
And they are going to be able to answer back with their first victory of the series.
It is not over yet. Here, Zina. Infinity leads to the first victory in this best of 5.
Yes, they made sure they were not going to be swept this time around. Infinity had a dominating game. They took most of the objectives and had total map control at starting out. But I think Shaikichi's little misplay there kind of made it might have messed them up there a little bit, but you know, they already got 2 wins, so you know, one mishap, maybe they might come back from this one. But Infinity did amazingly there, and it showed right there in the match.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, I mean, we do glaze Shakiche a lot with her performance here, and I feel like that little misstep actually kind of cost them a little bit when it came to they might have probably been able to find the kill there if not for that little mishap. But that just kind of shows you how close both of these teams are. While it usually looks very dominant for the side of Dreammax, it's always just like that one mistake away from being able to turn this over, to give Infinity enough momentum for them to be able to turn this around, to get to some of these Lord fights, to the point that even though they lose the Lord, they're able to win some of the team fights there as well. So that, I mean, that for me speaks loads on how close both of these teams are matched up.
Yeah, so here for me, an interesting point that we were talking about like Kaja situation before the match starts here, but at least for me, like Blink, he played well. He did a good job here with Kaja. I don't think that from this game the problem was Kaja on a Dreammax situation here. For me, I think that the turning point was Infinity bringing this Freya to work like so hard on this split push, you know, because as we were seeing like Dreammax getting advantage by the most of the team fights, like getting the team fights, taking down players, but at the same time, like we are used to see Freya taking down towers on the side, on the top side, on the bottom side, and Zeus, like, okay, maybe it was not a part of this of his role, of his function, but he was not able to respond to this macro brought by Infinity. And oh, you saw the Shakichi he's in the flick to the front here. Somebody say, some people say that the flicker, like the aggressive flicker, causes more damage, and I agree with them, you know. But in this case here, like Shakichi was surprised, and as I was talking about, like for me, Freya doing this split push job here, like it caused Dreammax so much trouble, because at some point we used to see that the map was like almost open for Infinity, and Dreammax was trying to be careful, pay attention on the visibility situation, and Goo was not able to respond on this side. So it was really a good situation for Infinity to take this victory so far.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like a double-edged sword, but I think we're going to go ahead and look at the MVP first.
Yeah.
Yes, this player took every opportunity and turned it into an advantage. It is Zablox here with the MVP, 525 KDA, 57.3k total damage, and 711 gold per minute. Yeah, he did it.
I want to say that last fight, what we saw was the entirety of Infinity going to the upper right hand corner of the Lord pit to engage onto Shaikitse. That left it open for the Kaja to come in the back and be able to get the Lord and really kind of that surprised them. But the problem is while he was able to do that, it's because they were all pushing towards Shaikitse to be able to kind of find that kill, which is really what kind of turned around that last fight for them. They were able to get the Lord, but unfortunately not able to kind of secure that team fight, which was already going bad for them. Zabloch here, I mean, 5-2 and 5, doing a good job even through that. I feel like this is what I was talking about. Some of these great compositions enabled by having a Minoan Fury fast and ready by Fanboy there. It affects such a wide amount of area out there, and it allows the Blotch to really kind of get in there. Okay, we're gonna take a look at the corner there. To get in there and do a ton of damage. You see how Zabloch was able to really close the distance on to Shaikitse so quickly, and it's because they were so afraid to kind of go in and stop that, because the Minoan Fury was always a risk of getting popped up or the healing that was coming out. So a great job coming out from the side of Infinity, who are looking to take things back here. And are we possibly looking at another reverse sweep here?
Could possibly be a reverse sweep. We got that Minnow out on the field, Fanboy and his oddball roams, I'm telling you. But they did wonderfully there. They kind of really dominated since the start there in this match. So this could possibly be that reverse sweep that you're talking about.
Oh my goodness, another one on this day here, coming up from Infinity now. Okay, yeah, I think that Dreammax still have the mentality for closing this series now with the 3-1, but as you were talking, I'm not surprised if Infinity tied up once again here at this best of 5. At least the last best of 5 was a 3-2 with the full 5 games, but I'm not surprised if Infinity do such a thing like that. But I still believe that Dreammax is gonna close up 3-1 now.
No.
Oh, okay. I mean, the prediction coming out from Rico Damas. We're gonna see if that comes true as well.
No, it might be a caster's curse here, you know.
Oh, La Mufa! No, come on.
You will move on it.
But we'll see. I mean, I still give it out to Infinity. They were able to find an answer back then, back there as well. Maybe we kind of stick to I personally, and I would definitely like to see Fanboy on more of these kind of flexible roams out there that really kind of enable. I feel like that it's too late to change up the game. I mean, at this point in the playoffs, when it comes to what your team is comfortable with, what they're used to kind of playing around when it comes to your roams and what you can do to protect them. I just feel like, sadly, it almost feels like Infinity's kind of spoiled when it comes to these wide berth areas of being able of Fanboy having this great big effectiveness, the healing that he can do out there as well. some of the setting opportunities he has with Kufra. So and they've kind of developed these personalities around it that shine when he does pick up these things, and that kind of have a little bit more trouble when it comes to kind of ironing themselves into the meta. Right now, Dreammax gonna have to be prepared for that. It's actually kind of interesting too. I don't know. Like I said, the Kaja was not a problem.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
It wasn't a problem.
One.
However, was it the best option when it comes to the composition that came out from Dreammax? And for me, that still kind of leans on a hard no. He wasn't that game. He was still getting some great divine judgments, some great mystic gushes. However, I almost feel like that composition was like that Dreammax was in this like tunnel vision, that they were going to get this composition no matter what was picked up on the side of Infinity. And unfortunately, it felt like Infinity, their draft just didn't really complement that type of in the early game. Yes, they were able to find some great divine judgments, some great mystic gushes out there, but unfortunately, as you got a little bit more tankier, as you saw them able to close the distance on Sakiche in that last fight, like this is what we were saying the entire time. Like, how is she going to escape all of these? There's so many people who have engagement tools to be able to close the distance onto her, and that last fight really kind of proved it.
Greatest mag show of all time is banning.
Well,
Yeah.
we're gonna go ahead and get into this draft now. They went ahead and banned out the chip. Valentina, maybe they're trying to bank for a Sora on the side of Infinity with Valentina being banned out. I know they can't go for that Marcel because he's been taken out. They went ahead and banned out Harley and Freya as well here.
Yeah, but I'm seeing something here that I don't want to believe coming out from Infinity, because Dreammax here has no this pressure, but let's see what is Dreammax is going to ban on this third choice here, and Infinity has to ban Zunshin so far, which didn't appear here. So I think that Dreammax now is like leaving the responsibility on Infinity's shoulder, and they have to be okay. Yeah, because I wouldn't believe that if they leave the Zunshin open at this point of the match, but Dreammax comes with the Boxer here on the first pick on this game number 4.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that there's no way that Dreammax is going to ban out the Zushin. They're going to leave that on the side of Infinity, which will leave open the Boxia. And yes, Phoveus is open. For some reason, I feel like Phoveus has kind of been an afterthought today when it comes to a lot of these drafts. And Kai. I mean, I would kind of put money on that going to Fanboy, but I mean, you never know with this, and I do like the opportunity. This is Akai is a good factor when it comes to a lot of these tankier jungles. He can use that heavy spin, pin them against the wall while you're trying to get the retribution. So it does have its uses out there. It's just I feel like he's very he has to be used in a very particular way, just because that heavy spin can really stop a lot of like initiation that you guys have, because it's throwing people everywhere. So you really want to make sure that you're pinning them against the wall. Oh, and with that, 2 members that will be immune to the heavy spin with certain abilities on the side of Dreammax.
This is gonna be a fun one then, for sure. You're saying that they got that immunity to kind of Akai's heavy spin, Boxia with his mobility. They have Guinevere here to possibly get the Eve somehow, since she's like back there, right? She's stationary whenever she, but then she can't be. Can she even be hit? I can't remember.
Yeah.
In her ult, I don't think Eve can be put up into the air, which would stop the Violet Requiem, I believe. I'd have to check on that again. I mean, the big thing too is I didn't even think of that. There's a little bit of combo that you have with Akai. When he does the little dash towards you, he gets a little bit of a pop-up that he puts you under, which would probably help Gwen to be able to get that Violet Requiem out as well. So it's another tool, another engagement tool potentially for the side of Infinity.
Yeah, first of all here, I was wondering like which is gonna win, Heavy Spin from Akai or the Beyblade coming out from Baxia. And the second thing here, like, how is Dreammax like? Okay, the first two choices here coming out from Infinity is Akai and Carry, and the Dreammax also takes Grok here on that composition. Two tankies on the Dreammax's composition versus Carry, who can melt down here. Even though like they even though they work on a bruiser a situation here, like to get items to get more like HP, but it doesn't matter for Carry, you know, like in a strong late game. So okay, maybe the wombo combo can be very interesting, but still they have to take care about like the gold laner situation here so far.
Yeah, for sure. They still need to pick up that gold laner here on the side of Dreammax. They're gonna go ahead and pick up that Yuzong, which will kind of help as well with getting into that back line. So what else do they need here for the side? They need their EXP laner on the side of Dreammax, as well as the gold, and then for here we need their mage for Infinity.
I always find some of these picks a little bit curious too. I wonder if Rusi is just more comfortable on Yuzong because Lapu Lapu was still available, and I feel like he's had a much better time when it comes to jumping onto Eve and actually having a threatening amount of damage that can come out there to be able to kind of back off Eve, whereas Yuzong really depends more on the mix of his damage and CC that he can put out there. And a Thamus coming out for the side of Dreammax, which will be very interesting to see. I mean, I guess as soon as the Violet Requiem comes out, Thamus can jump on to be able to kind of try to burst down the Guinevere as well. So a very interesting, very heavy and tanky line coming out from the side of a Dreammax, which will be interesting because we already said we have the carry and now the Lilia outside there, which should have a pretty good time. A very great pick here for the mid lane for Infinity.
Yeah, especially when it comes to this early game situation from for Infinity with this Lilia. I think that for me, like Dreammax is gonna have some kind of struggling here. Especially when it comes to Granger versus this carry on the goal lane, because this is going to be a very interesting matchup here. But when it comes to Granger, it depends so much on the skill shots here from Zeus. And the other thing here that I was about to say and I forgot, and I'm trying to remember, and I really forgot. Oh, I remember. It is Fanboy here with Guinevere trying to like okay, Guinevere is going to jump, right? So okay, jump on the Blink with the Grok, jump on the King on the Baxia, jump on Goo with the Thamus. I think that is gonna take a long time here to get this Requiem Violet and trying to burst, or not burst, you know, or to eliminate someone from Dreammax. So it's a situation that Infinity has to be careful about this game.
Yeah, well, but the problem is that it's not just the Violet Requiem that you're worried about. It's that once they get controlled, Lionel will just spitting out gloom bombs underneath you while this is going on. And then you have the potential of Rusi being able to kind of stack on with a little bit of a pop-up, petrify, things like that, to be able to get some damage out there as well. So I kind of like this because it's something that I've been saying. When you have a Gwen out there, we can't entirely lean on that Violet Requiem. There needs to be some other type of burst damage. I feel like Dreammax measured that out. They understood what was happening here because they banned out the Gourd to make sure that there wasn't going to be that Mystic Gush combination. But here with the Lilia, I almost feel like Lilia is the better option here as well, especially against kind of this slow composition coming out from Dreammax when it comes to like melee heroes here, which is where a Lilia will shine.
Yeah, so well said here, Private. So in a few moments, we are heading for the Land of Dawn to game number 4, Dreammax versus Infinity. Always reminding you guys, that is not the final match of the day. After here, we have MCT 7 versus the winner of this match here. It could be Dreammax, it could be Infinity. So let's go, everybody, because welcome once again to the Land of Dawn. Dreammax versus Infinity here on the lower bracket playoff. And now we are getting back here once again. Beautiful, handsome, pretty here. Yeah. Okay, welcome back.
I know you guys just want to talk more about Dreammax and Infinity before we move on to this, right?
Well, it is a game point for Dreammax still, but this is not a position that we've not been in before, especially today, where we've had teams that were able to kind of get that reverse sweep in. And maybe it's kind of like a mental thing too. Once that armor has been cracked and you realize, oh my God, am I bleeding? Like, I am mortal. Maybe that's something that kind of comes into play here, especially against a team like that MCT 7 was able to get knocked down to the lower bracket. Dreammax had some great games here, but maybe starting to feel that mortality creep in more and more and more. We'll see as this next game goes on, especially with, I feel like there's some decent ability for them to kind of get to that back line. Will Shaikiche still be able to kind of maintain that space and distance that she needs for her team? She's got a heck of a tanky peeling coming from her composition too. So yeah. At the very least, they should be able to keep her safe. My problem is when these people get caught with that Violet Requiem, will that be it? Are we going to be able to answer that when it comes to these team fights?
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation here when it comes to both teams on this game number 4. At least what we were talking about, like Lilia's situation here, at least especially in this early game when it comes to Dreammax's composition and against Ivy on the mid lane, against Boxel, for example, or even Grok. But we're talking about like a tanky composition coming out from Dreammax. So maybe in the early game here, Lilia has this advantage, but I think that Infinity has to rush this early game here to get some kind of advantage, not only to like neutralize the heroes from Dreammax, like maybe with some late game potential, but also to help carry to get stronger in this late game here to help Infinity to win this game and get things tied up here in this best of 5.
Yes, for sure. If they get to that late, Carry can shred on all those tanky melee heroes that's on the side of Dreammax and can kind of really help them win the game. Lilia's a great choices for them as well. Those black boots of hers able for her to escape and get her life back and kind of help dish those burst damage down onto him as well. So this one could be anyone's game, depends on how it's played, how they play and how well they do working together. So we'll see.
You brought up the early game, Rico, and now that I think about it, when you're talking about a Grok and an Eve, I feel like they're going to have a pretty dominant early game. You got a good amount of clear that comes from them. They're both going to be able to kind of traverse the map very, very quickly to get to those side lanes. So that's something that Infinity is going to have on their mind. Despite, I want to say, great team fight synergy with this composition, that rotation from them is going to need to be on their mind. As we move into the game, that you can see a jump does land on the Shaikiche. Look at the damage already. Shaikiche down to about 20%, 10% now. Lionel thought about going in there and thinks twice.
Yeah, I was talking about like fanboy jumping on tankies, but I didn't like, I forgot about Shaikiche's here situation that he can jump. Oh, Zeus. First blood.
Off screen, Lionel gets picked off there. Blink might not be long for this world as well. Lionel trying to find the other pieces of the puzzle for that kill, but can not put them together. Meanwhile, Shaikiche alone here in the mid lane as Fanboy diving underneath the tower. Very aggressive early game coming out of Infinity right now.
Yeah, and now we're seeing like Blink with a very low HP, now getting forced to get back on the base. Once again, like Fanboy here with Lionel like causing this pressure on the mid lane. Shaikichi now like cleaning the minion waves here, but with this pressure, Affinity is working like in some high tempo from Dreammax here, especially when it comes to the first turtle with the 10 seconds left to appear on the top side of the river.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting here. I mean, we're talking about the jumps that can come out from Fanboy, but there's a decent amount of targets, but a decent amount of negating ability from the side of Dreammax. Ooh, a little bit of engagement up at top. They're going to try to get onto Rusi, who's able to fend them off. Lionel, Fanboy coming in. Big pop-up does land. Is King in trouble? Gets taken out as Lionel with the finishing touches. Black Dragon is out. That's going to be able to help aid Infinity with the zoning out, and that's going to be a first turtle for the side of Infinity. Down comes the real world manipulation. Rusi is able to find himself an escape. Violet Requiem is out. Goo in trouble, diving up against them as ZZ finds the kill onto Goo.
3-0 for Infinity. The gold lead now exactly 2k for them. First turtle. I smell it, Private. I smell it. I smell the game number 5 here.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now, you could not have asked for a better opening. I was just talking about having the early game advantage, but Dreammax, man, getting taken for a ride. 0 kills and 3 deaths on their side. As you take a look at the damage coming out, Lionel, Rusi, and Fanboy at the top of the charts, only met by Shaikichi on that eve. Ooh, speaking of which, Zeus takes some damage on the bottom lane as well. Now engagement, Lionel almost gets caught there. Black Shoes right out of harm's way.
Yeah, Black Shoes here plus the flicker, getting Lionel to be survive, to be alive, but Zeus now.
What a great engagement coming out from Infinity. Has the speedy light wheel underneath the tower. Zeus then is met by a pop-up and a Violet Requiem. Fanboy gets out of harm's way before the towers do him in, and then Zablotch able to juggle back that tower aggro and find the kill.
Yeah, but now Rusi here can be 1v2, but King, yeah, like he turned on the turbo, but he didn't go.
Yeah, right here, man. Dreammax having some difficulties, and maybe it's just the momentum coming out from Infinity right now. Have a great opportunity here to be able to turn the tides here. Next to Turtle up, and Infinity has a great positioning on it, and no contention coming out from the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, so we were talking about like this early game, like be in favor for Infinity, but not only that, because when you got this early game like in favor for Infinity, like even getting stronger with Lilia, for example. Oh, here comes.
Ooh, Shaikichi being chased down by Fanboy on the backside as the rest of Infinity putting some pressure onto the bottom lane there.
On the top
3
side.
members of Dreammax able to fend off and find this defense. And still 9. Ooh, up at the top. Goo in trouble against Yuzong. Black Dragon is out. I'm not sure if Goo's going to be able to find himself and escape. Ooh, he able to dodge a lot of the damage coming out, but now dealing with the upgraded Black Dragon coming out from Rusi, who now picks himself up a demon hunter, a hunter's strike for his efforts.
Dominating here now. This dragon on the top side from Infinity. 5 kills for them on after 5 minutes on this game so far. Goal lead here, leading for 3k for Infinity. Once again, the top side.
Yeah, Shaikichi comes in there to try to aid, but it's just not enough. Rusi is getting very, very strong. And when this next objective happens, I think they need to be worried about that Black Dragon swooping in as well. You see Shaikichi doing the best. Ooh, now have a little bit of a fight. You see the damage from the Gloom Bombs coming onto the King there. Big pop-up lands. Zeus gonna look for the disengagement, but is not doing really enough damage. And I'm wondering if this is gonna kind of continue. Zablotch does pick up that golden staff, while up at the top, Dreammax able to find their first tower of the game.
Yeah, but now the situation here, like, it's Dreammax are leading to... Oh, here comes!
Yeah, Violet Requiem is out there, lands out on the onto Blink. Black Dragon is out, looking for Shaikichi. Can they find it? Goo finds a kill onto Lionel. Out comes the real world manipulation, trying to burst the damage onto Infinity, and they are not able to find another kill just yet. Lionel goes down early in that team fight, but Infinity still able to find a good source onto this next turtle.
Yeah, so you don't want to give kills here for Dreammax, but still it was good for Infinity because they took down the third turtle here. As I was about to talk here, like, while Dreammax was leading 2 players on the top side here to not only to neutralize Rusi, but to take down the first tower on the top side. But at least, like, but meanwhile, Zaflax was alone. Oops.
Oh, yeah, and talk about the damage there. That was a Grok. That was their tank. So not just worrying about the Violet Requiem, but the Gloom Bombs coming out from Lionel has been a huge combo for the side of Infinity. Now coming in, Goo's gonna have to dive underneath the tower. From the backside, Fanboy finds a pop-up on the 2 members while they're trying to continue. You can see King taking on a lot of this damage. Down comes the real world manipulation. It's going to allow King to find his escape.
Yeah, so maybe now Infinity were too just a little bit deep on the... Oops, King. King here now was in trouble, but now Goo here is here to protect the jungle from Dreammax. Now we're seeing Rusi versus Goo here. But once again, now Infinity trying to rush this things up, especially on the mid lane. Almost like could be worse for them. So they have to be patient. They have to be just a little bit resilient. For Dreammax is here, it's like at least like Shaikichi is have their like her full potential on Ivy here to cause this damage on the mid and late game. So the game is not done yet, but the way Infinity is playing, it's gonna be very difficult for Dreammax.
Yeah, they're just having an amazing game thus far. About a 4K gold lead, as you see Lightning Truncheon and Demon Hunter picked up for the side of Infinity. Ooh, pop-up does land. Violet Requiem is out. Fanboy taking a heap of damage as they weren't in a position. A big pop-up lands on the 2 members. Down goes Blink, able to find that kill onto Zablotch with a huge tech charge. Shaikichi finds a kill onto Lionel, but Rusi answers back, taking down a double kill here in the form of Blink and Zeus. King able to answer back to Rusi. Heavy spin, pins Goo against the wall. King looking for the damage. Might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Shaikichi and King now disengaging back to their jungle. 4-9 right now in favor of Infinity.
Yeah, Dreammax is not over yet. He's not dead yet in this game. Shaikichi, no mana, Shaikichi, you have to get back in the base now. Okay, but now it opens a chance to Infinity trying to get this lore, but Dreammax is heading for. We have a fight back here.
Yeah, but we have full members in the form of Infinity right now. Another tower, I believe that was a blue tower that goes down on the side of Dreammax again. Zizi doing a good job zoning out to Blink from the side. Shaikichi finds herself a little bit of an opportunity to try to get in there, but this Lord looks like it might be going over to the side of Infinity. Now comes in a big tech charge, comes out as well. Zizi able to find the retribution. Down comes the real world manipulation. 2-1 down for the side of a Dreammax as we continue on with this fight. Infinity looking for the disengage and now have a Lord at their sides. Conceal play. Fanboy and Zizi. Ooh, almost able to find the knockup, but a great read by the side of a Dreammax to find that out and get out of harm's way. Now they're looking to escort this Lord through the mid lane. It finds itself a tier 2 tower, finds a charge on the bottom lane. Rusi zones out King from his orange buff.
Yeah, so now Lord here is getting melted by on the mid lane, but even though, oops, here comes Fanboy.
Ooh, Fanboy almost in a little bit of trouble, gonna get chased down by King. That actually might be it, as Zeus finds the firepower to be able to bring down the roam of Infinity. Meanwhile, Black Dragon is out, coming for the flank, looking for Shaikichi. Down goes Shaikichi, and that is a huge amount of damage down for the side of Dreammax. Infinity looking to continue on with the pressure to try to take down this mid lane.
Yeah, so now here things is just getting just a little bit complicated for Dreammax. Only the high ground towers left for the Dragon Boys. As we're seeing here, the items Hunter Strike, Sky Pierce, and the Malefic Roar for a Granger. Meanwhile, carry here, Corrosion Sight, Golden Staff, Demon Hunter, Malefic Gun, Infinity Glaive for Lilian now, another like glowing wand. To Infinity here like with the goal lead heading almost to 780k. My goodness, I think that for Dreammax to reverse that situation here, I think that Infinity has to make some mistakes, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, and especially the one thing though, I mean, you have a Sky Piercer on Granger as your second item, and you're sitting at 1 and 2 right now. And I feel like another item probably would have done a little bit better, especially because you're about 2k behind Zablotch right now. So you're not exactly having the great game. Even Shaikiche, queen of the Sky Piercer early mid laner, hasn't gone with Sky Piercer this game because I feel like she's not confident in her ability to really get the stacks that she wants onto it right now. 5 and 11 right now, a game firmly a 6k gold lead for the side of Infinity.
Yeah, so it's like you're watching Fanboy like just getting like just kidding and joking on the recall effect. One more item here on Shaikichi, so Dreammax has this hope here on the mid lane's hand, but it's not that easy because Infinity is playing very good, especially on this blocking fight, especially together with Leonel, Rosie, with Yusong here, another Lord immediately started by Infinity, but here comes Dreammax.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much contention coming in here. They do have it down to about 30%. Black Dragon is out to try to zone out the rest of a Dreammax. Now coming in, ZZ still with the heavy spin, able to zone out the rest of Dreammax from being able to get that Retribution. King taking a lot of damage. Out comes the real world manipulations. Zablotch, it gets nailed down as a 3-man pop-up from that Tectonic Charge comes out. Fanboy answers back again on the backside. Lionel takes out King. Shaikiche able to answer back to Lionel, but that is 2 down for decided Dreammax. Conceal play is out. Zeus might be in trouble here. Gets it caught, but is able to find the disengage as Goo is right there to provide some suppressive fire for his teammate.
2 players down from both teams, but the Lord is from Infinity, and he is heading on the mid lane. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, Black Dragon is out, not trying to go underneath the tower. Goo with the Cauterant Infernal, trying to keep up the damage and the healing coming out. Heavy spin comes out from ZZ to knock back the rest of Dreammax, but Infinity is going to have to disengage from this mid tower push.
Yeah, so the mid laner tower here, the high ground, is still standing with a half of HP, but is still standing for the Dreammax. No super minion from Infinity, and they decide to head back. Almost 15 minutes here on this game number 4. Goal lead heading for a 5k for Infinity, but Dreammax, it's like alive, more alive than ever. So the game is not done yet.
Yeah, just under a 5k gold lead for the side of Infinity right now, and unfortunately for Dreammax, I feel like some of these picks right now just are not earning their way just yet. Goo on the Thomas, I don't really feel like we've been making use of that. Zeus still has yet to really kind of get to a point where that zoning or the firepower that he can have is scaring or pushing back Infinity as we take a look at some of these items.
Yeah, on the jungler here.
Yeah, we do. Ooh, Fanboy gets caught even with the conceal play. Cauterant Inferno is able to find 2 members with that knockup as well as the Violet Requiem coming out. A big Petrify lands. Zablotch able to find a kill. 3 down for the side of a Dreammax. Infinity here with a great fight out there, starting with the conceal play, and then even though he gets caught, Fanboy able to find the pop-up on the 2 members and a Violet Requiem backed up by the damage of Zablotch and a Lionel. Ooh, tries to go back in there. It's just Zeus alone. Infinity will not go quietly into the night. They say they want to take this to a game.
Oh yes! Oh, where are the minion waves here? Another one here, just a simple car on the bottom lane, and now here it comes! Infinity gets everything tied up, leading to the game number 5, Xena.
Oh man. It seems like Infinity found their groove here. They are taking us to this game 5. They snowballed that entire match, and they just seem like they found that recipe to kind of beat Dreammax here. So they always did take us to a game 5, these two teams. So I didn't expect anything less.
Oh man, a great put together there coming out from Infinity there. I mean, I've been talking about it too. These kind of compositions that kind of go outside the meta, they just are so favorable for them here. Though I want to say on the side of Dreammax, some picks maybe not doing as well as others, as Zeus really struggled on this Granger as well. Not only very late and having to get a Sky Piercer, but also getting a Sea Halberd on his team as well, which I mean, I feel like you're already nerfing this pick so much when you're taking away that much of his damage as well out there. So, but man, Infinity, a great execution of this composition as well. Fanboy did an excellent job going in, being able to find these great jumps, and then Lionel getting himself into position with a lot of those gloom bombs to make sure that he would be able to kind of finish the job while the enemies were in that Violet Requiem.
Yeah, I was just about to say like about Fanboy's performance here, because when it comes to Guinevere, we used to say that to help Guinevere and the jump here and the combo with the Requiem Violet, sometimes she needs some assistance, like it could be some kind of a CC, it could be the penalty zone from Terizla, for example, or the tectonic charge from Grok, to help Guinevere to allow this jump to cause damage and the CC with the Requiem Violet. But it didn't happen here for Infinity, because Fanboy was like alone, even though we got the Habit Spin coming out from ZZ. But you see, Fanboy, it was just like right jumps, like a certain hit in the target. It was like very, very good and very clean for Fanboy here to secure the victory for Infinity so far. But not only that, I told you guys, I simply don't get it when you see and when you have carry in another composition and you still decide to get tankies to your composition, you know. Okay, the tankies have CC. Okay, the tankies have some kind of control, some kind of slowdown or help on the execution in that situation. But still, it's a carry, a goal in, and on the meta, we used to see carry a lot of the times, you know. Once again here, one more jump coming out from Fanboy to help Infinity to get the kills enough to get this victory. So when you get carry, so when you let carry open in those situations and you bring a tankies, it's not. It might not be a good idea. Sorry.
Yes, and here we go. The confidence, the aggression, the execution. Our MVP here is Rusi on the Yuzong, 716 KDA, 56.9k total damage, 670 gold per minute. Everything clicked perfectly for this MVP performance.
I want to say I was kind of worried when I first saw the pick, because I feel like Lapu does such a great job of getting to an Eve and being able to really threaten her out with the damage that he can do. But man, Rusi really proved me wrong. It wasn't just his ability to kind of get onto the mid lane. He had a great game in the XP lane as well, was doing a great job of dominating Goo, making sure that he wasn't a factor. And man, just was coming from all different angles, even able to catch out Shaikiche by surprise. You saw from the completely opposite side of the map, caught a great flank onto the side of Dreammax, and that actually surprised Shaikiche. You see here, able to find Shaikiche again with that black dragon.
Yeah, so it's totally right here. So we used to see like Rosie getting trying to neutralize Shaikiti, not only at that time, so sometimes like maybe twice or 3 times using the Black Dragon here to neutralize Shaikiti. If it was not to neutralize, at least like to cause this trouble, to cause this damage on the mid lane from Dreammax, and it worked so well, leading now everything to the last game here, game number 5. But guys, one thing I know for sure, both teams in the lower bracket final is gonna play 10 games today. So even from like the most lover of MLBB, you gotta play here, my friend.
Yeah, taking us to that best of 5. I had no doubt that this would go this far. The whole full best of 5. They both are amazing teams, and they both bring it to the table. And you never know who's going to take it, because they've always flip-flopped between who won at the end of it all. So it all depends on the execution, but they seem like they found their ingredients, Infinity, against Dreammax to target Shaikiche, right? So just hitting her with that Yuzong at the end, and just making sure they hit that back line has been doing wonders for them.
I mean, this is something I've been saying since the beginning, is that there needs to be an answer for Shaikiche, and it seems like they were able to find it. Not just that, but when it comes to the drafting, I feel like we checked all the boxes of having a successful game against Dreammax. One of those being have an answer for Shaikiche. The second one, make sure that Goo is kind of on an uncomfortable XP laner, where I feel like they shined on that as well. I don't really feel like we got the value out of there, but a third one coming out there, I feel like they kind of put Zeus in an awkward position there. I don't really feel like Granger was probably the best option to kind of come into that game there too as well. And I kind of am interested in why kind of for a hero like Granger to get a Sea Halberd when you're really a single target. There's no AoE on any of it. The most you're going to be able to use or spread the Sea Halberd is to one person that's in the front of the pack that's tanking the damage for you. And I feel like that's almost a huge waste, as well as Sky Piercer when you're 1 and 2 and you're 2k behind the carry on the other side, which already tells you that you're going to have kind of a rough game trying to make use of that. And that's one of the things I think a lot of people overlook when it comes to an item like the Sky Piercer, is it by itself, it provides a little bit of help for your team, but to really get the value out of it, you need to be able to get the stacks on it as well. And unfortunately, the Zeus was not able to accomplish that on the Granger. But boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, Rico and Zena, we are at that famed game 5. As you see here, 2 rows completely filled up with heroes that are unavailable for both of these teams.
Yes, so they are going ahead and banning out Freya and Guinevere here, Baxia, Zushin, a lot of the meta bans here. They're going to also get rid of that Lunix, and
Who said there are no shortcuts in life? Your team I literally invented one.
Yeah, so Chip here, Harley is open. Maybe ZZ is going to try to play with this hero in the jungle. Yeah, so here it comes, Harley from ZZ here, which is usual for him, especially now at this point of the match, like in the game number 5, with not so many choices left from both teams. So Harley here is a very interesting pick for Infinity. So now let's see what is the Dreammax is going to respawn here. Man, there's so many banned heroes here. I'm kind of lost to see and to think about what Dreammax is going to. Oh, okay, carry. Right, thank you Dreammax for this. And the next one is gonna be the roaming. No Khalid. It could be for Blink. Would be a possibility here.
They were waiting the full till the end to get it. Yeah, Glue. Bruno is a gold, right? They still have that open for the side of Infinity.
You mentioned Khalid, and that's actually kind of surprising. I feel like he kind of disappeared from a lot of priority maybe at the start of the playoffs, which is very interesting because I feel like the meta has shifted a little bit. It used to be all about your open, all about getting that early game advantage, where people like Hilda, the Khalid, the Eve, the Zishian, were all the rave and the priority. Ooh, Kufra being picked up by the side of Infinity, but do we have the support? It's a very early Kufra. However, I do like it because it stops the carry from being able to dash away. It stops Glue's dash as well. So we do have it's able to counter two things there, but are we going to be able to capitalize on those Tyrant's rages when they come in? Or no, the Tyrant's revenge, which is the rubber band effect where he hits you and pops you up into the air. You're gonna have that deadly magic from Harley. You're gonna have a decent amount of burst coming out from Bruno as well. So I definitely like this combination, but a great answer coming out from Dreammax.
Yeah, great choice there, ZTN, to kind of help with that CC and kind of stop them in their tracks for a short while, to be helpful for the team to kind of engage them in some way here, since they couldn't get the Lunux to kind of like counter the Harley here. Here they're going to still need their EXP laner as well as their mage on the side of Infinity. And then for Dreammax, we have their... Well, Glue is their roam or EXP. I don't know. You can be either or here. EXP and or roam, and then their jungler is needed.
Yeah, I was wondering here, like when I saw like Kufra from Fanboy here, I was thinking about Shaikichi's choice here because this Kufra can lead and can get easily on the back line, for example. So if Shaikichi brought some static mage here, that could be a problem for Dreammax. I have to be honest with you guys, I was expecting some mobile mid lane here, even though we don't have Kimi, even though we don't have Lunox, for example. I was expecting a Kadita, for example, here for Shaikichi to avoid this Tyrant's Wrath coming out from a Fanboy. But the meta and the situation here, Private, I think that they don't dare to use like some off-meta heroes so far. So I think that that's why they choose Zitian for Shaikichi.
Well, and then she does have the disengagement tool from her passive on the Zeshian. So, and I'm not sure how the timing would work. When Kufra goes in with his rubber bands, does it immediately activate the pushback, or would it wait until after the knockup happens? Because that placement will. So that because that placement would tell me whether or not the Kufra would be as effective against this type of pick there as well. Now waiting on that final one of the last two picks coming out from Dreammax. Oh, we're gonna come out with the Lancelot.
Alright, yeah, they're going ahead and picking up the Lancelot here. A lot of mobility, able to get out of Harley's ultimate whenever he does his, like, I forgot, his little dash something. He can avoid getting that hit on him for some reason. They went ahead and pick up the Valentini here.
Alice? Alice for Rusi?
Yeah.
I think that easy. I think that could be a possibility here. So we saw Rusi like using the Black Dragon to getting on the back line to always like causing trouble for a Shaikichi here. Maybe that could be a possibility when it comes to... Oh, okay. Teresa with the penalties on. I think that it is too risky using the flicker and the penalty zone to trying to reach out this backline, but it's a possibility also for Infinity, especially when you have Kufra and Valentina. But now come Phobius on the last choice here for Dreammax, Private.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. Yeah, especially to pull it out on the last pickup there. So especially I felt like Infinity was getting real comfortable with the dashes that they had on their side, and now the Phobius comes out. So this is gonna be very interesting. Another interesting point is you pick a Lance into a Kufra, which tells me how confident King is in his Lance. He has to be able to pick it against something that could, I feel like, potentially be his downfall.
Yeah, especially like using this dashes mobility here when it comes to Lancelot, and this facility to guarantee objectives, especially using the second skill here to get invulnerable and using the retribution so far. But the other side, we have ZZ here with Harley, that he can use the teleportation and the cards, for example, to like get in and get out and like steal a Lord, steal a turtle. So everything is possible here on this last game, because guys, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the game number 5. It's now or never for both teams. One here is going to the lower bracket finals. Another one is going to say goodbye today to the MCT AMER South, my friend Private.
Yeah, both of these have been our perspective underdog teams. Lionel, who took a ton of damage there from Blink. But yeah, both of these teams have been our underdog teams who have been fighting tooth and nail from the bottom seeding of the playoffs. Now looking to make a name for themselves here as King goes in, picking. You can see a lot of that damage coming out from Shaikiche on to ZZ. Ooh,
Fanboy.
Ready for Fanboy. Maybe a shadow of things to come as he already lands a beautiful Tyrant's Revenge on to Dreammax.
Yeah, but they still like fighting here on the river. Dreammax trying to steal the beta on the jungler here from Infinity. I think that at least the biggest one they stole. But now ZZ is heading for the orange buff. As we've seen all the emblems here, like in pure rage with the two ZZ and Lionel. We have Quantum Charge here for Zablox to help him to in this movement speed. But 2v1.
Yeah, Zabloch not too worried about it. He does have that, I believe that dive to get himself out of harm's way there, but a little bit of pressure now starting to mount up at the top lane as Infinity did take a little bit of a peek into enemy territory, but looks like Dreammax is going to be able to kind of clean up. Ooh, a little bit of a fight up there.
Oh, Fanboy.
King coming down, a Blink in a little bit of trouble here as well. Shaikiche, as they latch on, you can see Fanboy went for Shaikiche, who needs to be very careful, especially with a Kufra out there, who can be a big asset for the side of Infinity. Now we do have the rage coming out. A big stun lands onto the side of Dreammax. Might have been a little too early for them. It doesn't really seem like we have a lot of contention for this turtle.
I think that this appearance of the Phoenix was from Lionel, to be honest. I guess, I'm not sure, because as we're seeing, like, okay, at least for both mid laners, the ultimate is still open, so
yeah, that's actually kind of weird. How that has to be a very quick ultimate that both of them still have their ultimates up for themselves here. Now, I mean, Blink actually takes a lot of damage from the backside. King goes in. Lionel's gonna have to find himself a huge disengagement.
Yeah, so for King here, here comes. All right, now it was from Shaikichi. I know for sure. The Fury of the Phoenix was for a Shaikichi now on the mid lane. But now here in the gold lane, we're seeing Zablox, Fanboy, and ZZ.
A big combination coming out from the side of Infinity. Zeus gonna have to use that flicker to get himself back underneath his tower. He does have about 50% health left. Is no worse for wear, but some good quick thinking there from him. Gonna be able to get him out of harm's way. Meanwhile, Blink trying to pour on a lot of that frustration onto Fanboy to kind of keep him zoned out from the mid line there. You see Lionel now matched up, trying to put some damage onto Blink.
Yeah, Blink here with the Patrick skin on the glue so far. And now 3 players off Infinity. Blink, okay. Lionel and Fanboy.
Yeah, it goes in for that fight. Oh, you can see on the backside, King actually goes in, dives in and back out. Goo gonna go ahead very near Rusi there, who's putting on the damage. Both teams pretty evenly matched so far. 4 minutes in, no kills for either side just yet as we continue on in this game. The only problem for me is I feel like King has been trying to do his best to kind of come in, find some of these kills. He's definitely aiming for Lionel, but has not really been able to get the payoff. He dives in. Lionel's going to be able to find the disengagement. Ooh, from the backside, Blink trying to do his best to zone out Lionel. On the backside there too as well. Goo latching on to ZZ as King cleans up that next turtle. That's going to be 2 turtles for the side of Dreammax. Rusi in trouble, gets taken out by Shaikitse.
Yeah, Rusi was like trying to neutralize Shaikichi even before this second turtle, but
yeah, Zeus in a little bit of trouble here. Down comes the Fury of the Phoenix trying to protect the Zeus. Zeus putting on the damage. Down goes Fanboy. The rest of Dreammax coming in for that suppressive fire and to help out their teammate.
Yeah, so Infinity here trying to neutralize Zeus because he didn't get the flicker yet. It is going to be back right in a few moments, but still Dreammax with 2 players on the other side.
King dives in, finally able to find the kill onto a surprise Lionel. That's going to open up this mid lane for Dreammax to be able to take. Meanwhile, up at the top, a free and open tower for Rusi.
Yeah, meanwhile, like Rusi, it is heading for the tower on the top side here, but Dreammax got the tower on the mid lane. But dive on the bottom lane.
Zablotch gets taken out by Dreammax. Meanwhile, Demonic Force coming out from Goo to kind of fend off that little bit of a push coming out from Infinity, and that's going to be another tower or a tower for the side of Infinity, now having the mid and bottom.
Yeah, so Dreammax here now turning on the turbo, getting 2 towers on the mid lane and the bottom lane here. 1 kill for Zeus and this carry. 1 kill for King and Shaikichi. Radiant armor now for a Blink. Gold lead, almost like heading 4K for Dreammax. As you see now here, the items, almost 1K here for Zeus, and a carry already has this corrosion side leading for the second one. I believe it's going to be the golden staff, and now the third turtle available on the top side of the river. Both teams are dancing around it, but Dreammax is started immediately.
Yeah, and I feel like we're just not finding the opportunities for this Kufra and those Tyrant's Revenges to really be able to combo into this. Another clean pickup of the turtle for the side of Dreammax, and a very macro-intensive game for them so far. 7 minutes in, only 4 kills on the board, but 2 towers down.
Yeah, Shaikichi was in the bush on the jungle by
Zablotch gets taken out. King coming in. But Goo might be in a little bit of trouble. Using that demonic force, King trying to get his stacks up, looking to see if he needs to join Goo up at the mid lane. He does not, as Goo kind of intimidates both of them away.
Yeah, so now leading this for views open to Goo might not be the best of the ideas for Infinity here to face Dreammax in this game number 5. Goo!
Oh yeah, Goo in a little bit of goes in on to Zablotch, and man, this has been an all Dreammax game. So quick, we're already down to the high ground towers at the bottom lane as well. Bending that shielding coming out from the bottom as Shakiche goes ahead, tries to put down the suppressive fire. The rest of Dreammax working on the tier 2 tower. Zeus finds the tower, now going in with the demonic force. King looking to put on the damage. Down goes the Blotch. On the other side, ZZ able to find a kill onto Goo as Shakiche finds one onto Rusi.
Yeah, so double kill here. Now ZZ trying to find someone lost, but Dreammax is still on the pressure.
Yeah, King with the Thorned Rose and a dash out of harm's way immediately. Ooh, Shakiche almost got caught sleeping there. Was looking for a recall home and almost got caught by the deadly magic of ZZ.
Yeah, so we're seeing the items once again, glowing one and genius one here from for Shaikichi and the Zetian so far. Lord Cam here, one more Lord. No, it's the first Lord actually. Sorry, for on the game. It started by Dreammax, and apparently we have no fight back coming out from Infinity here. Only the Dragon Boys causing this trouble. Let's go.
Yeah, and I mean, that Fury of the Phoenix came out from Shaikitse, and that really kind of told Dreammax that they had a wide open ability to be able to pick up that Lord, because I want to say the rest of Infinity was kind of spread out on the map and in no position to really counteract that pickup. But this is going to be the first Lord and might be a huge push for the side of Dreammax, who are already down to high ground towers at the mid and bottom lane. So I'm expecting them to put on a lot of pressure up at the top to try to take that down. And I think Infinity are expecting it too, as you see 3 men mounting up at that mid lane or at that top tier 2 tower. In goes King. We can see up if we get to take a look at the action instead of following the Lord around at the mid lane. We do have the pressure starting to mount as minions coming in. The rest of Dreammax looking for a way in. Rusi coming in with some damage. Meanwhile, Zeus and almost catches King, who is just so slippery on that lance. ZZ goes in with the deadly magic. It's going to take Zeus down to about half health, but he's going to be able to get that health right back. Goo goes in with the demonic force onto the backside with the Fury of the Phoenix lining up. Goo finds a kill on to the marksman. Down goes Goo as well. 1 down for each team. Lord crashing into the base. Dreammax, are they looking to close this one out? As Lionel spraying on the damage. They might be in trouble. Shaikiche, ZZ with the kill there. Blink is down. 3 down for the side of Dreammax. King might be in a little bit of trouble here. Zeus and King on the backside as well. They lose 3 members for that, but they have taken down all of the high grounds of Infinity.
Dude, the fanboy like using the flicker to try to chase down King. I think that was unnecessary here, but that's okay. It was just to celebrate Infinity defense here on the base. Private, we were talking about MCT AMER South. Everything is possible here. We used to see so many situations.
Yeah, Rusi in trouble, gets caught by the pop-up there. Is going to have to use that penalty zone defensively. Out comes the Fury of the Phoenix. Demonic Force still chasing down Rusi. He goes down to the damage of Zeus. Now minions at the mid tower still get taken down with a successful defense by Infinity. Do Dreammax dare go to find this pressure? Now the minions at the mid high ground tower. We do see King gets hit by the deadly magic. Goo able to find the kill. Zeus able to take down the tower. Now laying into the core. Ladies and gentlemen, Dreammax move forward to the semifinals of the MCT AMER South.
Here comes the Dragon Boys to the lower bracket finals versus Entity 7, Zena.
Dreammax domination at the end there. They're like, all right, that's enough. We're not going to have this. No reverse sweep. We're going to take this game and we're going to add that pressure, suppress you guys, even though they did kind of almost got wiped out at that Lord. They regrouped and were able to come back and end it.
They had I want to say a little bit of an overestimation when they were at the core. They lost 3 people, but they were able to do their job, take down the high ground towers of Infinity. And man, what a dominating game coming out from the side of Dreammax there. As we take a look at the stats here, you can see the 3, 1, and 6 on Shaikitse, 302 on Zeus. King still did a great job, 2, 0, and 6. Not the highest killing game thus far, but super effective for the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, so before this game finished, I was about to say like, okay, everything is possible in the AMER South. So we used to see so many situations similar to that where the team was like dominating the game and all of a sudden they were like getting surprised and losing the game. But it didn't happen to Dreammax here at this game. So okay, so they got just a little bit like scared. on the game, but they were like able to handle that situation and leading the team to the victory here. Last game here, game number 5, with not so many kills, at least like for Infinity here, 12 kills for Dreammax. Fanboy here, I think that Fanboy, he tried to get on this trouble heroes here when it comes to Shaikichi, for example, or Zeus. But I think for me, I think that the main problem for Infinity is it was letting for views open for Goo, because we were talking about like, okay, Dreammax has to give some comfort zone for Goo here to let him to be strong, let him to be confident on this game. So Phoveus is one of these heroes that can guarantee this comfort zone for Goo, and he was able to not only to get not compromise in a bad way for a Dreammax, but he was able to use the demonic force to get in this back line, to get in this flank all the time here, like ZZ, as we are seeing now in this team fight here, to allow Dreammax to get another turtle. But not only that, but even in like in the dangerous, apparently dangerous situations for a Dreammax, Goo was there with the Phoveus to get this stacks and try not only to neutralize these enemies, but to protect even the carries from Dreammax, even Shaikichi, for example, even Zeus. So Goo here was like a very crucial. He was very important for Dreammax, using this Phoveus so good here on this game number 5.
Yes, for sure. They did a wonderful job here. The way they executed everything was flawless. They put that pressure and made sure there was no room for Infinity to come back in any way here. And that is the synergy I'm talking about. Even though they did fumble, they did go to a best of 5 at first, but they found their groove at the end and came back strong.
Yeah, you can see here, I mean, a part of the last, some of the final pushes coming in from the side of Dreammax, having such a great games here. I think this is this where they kind of messed up? I think the Lord was coming in and they did end up getting taken. I think Shaikitse actually got taken out here by ZZ there, and there were only 2 members left from the side of Dreammax. But at this point, they were so far ahead that even that little hiccup wasn't a huge harding for them, as they were able to answer right back, take out that mid high ground tower, and just force their way through mid to find themselves as the winner or to push forward in the lower bracket.
Yes, and here we have it. This was pure impact from beginning to end. Here's the player leading the charge. We have our MVP King, who we thought Kufra was going to handle. I mean, he said, hey, I don't care if there's a Kufra on the board. I'm going to take this win. 206 KDA, 34.K total damage, 803 gold per minute. He was a driving force for the team despite having that Kufra on the field.
Yeah, as I always says, once a king, you never lose the crown. So here the MVP to the king of kings here with this Lancelot. I was about to say, like, before this game started, like, Lancelot is one of the signatures here from Blink so far since from the beginning of the competition, at least for a king here. So when it comes to the assassins, Kings has this knowledge and this comfort zone so far. Of course, he is a versatile. He can play with some tankies, but the assassins is like his passion. It's like his where he shines all the time here, especially with Dreammax. So well-deserved MVP here for King on this game. Congratulations for Infinity. They did an amazing job coming so like at this far on the MCT AMER South, but as a competition, one has to win, one has to lose, but they have to be proud of themselves because they did an amazing job.
Yeah, an amazing job for both of these underdog teams to get this far. Like you said, unfortunately, one will be going home and one has to go forward, and that's going to be Dreammax. A great game there, especially when we were talking about King, like we talked about before, moving from the XP lane to make that transition for his team, and has absolutely shined in the jungle position for his team. Not just that, but when he pulled out this lance, pulling out the lance against the Kufra was a statement. A statement of the confidence that he has in this lance and how well he can play it. That okay, we're not even going to be bothered about this Kufra. We're going to be able to go in there and get a lot of these thorned roses and phantom executions and still be able to find ourselves and escape. And he was able to do that quite successfully here, which earned him that MVP. A great pick up there. It's a shame. It's a shame that the meta doesn't really favor a lot more assassins, as it's one of my my secret joys to watch great assassins do their work around the map, whether it's going to be a Fanny, Lance, Hayabusa or something like that, some of those high skilled really maneuverable heroes. And King did finally get to flex out one of those assassins here in the game 5 and really put on a show for all of us.
Yes, for sure. A king in the jungle role. He is on his throne and he is dishing out that damage and showing you all why he was not meant to be for the EXP lane. He is taking that jungle role and rolling with it for sure. They have been wonderful to watch them kind of grow from here on out. Like the way they took charge, they changed out 2 of their teammates, and they have been dominating it ever since that. So looking forward to see what else they have in store for us.
Yeah, and I think that, at least in my point of view, in my opinion, it is very interesting to see a King playing with an Assassins, as Private was saying, like, even though the meta was like not benefiting, not with a great benefit on the Assassins, but I think that when King chooses these Assassins to play like Lancelot, for example, or Suyo, it keeps his signature and his personality to play as he wish. You know, I believe that they have some inspirations abroad, the other regions, like Kartizi, like Kairi, for example, who likes to play with assassins, and I think that he thinks, okay, I can play with the assassins even though like the meta doesn't help me so much.
Yes, and speaking of inspiration, I hope this inspires you guys to keep chatting and engaging in the chat. We have some diamond drops for you guys. Make sure you go ahead and keep engaging. Stay tuned for more. We still have another best of 5 coming up, so get in on that and you get a chance at these diamonds.
Yeah, keep up that positive energy. Keep talking in chat for your opportunity to win. Who knows? It might be you gets some of those diamonds to be able to pick up some emotes or recalls that you want, or even maybe one of your favorite skins might be coming up onto the market.
Yeah, I saw Shaikichi's recall effects. It was like very, very beautiful. I don't have that one. It's the green one, like in the green bird. I don't remember that. I also, guys, got the Team Liquid recall effect, the horse one. I'm very happy about it. Ooh, it was really
Everyone
good
loves that one for sure.
Yeah.
Let us know in the chat though, which one's your favorite recall? We would like to know for sure.
Yeah.
But we cannot be here without our sponsor, guys. I do have to give a little shout out to runestone.gg, an amazing place for you to go and see data and analytics to kind of up your game and be on top tier, just like these players here on the tournament.
Yeah, I want to level up your game. Look no further than runestone.gg, for without none of this would be possible. So big shout out to them.
A big shout out here for Runestone to make this whole magic happening here, especially on this day. 2 best of 5 with 5 games, and it's still like just a little bit later, the last one here on the lower bracket final.
I wonder what the next one will bring for us, guys. But if you want to be up to date on our highlights, thing that's going on in the tournament and all that, be sure to check out our social as well. We're on MLBB Esports on Kick, Twitch, X, Insta, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, you name it. We are everywhere. Just check us out and keep up to date on what's going on in this tournament.
Yeah, and just in case you guys might have missed everything, all the action that happened with the North finals, you can find all of the action out on our socials to catch you back up. Or even if you somehow miss the Southern finals as well, you can find all that action at MLBB Esports.
Yeah, all of that, plus the patch notes, updates, new heroes, everything that is happening on MLBB ecosystem, even in the highlights recorded by these beautiful voices with me, Private Caster, Xena, and her like outstanding predictions. So everything you're about to know and to see on if you follow our social network.
I have amazing predictions, just so you know.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm talking. That's why I'm talking. Like Xena's like coming from the future. Okay, I wanna check it out if you're hitting this results from today, Xena.
Oh gosh. I mean, and that's why I don't put it on social right now, but you know, it's all in my head.
Not only the winner, the score. I want to see your predictions if they're right.
Yeah, anyways.
I mean, when it comes to predictions, I mean, when it came to the North, especially kind of, I guess I'm a little biased because I understand some of those teams a little bit better. My predictions were up there. I think over here, I dropped down to about 30% when it came to my prediction rate. But that was also probably part of the sweet spot of being able to cast on here for the South, because there was just so much I didn't know, so much of a world that has opened up for me, and that now understanding for such a great amount of players, some great teams that I've been able to cast for here. Shaikiche and Dreammax being one of those teams here. And then of course, like we've been talking about those two titans up at the top, the pinnacle of the South right now, which is Entity 7 and Alpha 7 thus far. I mean, it has been a huge adventure thus far. And it's actually kind of sad that it's going to be ending for another team as we move on to the next best of 5 soon here.
Yes, it's for sure going to be sad. But next up, we are going to see, was it Alpha 7 going against... am I saying this right? Alpha 7 going against Infinity? No? I'm so wrong right now, guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was little worried about now.
We have another best of 5 coming on.
Yeah.
You guys tell him. But anyway,
Yeah.
We're going to take a break because I do need to kind of regain my, thought process here, because... we already know that's wrong. But anyways, we'll see you in a little bit. We're going to take a quick 20-minute break, and we will see you back for that best of 5.
Every time. And with Bonox, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCT AMER to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with Bonox and play it at next.
Between dreams and nightmares.
In Mobile Legends, every diamond counts, and with Bonox, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top-up, and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCT AMER to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top-up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with Bonox and play it at next.
Between dreams and nightmares.
we are back with more MCT AMER South semifinals. Come back, guys.
That's right, ladies.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you guys have made this long journey to best of fives, then congratulations. But the fun is not over. We are at the AMER South semi-finals here. One team will go home. One team will move on to the finals. Then that finals guarantees not only a seat at MSC, but that challenger who will meet the AMER North champions. So much on the line for all teams involved.
Yes. So you thought it would be the end? No. Just one more best of 5 here. It is the lower bracket final. So we gave you time enough to get a large coffee, to get the chicken wings, popcorn, to get this meal, to watch one more insane best of 5 here, Zena.
Yes, let's get your brain on straight like I did. I reset my brain and now I'm ready. We are ready, and let's check out the rest of today's schedule. Who is going to take on each other here? We have... Okay, let's check out what happened actually. Entity 7 went against Alpha 7. On that went a whole full best of 5 with Alpha 7 the victors of that. Then Infinity versus Dreammax coming up on top. And now we are back at that loser bracket with Entity 7 and Dreammax going up ahead against each other and seeing who will come the victor and submerge out of that loser bracket.
Yeah, so today it all comes to this final match for today. Entity 7 versus Dreammax, and the winner is going to face Alpha 7 tomorrow in the MCT AMER South final. So, oh, my friends, private, 2 teams here with the best all 5, with the whole, the all 5 games from today. Maybe the tiring situation could be a problem.
Well, we're about to find out as we take a look at the Entity 7 roster.
Yes, here we have on Entity 7, who's playing today. We got the EXP laner Akashi, Hide on Bush for that jungle, mid lane Shin, gold lane Doom, and
Vagin.
But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at what Entity 7 had to say ahead of this matchup.
Hola, buenas, soy Chin de Entity 7 y para mí mi top 5 de mejores magos de la línea media serían a top 5 pondría a Lionel de Infinity, top 4 pondría a Syndra de Titan Sport, top 3 pondría a Feshin de 9Z, top 2 pondría a Frost de Alpha 7 y top 1 pondría a Chai de Dreammax.
Oh man, he's recognizing Shaikiche here. On Dreammax side, we have Goo, King for that jungle, mid lane Shaikiche, gold lane Zeus, and Blink for that roam position.
Yeah, so when it comes to Dreammax here, the team that faced Infinity just like a few minutes ago. So with 5 games and guarantee the spot to the lower bracket finals to face Entity 7. It's gonna be a hard challenge, but they showed us that they are going to do very well. Let's see the video.
Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Blink, rotação da Dreammax, e hoje vou fazer aqui uma brincadeira de respostas rápidas. Blink 2019. Harley Zilong. Luiz King Ling Flash Collector do Granger. Nossa, Joy. Saber. Zushin. Eu. Eu. Resu. Gulu. Early game. Touch color.
I just love how happy and smiley he is answering those questions. He's just so happy-go-lucky guy, right?
Yeah, but make no mistake here, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a David and Goliath battle as the front runners and the dark horses that you just saw here. Dreammax will be going up against what before today were thought to be the undefeatable Entity 7, who got knocked down to the lower bracket due to a best of 5 brawl and huge fight with Alpha 7. The one thing that I feel like at least that both of these teams have going in their favor is that they both competed in 2 grueling best of 5 matches, so they should basically be the same amount of worn out here after those 2 best of 5 matches coming up here. But now, I mean, one thing too is that Entity 7 finally has been proven that they can lose. There is a recipe out there. The question though is, can Dreammax find that recipe to finally topple the Titans that they have yet to be able to get over?
Yeah, so you said it, everything here, Private. The first of all, the unbeatable team Entity 7 so far, at least till this day, they lost against Alpha 7, and now Dreammax is going to face them. So after this winning versus Infinity, I think that they got their confidence enough to to face Entity 7 as well in this best of 5. So they saw, I think that they watched the game before and they saw that, okay, Entity 7 can bleed, so it is our chance to prove ourselves that we can reach to the final here on MCT AMER South. It's going to be a hard challenge for Dreammax though, but they showed us that they have this potential to get and reach the top.
Yes, for sure. They have come a long way. They fought their way through that loser bracket, Dreammax here, and now they're going against the top Titan, Entity 7. But Entity 7 did recognize Dreammax Shaikiche for her being top 1, right, in that mid lane.
Not just fought their way through the loser bracket, but fought their way from a bottom 4 seeding of the playoffs here in the South, all the way, made the necessary roster adjustments to find the success that they have here. But I mean, talking about Entity 7, you've been talking about nothing but success from them, from when it comes to draft, from when it comes to their macro gameplay, even in their loss against Alpha 7. Many of the victories that they were able to get in that best of 5 were because they maintained the discipline that they needed. They were so behind in a lot of those matches, just maintained that discipline, understood what they needed to do, and looked for that one opportunity. And that's what makes Entity 7 so dangerous, is that's all that they need to be successful, to get that victory, is that one opportunity, and you find the game slipping through your fingers.
Yeah, and it makes all total sense here. When I saw Entity 7 realizing, recognizing Shaikiche, it might be like a good and a bad thing. A good thing, like, okay, so they recognize a very strong mid laner, but I think that in a bad way, like, okay, so they know they focus, they know the target that they want to hit on this best of 5. So once again, Dreammax has to take care much more now with the Shaikiche and her positioning here on this best of 5. But once again, Entity 7 and their discipline is going to be one of the strongest point of this team so far. It's one of the best thing that this team have, and which brought them to here on like the top 4 on MCT AMER South. But on the other side, we have a Dreammax that are still like warmed up from the best of 5 earlier. Entity 7 as well have won, so let's see what's going to happen. For me, it's a very tied up game so far.
Yes, you are right about that double-edged sword, though. Like, them thinking highly of Shaikichi makes her a target. So for sure, that is their target. And we already said, Private said earlier, if you target Shaikichi, that kind of like handicaps them, right? Kind of like gives a leg up to the opposing team here. So this could be a bad thing that they recognize her in that way. But at the same time, the team has come well and melded well together here. And King does an amazing job in the jungle. Blink does an amazing job on that roam. So in this since they've been together, they have done wonders with each other. So who knows? It could be a different story.
Yeah, I feel like the success points for Dreammax are because we've already seen this matchup before. Entity 7, they did lean into Shaikichi to be able to kind of shut her down with some of her favorite pickups out there, but that was before Goo had really stepped up on the team of Dreammax. And I feel like if Dreammax are going to be successful, the entirety of your success cannot be bent on the shoulders of King and Shaikichi. The rest of the team is going to need to be able to step up to kind of have that focus, to have that confidence, because King and Shaikichi are not going to be able to do this themselves, especially when you're talking about a team from Entity 7 who have so many different pillars that they can use to find that success on their team here. And because already, like we were just talking about, Shaikichi, King, they got shut down the last time they went up against Entity 7 here. And that, just like I said, I'm assuming that's going to be kind of the same play style that you're going to go with here with Entity 7, because you had such success with it last time. Here, we're going to see if Dreammax have been able to make some of the repairs to that armor to be able to find some of those shortcomings and maybe be able to find a source of victory here against the monsters of the South in Entity 7.
Yeah, so it makes total sense here, especially when it comes to Entity 7's lineup, especially with the Trinity, the champion in Trinity on the last split here, Shin, Doom, and Hydon Bush, and with the addition with Vagin and Akashi, two very experienced players as well. So I believe that Dreammax here is gonna have a hard challenge when it comes to experience and the synergy coming out from team. We know that Goo and Zeus have their potential and have their like high level proficiency here when it comes to this gameplay, but once again, facing Entity 7, which has like this experience not only in the online competition, when it comes to stage, they also have this experience as well. So let's see what they are going to do, and they're going to fight against Entity 7. And see here, we'll see some reactions between Xena and Private from the bans. Grok, Ivan, Penny, Povius, Valentina, and Guinevere, but letting Zunshin open here on the first game.
Zushin and Baxia, Freya Zushin, Baxia, Freya, they're all open. Marcel, there's a lot of things open right now, and especially is that Freya and the Zushin that are open right now. So this is pretty exciting. I mean, if they give Shaikichi that, maybe they are banking for Shaikichi to take that Zushin. Maybe they have a counter for her. They're gonna go ahead and pick that up. But Baxia and Freya are still open here too, so this should be interesting.
Marcel with the Freya pickup here. So I'm expecting to see the Yusun Shin come out for the side of Dreammax as well, because it's been such a great fit into that gold lane, something that Freya's not going to be able to dominate so easily in there. You're going to have that dash to be able to kind of create that distance. Not just that, but you have a Zushin on your team as well to kind of really head off on that offense here. So do we go with the Baxia pickup so quickly, or do we maybe save that for a different match here and not kind of go with the entire meta so early here for the side of Dreammax? They're going to go ahead, scoop up the carry as a first pickup, something that hopefully in that mid to late game is going to be able to burst out like as a quick in the gold lane. I mean, you have to be pretty confident with Carrie in the first place. She's got a dash, but it's not a dash that stops her from getting into harm's way. I feel like, oh, man, there's just, I don't even know what to expect anymore. So Freya's not going into the gold lane. Freya's going into the XP lane.
I was thinking about that. Yeah, I was thinking about, like, as we were talking about, saying, okay, we might have this possibility to get Freya on the XP lane, as we saw today. I believe it was on the first match, right? Like Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. I'm not sure, but we saw a Freya on the XP lane here, and it happens again. But now with Entity 7's turn, it's gonna be very interesting here, because now we're getting Harriet on the gold lane. Sora is the fourth choice of ban here. Like, this first draft is so chaotic in my mind, but I'm still trying to find some options for both teams here, especially when it comes to, for example, mid lane here for Dreammax is already set. It's Zunshin. But when it comes to Entity 7, Lilia is out, Ivy is out. We still have Barca, but we have to think it is going to be a good idea to Entity 7. Harley, now it is the last ban here from Entity 7. So, Zitia. Okay. Now, I think that, I don't know if Farsa here could be a very interesting mid lane from Entity 7 with Kalia and Zunshin, especially on the mid lane here, causing this pressure. Maybe they're bringing a Kimmy on the mid lane here, but now with Leomord Marcel to get this pressure on the river, I don't think this is going to be the best one, but still it's a strong lane phase here for Entity 7.
There's a whole lot of interesting picks here. I wonder what they are going to pick up to kind of like shut down the Freya here at this point. I know you did say like Yi Sun Shin's good against a Freya. You think that they would pick that up here? Or a jungler on the side? Oh, not a Suyu. I had a feeling that they would choose the Suyu because he's very comfortable king on that Suyu. And Esme. Okay.
I don't hate the Esme here. This is something that we've seen King do very, very well on. This is where he kind of started his hero arc when he was coming up and being a great pillar for the victories that Dreammax have had here, especially against the shielding that Freya is going to have, the shielding that Harith is going to be able to have out there as well. The only problem for me is that it makes it kind of a huge target for Marcel to be able to kind of shut you down with that golden hour as well. And I'm not a big fan of Carrie versus Freya in the early game because Carrie's range is so short and Freya has a pretty big jumping distance. Entity 7 gonna go ahead and round out their composition with that final Kimmy pickup on Shin.
Yeah, but Freya is gonna be versus Harriet, right? Not Freya. I think this Esmeralda is gonna take over Freya. Yeah. And okay, Kimmy here on the last choice for Entity 7. Yeah. So this is really interesting here because on one side here, so you have this XP lane with Esmeralda who's gonna take advantage on this shield coming out from Entity 7. But even though with Freya, with Harriet, with Leomord, this is strong composition coming out from Entity 7 as well, Private.
I did want to comment though that Goo did really well on that Esme before, so him being on that Goo might be a comfort pick. I mean, on the Esme might be a comfort pick for him. So this could be a match that it's really good to watch here for sure.
Yeah.
One thing I get a little bit worried about is Goo getting a little overconfident on the Esmeralda. I think a lot of people on Esmeralda can start seeing that shield get a little confident, especially when you're talking about a team game where ganks are going to be the name of the game, especially in that XP lane to make sure that Freya can shine, especially in that XP lane where it's going to be that first objective is basically on your back to see which one of these XP laners can become a part of the fight first. Are you going to have the flight of the Valkyrie come down, or is it going to be the falling star moon from Goo? We're about to find out.
Yeah, so when it comes to these compositions, I think that the most of the things are gonna be shown from this first levels, because from one side you have the Kalia, which until level 4 she doesn't have like this like the peak of situation with the Tsunami Slam, but she has also the knockup situation. And when it comes to Marcel, if he works very well like stacking with this buff, he can do the CC as well here. But now, ladies and gentlemen, everybody here, thank you so much to stay with us at this point of this tournament. Let's go. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the best of 5, the last of the day. Entity 7 versus Dreammax. Let's go, my friend Private.
You can already see the offensive ability of that Zushin pick coming into play, as I already dropped back in very low. A little bit of a freeze going on there on the Shaikitse, but I mean the offensive ability really coming through immediately for Dreammax. And now that we have a pause in there, we have a moment to talk about both of these compositions kind of coming out here. Both of these teams are fighting for their survival in the playoffs. We're at the semifinals, and unfortunately one of them will be going home. And now, I mean, when it comes to this kind of matchup here, I'm very curious as to how at what point are we going to be able to shut down the Freya? I've played the Freya in a lane against an Esmeralda, and I want to say the Esmeralda, it's usually pretty neck and neck, but Freya can be able to get over the Esmeralda, mostly because of the jumps that she does that really like pop up the Esmeralda and can really stall a lot of your combos that you want to get out there. So it can be very interesting. If this XP lane does not go in favor of a Dreammax, I feel like this is going to be a very hard game for them.
Yeah, agree. Totally agree, Zina.
Yeah,
wise words, as always. Wise words, Zina.
I said I feel that having Zushin on the in Shaikichi's hands might be a huge factor in having them have kind of like an upper hand here. So even though they did pick up that Freya, if she's in fact able to kind of like CC her out there in some way and kind of like keep her at bay, that might be helpful to the team, and then maybe that they can kind of come back from that. As well as they have Suyu here. King's very comfortable with him, and we've seen him do a lot on him as well. So this will be a fun match to watch them for the fact that they left a lot of these meta heroes open, and to see that happen.
Yes, you know, I agree with you, especially when it comes to Chaikichi is going to be definitely one of the pillars from Dreammax on this first game. As was Private was saying, like this Esmeralda versus Freya situation, I believe that this lane phase that could go like as even from both sides, but I believe that at some point of the game, Freya is going to take some advantage on like this split push situation. So it is something that we can talk later, Zina.
Yes, and I want you guys to take advantage of these diamond drops, guys. We have diamond drops going on. Be sure to stay in the chat, keep engaging and all of that, and you get a chance at these diamonds for those emotes and all that good stuff, right? I love that, especially that one emote where it's like it's not really an emote, but one of those things that you can do and slap people with the Layla. The Layla slap during the matches. Those are fun.
Yeah, with some diamonds, you guys have an opportunity to go ahead and get yourself a Starlight, emotes, skins, whatever your heart desires. And who knows, maybe one of your favorite skins is upcoming in Mobile Legends as well.
Yeah, when it comes to these interactions, I prefer the cat one, you know, like and it's okay, yeah. Everybody likes to, they're only like on the game, like, oh my god, you just scaring me like with this cat here, but that's okay. But now here we are back here, Private, with this first game, Dreammax versus Entity 7. Let's go.
As I'm looking at this composition coming out from the side of Dreammax, another thing that's really going to be super important for Dreammax is the cohesion and the synergy coming out from this. You're going to be able to get that Tsunami Slam, but you really need Gu and King to be able to dish out that damage to really drop them down. Shaikitse will be able to get another CC onto them, but that's going to take a little bit of a time as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Dreammax can really kind of fit that synergy strategy, find that cohesion that they need to be successful to put that damage after a tsunami slam.
Yeah, oh, in the mid lane here, let's go.
Yeah, speaking of which, we do have the Phantom Steed coming out there. Goo in a little bit of trouble there as a well down King in trouble, looking for an escape. And it's going to be able to use that Blade Surge to get himself out of harm's way, but Blink goes down. Goo able to find himself an escape, and not as bad as it could have been, but still one goes down to set up the first turtle for Entity 7.
Yeah, and I can say here it was cheap. It was cheap for Dreammax. It could be very worse because King and Shaikichi. No, I think that Goo was able to survive in this first team fight here on the mid lane. So Entity 7 got the first kill, got the first turtle. Yeah, it's a very interesting early game here for Entity 7 Private.
Yeah, not just that, but a great early rotation coming out from the side of Dreammax. Unfortunately, Entity 7 was prepared for it. Oh, look at, they're already looking to possibly find an invade into there, but do not go into the jungle. But I want to say Goo, it speaks well for Goo, or for the side of Dreammax, because Goo was able to actually find his way into this fight at the mid side as well already, before Akashi was able to kind of join them. So it speaks well on Goo being able to use this this Esmeralda to be an intimidating factor, to be able to rotate a little bit faster and potentially help out Dreammax in the future.
Yeah, I believe it when it comes to this lane phase situation, Goo is gonna have some kind of advantage. But at the same time, I believe that this Freya is gonna be a pain in the neck where if Goo like tries to help the rest of the teams here in team fights, in objective ones, because this Freya can simply ignore on the side, for example, and force the split push. As we know that Freya has like this high potential to get the towers, to get this map dominance at the most of the time. So, oops, again, okay, on Shaikichi.
Yeah, he was looking like he was trying to get a little sun to set up something on to Shaikichi there. Ooh, we have 3 down on the bottom. Does Goo know about it, or is he going to try to get baited into this fight against Akashi? Very smartly going to hang out into his bush there. Ooh, coming in with the Tsunami Slam, followed up by the Falling Star Moon. Is that going to be enough? Down goes Akishi. A great combination, but here comes the rest of Entity 7 trying to put the damage on to Shaikichi, and they find the kill. Meanwhile, Goo might be in trouble, getting chased by the whole of Entity 7. Back in trouble. Is that going to be enough to pop up there? Goo with the kill, able to even things up on Entity 7. 2 and 2 apiece for Dreammax and Entity 7.
A chaotic battle here on the goal lane. On the bottom lane, sorry, on XP lane here, but with 2 players down for Entity 7, but it's still Entity 7 like trying to guarantee this second turtle with no fight back coming out from Dreammax, while like King is on the topper side, making the lizard. But now here again, and Doom, Zeus,
Okay. Yeah, Zeus took a little bit of damage there, but he was able to secure the gold minion. Now you can see Entity 7 continually forcing their way into the jungle at the bottom lane. Really, looking at it as like the weak end for Goo, who had to rotate back, and now they actually might be met up with a duo. Ooh, I think Goo tried to go in with the Falling Star Moon, did go just a little bit wide. 2 and 2 apiece here, just a narrow gold lead for the side of Entity 7. But I want to say, what I've noticed a little bit better from the side of Dreammax. Ooh, a little bit of a fight here. A little tapping coming out. Blink does not land with his jump just yet. So a little bit of hellos, a little bit of poking coming out from the side of Dreammax. Goo goes in with the Falling Star Moon. It does miss wide, so he doesn't connect with anybody at the mid lane. Now he's going to have to go ahead and take that long road back to his lane.
Yeah, so now maybe Goo is just a little bit anxious here to restart his team fights, to get in some initiation to help Dreammax, but here comes.
Oh yeah, big fight coming in here. Hide on Bush does get taken out. Golden Hour is out. In comes Doom looking for the damage. Down goes Shikitse Shin with the kill there. Down goes Blink as well. King looking for the disengagement, uses that Blade Surge to get away, but it will not be enough as Vagin finding himself another kill.
Oh my goodness. Zeus is completely lost. Getting down here. 1 more kill for Entity 7. It doesn't stop, Private. Look at it on the bottom side here.
Yeah, Goo and Akashi duking it out here. Akashi has no fear, even taking solo. Goo had to try to chase after him and is not going to be able to find the kill on him, unfortunately. Meanwhile, up at the top, Entity 7 makes short work of the top tower. And right now, Dreammax finding a very hard job of keeping up with the pace. Meanwhile, as I say that, Shakiche comes in from the top. Shin in a little bit of trouble there as they put some damage out. Is that going to be enough? Shakiche finds the kill onto Shen. Vagin thought he would be able to come in from the top, but gets halted by the rest of Dreammax. Now starting up on this turtle, Vagin goes in. You can see the big Valkyrie's descent coming in onto the side of Dreammax. Hide on bush, able to get the turtle, while the Freya swinging away at the rest of Dreammax. Down goes King. Vagin able to find a kill onto Zeus. Blink wanted to answer back so desperately, but is not going to be able to find the damage. Finds a pop-up. Oh, and he is not able to find the kill as Doom finds one of his own.
It is so amazing the way that Entity 7 like somehow they start the initiation. They turn on like the turbo and they only like play forward. They go through the chase. They go through the kills. They go through this control and dominating the pace, especially when it comes to this team fights before objectives. Once again here, Entity 7 with this confidence to chase down the enemies. Even when Dreammax still have the tower number 1 on the bottom lane. So Entity 7 once again here like punishing this I would not say Dreammax's mistake, but still, oops, here we come, Goo. But it's still like some hesitations coming out from Dreammax in some place.
Yeah, well, even in the last game that they played, one of the biggest glaring defaults was even when Dreammax was able to keep the pressure up with Entity 7, Entity 7 was still able to get the macro, still able to get the towers, even though things were basically tied. It's just that Entity 7 was able to make more use. Who in trouble, getting chased underneath his tower and taken down. Now, big pop-up comes. Tsunami Slam. This might be it for Hide on Bush. From the backside, Shakiche spraying on the damage. Shen is able to find the kill onto Blink, and Entity 7 take a tier 2 tower at the top.
Yeah, so 2 towers plus here for Entity 7 at the top side, and now they're heading for the first Lord here. Immediately started by Entity 7, and we like it all seems that we don't have a fight back coming out from Dreammax because we have King on the orange buff. Vagin has this info. Zeus is heading down, but it's already too late because Entity 7 got the Lord.
Yeah, and I feel like we've been doing such a great job. Ooh, from the back end, Vagin tried to come in with that golden hour. Shakiche able to use her flicker to get out of harm's way, but Akashi now closing the distance, looking to take her down. Doom finding a kill onto Goo. Blink being chased right now as well, getting slowed down, looking for the escape, but gets taken down. Doom with the kill onto Blink. Down goes Shakiche, and King using that blade surge to get himself out of harm's way, but Entity 7, the damage has been done. A 5-14 game and about a 6K gold lead for Entity 7.
Yeah, Private. So here the high ground towers on the top and the mid lane here only left for a Dreammax. They still have the tower number 2 on the bottom lane. The Lord is heading on the top side here, 14 kills. We're seeing the items here now. War Axe, Hunter Strike for Leomord, Corrosion Sight and War Axe and Golden Staff here for Oops. To Freya on the top side on the XP lane here. Harriet, the Heaven's Feather of the Holy Crystal are ready for the gold lane, are ready for Doom with 5-0-4. Entity 7 dominating so hard here this first game.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, Dreammax finding it hard to even try to defend some of their towers. Goo up at the top does get spotted out by Vagin, who goes in and is now at a good point where he's really not afraid of what can come out from Dreammax. He's very confident in his ability. He's been doing such a great job. Ooh, he's gonna find the freeze on the Goo, but he's been able to find a lot of these great golden hours onto Shakiche to allow Entity 7 to be able to close ranks around and make sure that she is not able to get away. A place where a lot of teams, different teams have failed being able to get to that back line. He is doing it with ease.
Yeah, so it is it's so nice to see as we saw the Marcel's compositions evolving on this MCT AMER South in like at the beginning the most not the most, but it's still like a 50-50 of the Marcels that we used to see was not like so successful. But now at this point of the tournament, like the most part of the Marcels that we are seeing, like they're winning, they're like getting successful here with that compositions. So maybe Vagin, just because I said it.
Vagin takes a lot of damage, and this is what I've said, he's not afraid anymore. They got such a lead, he's got the defensive items that he needs, that even when they have a perfect pop-up with a tsunami slam, they're not able to burst him down. And this is the exact value that you would love to get out of all of your Marcel picks. Unfortunately, some of them kind of really fail in the early game when they don't really have that tanky front line. This is going to go ahead, signal to Entity 7 that they're going to go ahead and pick up this next Lord without a reply from Dreammax.
Yeah, so here another Lord now heading up for Entity 7 plus the purple buff here. Dude, it's gonna be very complicated for Dreammax. Yeah, they still have some win conditions here, especially when it comes to Zeus and the carry. We're seeing now the Trinity core items already finished. Now heading for the fourth one here, but still I think that Zeus with a 0-2-0, I think that he has to like appear more on this game. Of course, everything is possible. The game is not done yet, but Entity 7, like I think they're more ready to win this first game than Dreammax.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed with the combination. I thought maybe it would do more having a Zushin and the Kalea on your team. It just kind of feels like they both execute the same type of ability where it comes to kind of displacing the enemy. And one of them should have been the burst potential. And that probably should have come from Shakitse, who's been doing great when it comes to a lot of those burst mages to put the damage out there. Ooh, a lot of freezing going on up there. Vagin has just been doing such a great job on this Marcel. Dominant Force laid down, damage going on to the core. We do have a Phantom Steed coming out as well, making mincemeat of that high ground tower. Goo gonna have to use the Falling Star move to get away and offensively look at the damage that comes out. Zeus gonna have to use that flicker to get away. The whole team from Dreammax had to disengage from the immense damage that came out from Entity 7, who looks like they might be looking for a closeout just yet, or maybe clear out the jungles of Dreammax here before they head on home. Actually, Vagin goes in, gets a little bit of a freeze there onto Goo on the front end. Shin doing a great job with the suppressive fire coming out from Kimmy.
Yeah, Vagin like walking through the whole Dreammax's player, like saying, I left before the dangers here. But here now the base is completely opened by Dreammax. Okay, once again, Dreammax has still has Shy Kitty, still have Zeus here that can be the game changers on this first game, but it's being a very difficult, especially when it comes to, we're seeing now the damage dealt ranking with the Sheen, the Doom, Vagin, and Heidenbush. Vagin here leading being the top 4 on the damage dealt ranking. So it shows most of the things that we are talking about here, especially when it comes to that situation being so difficult for Dreammax to reverse this game so far.
Yeah, well, I want to say a lot of that damage probably coming from the belt that Vagin has. So he's probably gotten enough stacks to be able to do a decent amount of damage, especially when he's going in, getting the freezes on there as well. So every single time he goes in, he gets those stacks. Meanwhile here, Entity 7 going to make another short work of this Lord as Dreammax can feel this noose getting tighter and tighter around them. No high grounds left, and still have to aim for a defense against this next Lord.
Yeah, so NCT7 now waiting for this Lord Vagin. Oh, Vagin here once again, like working on this stacks here to freeze some people from the Dreammax. But now the Lord heading on the mid lane here. Here comes with another super minion waves. That could be the final push here on the first game, Private.
Yeah, you can see the great synergy, all the lanes beginning to sync up here. Out comes the Phantom. Steve King's gonna have to use that blade surge to get away. The Golden Hour does not connect on anybody but Blinks on the back end. Goo taking a lot of damage. The damage onto the core. Game one going to Entity 7.
First game here, full dominance for Entity 7. 1-0, Zena.
Yes, Entity 7 was showing their dominance for sure here. They had equal aggression starting out, but Entity 7 took it all. The map, the objectives, the kills, they just claimed it all, and they were just backing Dreammax into a wall. There was no way for them to escape out of there. So that's kind of like, they wasted that Zushin pickup, right? So the Entity 7 kind of knew how to deal with it, and so now they don't have that under their belt. So we're gonna see how they're gonna come out from this.
Yeah, I want to say there, especially when it came to answering with the Marcel, the speed he has, and I want to say Vagin had a great amount of sets because he would come from the side and the back to be able to find a lot of those golden hours onto Shikitse for the rest of Entity 7 to be able to close in and take her down, making her basically a non-factor. Not just a non-factor, but a non-factor on a Zushin pickup here, which says a lot for Entity 7 and their dominance and how prepared they are for not just, like I said, not just one of what most consider probably one of the stronger players of a Dreammax, but also one of the strongest heroes in the current meta.
Yeah, so we found that here on this first game, as we are seeing now the highlights. I think that we, at least for me, I think that I missed just a little bit like Blink to trying to use this Tsunami Slam to trying to make some pickoffs here versus Entity 7. I missed some Zeus performance here, especially with carry. Of course, that we can talk about like, okay, the carry needs a protection. Carry needs some items to like cause the damage to impact in a positive way here for Dreammax. But still, I believe that Dreammax was way too like passive here on this first game. You know, like a King. I think that King tried, but the way that they was trying to find a pickup, they was trying to find something on the game here was not like good enough to lead Dreammax to the victory, to this dominance. So it was like they were like letting Entity 7 to feel comfortable in this first game. So as we were seeing, like always Vagin like walking through the plays of Dreammax. Okay, he used like he had the Purify, any kind of like CC or control, he could use the Purify here and get repositioning. But still, I think that Entity 7 like felt comfortable here on this first game because the Dreammax was way too passive, especially when it comes like we were talking about Goo with this Marauder versus Freya. On the early game, like he was trying to cause some damage and cause some trouble, but it was like that's it, okay, nothing more than that. And then like Akashi was like free to help the teams, free to help with the team fights here, trying to get this flank, trying to get this backline here, especially to neutralize the Shaikichi, which is worked very well for Entity 7 in this first game.
Let's see, this player stepped onto the stage ready to dominate and absolutely delivered here. We have Vagin on the Marcel here, 319 KDA, 42k total damage, 648 gold per minute. Did an outstanding job for the team there.
Look at his mad face.
Yeah, Especially when it comes to using a roam on your team. A lot of those kills, 3 of those kills going over to Vagin there, who was just being so aggressive for his team to the point that, and a great itemization by him too as well, to be able to get a lot of the items he needed to, even when he got caught by the Tsunami Slam and the entire team leaped onto him, he was still able to find himself and escape. And I feel like this was the perfect answer, not just the perfect answer to giving away the Zushin, but then they were also able to think ahead to be the last ban to use their ban of the first banning phase to ban out the Phobius, so there wasn't a counter for the Freya out there as well. A great put together accomplishment for the side of Entity 7, led by Vagin's efforts here.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Vagin's highlight with Marcel, as we were talking about here, like walking through the Dreammax's players with the Purify, so always like working on this stacks with the control from Marcel. So it was like really a pain in the neck for Dreammax in this first game. So 1-0 for Entity 7 so far.
All right, but it's not over yet, okay, guys? We do still have Entity 7 they are forced to deal with, but Dreammax usually can find their way out of it. We shall see how this goes, but amazing first match here. We got to see a lot of the meta heroes being played. A lot of meta heroes are now taken off the board for each side of the team here. So we'll see what they come up with next.
Yeah, a very interesting draft kind of coming out there. And then finally, a successful game with Freya that we actually haven't seen here in the South, despite how dominant it has been through a lot of the meta. I feel like the difference of switching it back up into the XP, especially when you have a Phobius taken off of the board, really kind of helps facilitate. And that's why Freya is so feared in this current meta. Heck, this is why Entity 7 is kind of the boogie monster of the South right now. Is just in every facet, just a complete team, whether it comes to their draft or the discipline that you see out there during the matches as well, to be able to kind of keep that in living pace up for the side of Dreammax, and then be so successful with it as well.
Yeah, and for me, I think that it comes to with a red alert for Dreammax, because on the first game here, like Dreammax using Zushin, Kalia, for example, with this high potential for a pick off, for example, using this Tsunami Slam, Suyo and Carry, it didn't work out for Dreammax. You know, still like we can talk about Freya's performance on the first game as. By the time that we can say that Freya is like a boogie monster on AMER South on the meta, but on the first game here, Freya was not even the main reason to why Entity 7 won the first game. You know, like, okay, Akashi helped, the team helped with the team fights, but it was like by far it was not even close the main reason for Entity 7. So for me now, it brings like what Dreammax has to do here on this second game to somehow beat Entity 7 and getting like bring a composition that can work as even on the second game versus Entity 7.
Yes, for sure. They're not making the same mistake twice here. They're gonna go ahead and ban that Freya out and the Zushin here. They don't want to see either side of the opposite opposing team choosing this time. They were going ahead and going to ban out the Glue, the Chip, Baxia, and a Fanny. So they're leaving open Phobius here for sure, as well as Marcel for the other side.
Yeah, some big pickups kind of left out there, and I feel like here the goal from Entity 7 is to kind of leave out as many of those super strong priority picks as possible, so that they can get the priority one themselves. Actually, they're gonna go with Claude here as a first pickup, so still have Marcel and Phobius on the side of Dreammax to be able to pick up here. But I wonder if you want to maybe pick up the the Zoosh or the Zeshian for the side of Dreammax, because that's such a huge combo with the Claude pickup for Entity 7.
Yeah, but it has to be Marcel and Fovius here for Dreammax. Come on, guys, because this is still open. It is still like a very good response here. Like you're cooking too much to bring these heroes here, Dreammax. Come on, on this composition. Of course, they're like thinking about like other strategies when it comes to Claude, for example, and that Entity 7's composition. But okay. Half. It was a half here of our agreement. Marcel and Harriet on the gold lane.
Yes, they're going ahead and picking up that Marcel here. They're gonna pick up the Phobius here with the Suyu on the side of Entity 7. I don't know, man. They left that open. That Phobius here is good counter against the Harith on the side of Dreammax. So I wonder what they're gonna do here now.
Well, and I feel like that's exactly the reason that Rico was saying to pick up the Phobius and the Harith, because you pick up Harith and you pick up the potential counter that he might have out there as well. I mean, at this point, you might as well pick up Valentina on the side of Dreammax if you're gonna try to overwhelm Phobius with some dashes or something. Marcel. Well, we're gonna have to see how this kind of mixes in here. Phobius on their side. This is a very, very strong pick, especially in the hands of Entity 7. And we're gonna have to be. I want to see very carefully where Goo's gonna go here on the side of Dreammax. Like I said, I feel like a lot of the success from Dreammax has been on making sure that the rest of the team can pick up the slack when the entirety of the focus from Entity 7 is to shut down King, to shut down Shakitse as well, and I feel like they did a good job of that in the last game.
Yeah, themselves, Dreammax kind of took out the Valentina.
Yeah.
Got him lined up in
So okay, last ban here for Kimi from Entity 7. I believe that Goo is gonna bring Yusong here on XP lane. I believe that is gonna be a way of like somehow trying to get in neutralize Fovius demonic this ultimate here, or Claude using this this ultimate to not the ultimate but the mobility situation with the Dexter hologram here. So maybe that could be a good choice for Dreammax to secure this Yusong for Goo. But no, Lapu here for a Goo on XP lane. Okay. So maybe it is like still some way to getting this like a back line, but I think that is gonna be not gonna be easy because Claude has an ability, Fovius has like this ultimate, Suyu has an ability. Okay, maybe for Farsa, but Hylos is there to protect, so.
I mean, I do like the combination coming out here, and especially having the Lapu Lapu. It kind of, I feel like it was an answer to the potential Farza, the potential Eve coming out from Entity 7, one of those heroes that kind of sits still, that will allow him to kind of get the jump on them to get back there with the Bravest Fighter form. Hylos is more of an engagement territory, so I feel like this is really on Goo to be able to kind of find those flanking positions for the side of a Dreammax, so that when that glorious pathway lays onto the ground, that he's going to be able to cut the distance and be able to take Farja out before Dreammax take too much damage.
Yeah, I thought Azina would say something. Okay. For here those DC compositions, Entity 7 versus Dreammax. To finish here, Shaikichi bringing this Zetian on the mid lane. Okay, so a very good ultimate here to spot the enemies with this ranked situation that could benefit Shaikichi so far, with skills casted by Zetian, like nerf the magic resistance from the other side, which is can be very good for Zutra champion inherit. So let's see what is going to happen in this second game. But more than a draft here, Private, I think that a Dreammax mentality has to change and has to like let them to play so confident on this second game. So everybody, welcome once again to the Land of Dawn. This is game number 2, Entity 7 versus Dreammax. This is the lower bracket final, and the winner are going to face Alpha 7 tomorrow.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you when it comes to, oh my god, Shin, the damage he took already has to go back to base. But I absolutely agree. No more playing it safe. Keep the aggression on. Go in, go full forward. Ooh, back in. Gonna take 3 members here. And the damage you see, the hide on Bush gonna go ahead and swing back on the blink. Shin coming in, has a feast on his mind. Stun coming out, landing on the Shaikichi, who takes about 50% damage on there, but is able to answer that back right away. Blink finding some damage on the Vagin. Is that going to be enough? At the bottom, Blink goes down. Unfortunately, first blood for the side of Entity 7. Dreammax, unfortunately, take that death.
Oh, Vagin!
Oh, he tried a great play there by Shakitse to lay down that pool and aim off center to force Vagin back into the pool to take that damage and able to reply in kind, tying this at a 1-1 apiece game.
Yeah, so it's not over yet here now. Dreammax responding very good here on the mid lane. The first kill here was to Vagin, the Hylos, the roaming, while Dreammax got the kill on Shaikichi, the mid lane, a very like strong one. So I think that it would be like it was better for Dreammax.
Hide on Bush and Doom at the bottom or at the top. We're looking for something, but wisely Zeus was able to sense it, and we also have a turtle up right now, so both teams kind of vying for position. Blink goes in, finds himself a little bit of a stun. Out comes the feathered airstrike. Hide on Bush immediately takes down Shaikichi and finds himself a turtle. The rest of Dreammax looking, running for the hills. Blink very low, in trouble. He's gonna have to use that flicker to get himself away. Down goes Goo. Hide on Bush with an evil queller on there. Ooh, Blink almost thought that he was going to go ahead and find the recall, but was going to have to run all the way back to the high grounds of his base there. Shakitse tries to come in, tries to stop the theft of the purple buff, but I don't think she's going to be able to.
Blink being lazy, like getting to the recall almost on the base. But still here, it was like good for Entity 7. Oh, Zeus. Oh my goodness. Doom here, but oh. Okay, Blink is down. Blink is down.
Yeah, Blink is down. Unfortunately, right now, kind of meeting his match when it comes to trying to get that information, trying to go into enemy territory. He's always being found out by Entity 7. Zeus over here might be in a little bit of trouble. Lays down that Zaman force. There came on the backside too as well. A great force coming out from Hide on a Bush as we see that glorious pathway has been laid down, or that not the glory. Well, I think that was the glorious pathway by Vagin as well. Zeus very low here, needs to be very careful. Feathered airstrike comes out. Shaikichi and Blink gonna go ahead and try to make Shin pay, who flies off map. That's illegal and is able to get away.
It doesn't care, Private. It just like turn on the bird form as I believe I can fly. It's the only thing here for Shin. But once again, like on the top side, it was one team trying to bait another team, and another team was trying to bait the bait from the bait. So like it was like intense on the top side here so far. But the truth is, and which is very cruel, 4 kills for Entity 7. Oh, Feather Airstrike once again, stun. Blink. Oh my goodness. Farsi is really strong at this point of the game here, Private.
Yeah, especially when they aren't really able, they're not at the point where Goo is going to be able to join these fights just yet and get back there to really punish them. Hide on Bush finds another kill, or another kill onto Zeus, or actually that's going to be Zeus's first kill right now up at the top, but it's not going to be Hide on Bush's first kill, sitting at 3-0-1 right now.
Yeah, so okay, so now Entity 7 like leading 2 players on the top side to neutralize Zeus. I thought that with Dreammax was time to respawn on the bottom lane here to like get the turtle. But King, I just don't get it what King was trying to do. Okay, like King can be lost in the jungle once again. Here we go.
Yeah, a great rotation coming out there from Dreammax to go ahead and juggle out the aggro of that tower. Begin comes in with the glorious pathway, but thinks twice about going in on to Dreammax. Zeus actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna take some damage, gonna try to dash himself away. Speaking of which, hide on bush underneath the tower. Looks for an escape, but gets caught with the golden hour. And is the rest of the team, is he gonna be able to get away? No, he does get taken down. 3 members of Dreammax are more than enough to take down hide on bush.
You know, Private, I didn't get this Dreammax play now because okay, Entity 7 led 2 plays on the top side to neutralize Zeus. The turtle was open. I thought that Dreammax was like able to respond at getting the turtle, but they went through the top side like with 3 players. They got the kill, but they lost the second turtle, and now they lost the tower on the mid lane here. Like the macro from Dreammax, I think like it's not like on the full synergy here for Dreammax so far, because Entity 7, even losing the players, even like getting killed on the map, they still taking down towers. Let's go.
Ooh, yeah, you see that blazing duet coming out from Doom, and maybe it kind of comes down to Entity 7 understanding, like you've been talking about, a lot of these baits that are kind of coming out from Entity 7. Try to make that side lane look really juicy, really low, and it force out the engagement from Dreammax. Once that happens, you're able to dash, kite them away. Meanwhile, you leave the mid lane wide open to be taken out by the side of Entity 7. I mean, like we've been talking about right now, Entity 7 has been up until their loss today to Alpha 7. They've been the complete and unstoppable package. Oh, and we're gonna miss the fight at top down there. Down goes Zeus. Shin with the feathered airstrike. Blink is gonna be down as well. He's gonna use that flicker to get away. Are they gonna dive in after him? Oh, glorious pathway is out, and down goes Blink.
Yeah, 2 more kills here for Entity 7 on the top side. The turtle here on the bottom side of the river. Goo might be in trouble here because Vagin is on their tail, but now he's able to survive. But this turtle, I believe that is going to be all to Entity 7, the third one.
Yeah, Doom finds himself a tower up at the top. Meanwhile, the bottom getting worked. Hide on bush able to find himself the turtle as well for his team. That's going to be all the turtles for the side of Entity 7. Unfortunately, Dreammax leaving empty-handed when it comes to those. And the next objective up will be the Lord.
Yeah, and when it comes to like macro and map dominating here, like 1 more tower on the bottom lane here. The goal lead heading almost 5k for Entity 7. Yeah, the macro here is gonna is being the main difference for Entity 7 so far. As you see now, the damage and doubt ranking by Shaikichi playing with the Zitian, but Entity 7 is really like aggressing forward. Oh, Blink. Okay.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of a pop-up, followed up by the demonic force on the backside. Shakitse trying to put on some suppressive fire. Drew comes in with a stun of his own. Out comes the fury of the Phoenix. Shakitse finds a kill onto hide on bush. Suddenly Dreammax have this in their favor. Akashi able to answer back to them. Shakitse might be in a little bit of trouble. Flickers out of the way, but Akashi able to close the distance onto Shakitse and take her down. Doom taking a little bit of damage there, is going to be able to find his way out of harm's way.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I understand that on the draft that you have so oops, here it comes.
Oh yeah, from the backside, King coming in with that Phantom Steed. Akashi coming in with a demonic force, ground out by 3 players. Akashi might be in a little bit of trouble here, bitten off a little bit more than he could chew. Blink's gonna have to use that flicker to get away. Hide on bush, dishing out that damage, and the feathered airstrike helps with some of that damage as well to take down King. Entity 7 at 11-5 lead right now, and a 5k gold lead.
Akashi, what have you done on the last team fight? Almost getting killed to reverse that situation for NTT7. Now the first Lord leading like, okay, getting by NTT7. No fight back so easily and clean for NTT7, while we have like Gu being aggressive, being bullied by Akashi on the bottom lane. Oh, here he comes.
Yeah, another fight coming out there. Blink is going to go underneath the tower. Meanwhile, it looks like Entity 7 able to scoop up the purple buff for themselves, stealing it away from a Dreammax and just furthering their gold lead here. I believe is about a 6K lead for the side of Entity 7. Now, a little bit of engagement down at the bottom. Is that going to be enough to take down the demonic force? Gu able to find the kill onto Akashi, but now going to have to answer the minions that are at their bottom tower. Meanwhile, they are going to have to respond eventually to this Lord coming in. Another engagement comes in here as Vagin going to have to lay down the glorious pathway to get that healing from the team, and not even afraid of a Dreammax here, kind of just standing up in front, letting them know that, yeah, you guys can come at me. I'm still going to be able to have the healing I need. Still has, oh, they tried to latch on the Shin and just were not able to close the distance. Shin immediately got out of harm's way. Now, a little bit of engagement happening at the mid, while Lord beginning to make his trek at the bottom lane. Blink goes in, looking for the damage. Hide on Bush actually takes a heap of damage. Shakiche down to 25% health, getting a little bit of healing. And now the force up at top. Out comes the glorious pathway, followed up by the feathered airstrike. Blink goes in. Zaman force has been laid down onto the ground. Back in, gets taken out by Gu. Big pop-up lands on the two members of Dreammax. Doom gets caught with a little bit of damage. Blink goes in, finding some damage, gonna find the stun onto Akashi, who uses that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Now, Fury of the Phoenix comes out. Akashi raining down that demonic force. Blink in trouble, gonna take another one and still able to find himself an escape. But unfortunately for Dreammax, two high ground towers are laid out in the open with that push.
Entity 7 like trying to leave dangerously here, like losing Begin, trying to get this dive on high ground tower on the top side, but still it was not enough to Dreammax to find the light at the end of the tunnel here. Entity 7 still have this dominance, still have this like a control of the actions. We're seeing now the item build here like 1K and a half for the gold lane, 1K and a half here for the roaming, 1K and a half for the jungler here so far. Shaikichi is the only player on Dreammax here, just way ahead on the gold lead for Dreammax. Oh, Blink.
Ooh, yeah, Blink actually taking a lot of damage. Zeus comes in for the surprise to lay down damage onto Doom, who uses that as an opportunity to find himself a way out from that fight. Meanwhile, another Lord out on the field. King takes a lot of damage coming out from the far side. Airstrike, hide on Bush, going to use that Blade Surge to get himself away. And the rest of Entity 7 looking to start on to this next Lord. You can see Blink on the side there looking for some information, looking to possibly find a way in, but man, they're about a 5K gold lead behind, not able to find the angle that they need to onto this next Lord.
Oh, here comes.
Yeah, we had the feathered airstrike go out there, and on the backside, a blazing duet came out, laying down the Zaman force, and Entity 7 still able to get away scot-free despite well onto the back line and underneath the tower.
Yeah, so Dreammax not fighting back with the Lord, like a King was in the top side, cleaning the minion waves, but now here, like after getting the Lord, like Entity 7 like turning the actions on, like getting the initiation with Vagin, always playing forward, always playing aggressive here versus Dreammax. A Holy Crystal Feather, a Heaven's Feather, and starting side for Harriet. But Claude here, like having demons, a hunter, corrosion side. Oh, here comes.
Yeah, they're trying to go after Goose. Going to use that bravest fighter form. Getting chased down by two members. I keep saying from the back end, trying to lay on an escape for her comrade as the rest of Entity 7 turn their attention toward the mid lane. Lord up at top, looking to push into the final high ground towers of Dreammax. Now, the push has started. A big engagement coming in at the bottom tower. Vegan takes a heap of damage in the glorious pathway laid down to help heal him up. The Shin with the feathered airstrike raining down to cover up both high ground towers of Dreammax, as the rest of Dreammax is going to have to focus down on this Lord, and just one more high ground tower left for Dreammax at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, Akashi Light here being stunned by would it be the Dreammax here chasing down, but Blink? Oh, Blink! Okay. He's able to survive. He's alive so far.
Yeah, so far able to find that kind of escape there, and now scrambling right now. Dreammax doing the best that they can to try to fend off these minions. Meanwhile, I want to say Entity 7 possibly looking to clear out the rest of the jungle here.
Yeah, so but I have a feeling here, like I think there is something similar to the first game is going to happen on the second one here, because on the first game we just saw like a Dreammax watching Entity 7 playing, getting the Lord, opening the high ground towers, getting the Lord, hitting the base, getting the Lord, winning the game. You know, like I think that is something similar happening on this second game so far, because Entity 7 getting the Lord, no fighting back coming out from Dreammax, while we have King on the top side cleaning minion waves, you know. So Entity 7 is just like pushing forward to win the second game.
Yeah, I have to agree too. I mean, there comes a certain point where, I mean, yes, it's not a good fight for you. It's going to be a bad fight, but do you continue to just allow them to get these lords, or do we just go for a Hail Mary, go in there, see if we can kind of maybe get the jump on them, find a little bit of surprise like we're about to do now. Again, on the front line, sees the rest of Dreammax here, but Entity 7 very wisely disengaging from the Lord. They want to have the Lord on their side when they go ahead and fight them, to maybe find it, go in with a pop-up. In fact, there was pop-up, followed by the feathered airstrike. A big dive onto the back line to try to get a Shin down. Goo trying his best, but eventually gets taken down by Akashi. Meanwhile, hide on bush, looking for the disengage underneath his tower. The rest of Entity 7 chasing down Dreammax. Blink in trouble, very low, as Doom finding some damage there, and Dreammax still able to find the disengagement. But this is going to open it up for Entity 7 to find themselves a free Lord.
Okay, at least they try at this time here to surprise Entity 7's position.
They tried to go in and answer again. Feathered airstrike came down this time. Down go two more of Dreammax. Is that going to be enough? Zeus is down for the count. Shin with the kill there. Shaikiche alone here to fend off. Goo comes in back online. Out comes the Fury of the Phoenix to get that stun. Down goes Shaikiche. Akashi with the kill there. And Shin outside the borders of the map, gonna find himself an escape. A full team wipe for Entity 7, now looking to claim the game 2.
Yeah, so game number 2 goes to Entity 7 so far. Xena 2-0 and this best of 5.
Yes, a dominating performance again by Entity 7. There's no... Dreammax is not able to find kind of like a counter or a way to kind of deal with their aggression, right? So right now they are struggling. Hopefully they can kind of come back on the next match here, but it doesn't seem like they're finding the correct way to kind of come back here. But Entity 7 going strong. They were already a beast to deal with in the first place. They're one of the top teams here in the South and have just been raining down and snowballing through. They had lost here to Alpha 7, but you know, they might go back up there again and take them on for another round.
Yeah, as we're like checking the stats here on this second game, I think that I was about to say when on the draft situation, we might have a few options to ban these meta heroes, okay? But I think that at this point of the tournament, it is some kind of rules that you have to follow. You know, I believe that one of these rules is not letting for views open. It doesn't matter which side, it doesn't matter which situation here, because we see like these strong heroes, especially in using the ultimate, especially like getting this in this back line, especially like by this time for the rest of the teams, as we used to see with Akashi here, like playing so well, being able to survive. So I believe that for Dreammax, the composition was like really interesting. But when it comes to the mentality, I think that from the early, only like Entity 7 like playing forward. It doesn't matter like if I believe that it doesn't matter if they will be killed or not. Only like Entity 7 like just playing forward, just playing aggressive, just moving through. And at this point here, I didn't get it. I like this Dreammax decision here, like leaving one more turtle for Entity 7 just to get a kill on the top side. And by the time that this happened, they lost the tower on the top side and the tower on the mid lane here on this macro used by Entity 7. So once again, just step by step, little by little, this game was like losing control for Dreammax here. Like it was like slipping from Dreammax's hand from the early game. That was a moment that Entity 7 maybe just a little bit too deep here, especially with Begin, so he was taken down. But even though it was like not too much for Dreammax to get some kind of a reaction on this second game. So once again, Dreammax watching Entity 7, got in the Lord, open the base, got in the Lord, like open the high ground towers. And okay, here, Goo was like was the responsible for trying to do something here, especially trying to neutralize this back line. And it almost did it, almost, because it was the Phoveus in the middle of the way here, which didn't allow to this happen. So once again, I believe that for when it comes to Entity 7, not letting these views open to this next game. And more than that, Dreammax has to find a way, like to not find a way, but has to like, come on guys, maybe we are respecting too much Entity 7 so far here, so we have to play again.
Yes, for sure. But all right, let's go ahead and highlight our MVP right now. This player didn't just win fights, they took over the entire map. Your MVP here is Vagin on the 2213 KDA. 25.3k total damage, 609 gold per minute on the high lows here. Taking it again.
Yeah, another MVP for the Roam coming out from Entity 7, just really kind of showing. I mean, there was so many points there that he was basically just tanking by himself and using at great rotations, whether it was the Glorious Pathway or the Revitalize, in a great rotation to be able to kind of keep himself up, keep his health up, and just be that great tank on the front lines. And especially when it comes to the great engagements, to be able to get into the back line, to be able to shut down Shaikitse as well. I mean, the entire draft, right, has been so good for Entity 7 when it comes to a lot of these pickups too, especially when it comes to the Phoveus pickup out there. I feel like that's been part of the problem that has really stunted the growth of Dreammax when it comes to a lot of these engagements. They just cannot get to that back line when they want to, cannot find the targets that they want to, because a lot of these drafts are heavily in favor of Entity 7, which causes Dreammax to just not want to pick any of these fights. They are always constantly on their back foot, constantly replying to Entity 7 instead of enforcing their own types of ganks onto them, which has been the story of these games. And that has been super unfortunate for Dreammax, who found themselves right now possibly at game point.
Yeah, especially like leading like Vagin playing with Hylos here with the Glorious Path. Like this is buff or move, like movement speed, allowing like the rest of the teams to playing aggressive, to playing forward as we used to see in the second game. So it was well deserved once again for Vagin. Even though I thought it was Akashi would be the MVP on this second game, but it was well deserved as well. So okay, just a little bit now for the draft from this the third game, and the question is how Dreammax is gonna find a way to I mean, not on the draft, you know. I don't think that the draft it is the main problem here for Dreammax, but I think that the way they're playing, you know, like it's not like the same Dreammax that we used to see versus Infinity, like with Blink, like playing forward. You mean like trying to find the speak offs, trying to find these angles to neutralize the players, you know, and like in the sequence, the Shaikichi like was able to cause this damage and being in a good position. I'm not seeing this Dreammax to be honest. Only like Entity 7 like playing forward.
I feel like I've seen Shaikichi only been playing nothing like major damaging, right? She's been on ZTN, she's been on Zushin right now. There's nothing that has that where it's in favor of her doing the damage or in favor of her being that damage dealer that they need. So maybe if she were to pick up something like a damage dealer, like a Lunix, a Kimmy, something like that can help them come back from this maybe in some way. But like more of that, her picking up ZTN and Zushin is more of helping control for the team to kind of do something, but it doesn't seem like that's helping them at this point right now.
I kind of disagree when it comes down to whether it is the draft. I feel like Dreammax are getting baited into a lot of pickups that they don't need to go for. The last draft that we had, the first two pickups by the side of Dreammax, one of them was Marcel. They didn't need to prioritize Marcel because it had already been picked up by Entity 7. So they could have waited for the second part of that pickup to go ahead and pick up Marcel, gotten the Phobius underneath them. Something that also, first of all, it's a Phobius, so it's going to do very, very well. Two, it's going to get Goo on something that he's confident on, that's strong, that he can help support up the team. And yeah, so I mean, and I feel like unfortunately Dreammax are kind of falling into these little traps that Entity 7 is kind of laying out there. It's like, yes, you see the Marcel out there, you want to pick it up though, even though like we've already picked it, so there's no way for us to pick it up or take it away from you in this first draft. And they went ahead and they picked it up. So there's just those little mistakes kind of coming out, and I feel like the draft is when you get stuff like that and you give pieces like that away, it just makes Entity 7 even stronger, to the point that, I mean, I understand we're talking about them being Dreammax is being safe and things like this. It's because once the draft is out, they realize, oh man, I think we messed up, boys. And it's like, so maybe we have to wait a little bit for the late game, but with a team like Entity 7, you're not going to really get that type of opportunity to be waiting until the late game there. The biggest thing that Alpha 7 did to conquer Entity 7 was winning in the draft. That was the biggest thing. That's the first part. That's the first part of what you need to do to be successful, because winning the draft isn't enough, but it's one of those key factors that you need to be able to do against a team like Entity 7. The second part is to maintain that discipline during the games where you have the lead, because Entity 7 can turn that around.
They call me a hero.
But here, right now, I mean, we're going to go ahead and see big priority being placed on Yusun Sin here for the side of Entity 7, and we're going to see what Dreammax have in reply.
Yeah. And we still have this possibility for Instant Machine here, like leading, heading for the gold lane or in the jungle for hide on push. But now here comes the Dreammax response here. I'm looking for some options here for the Dragon boys actually. Right, so maybe. Okay, I think that maybe King can play with Suyo on this game, but here comes with Valentina to Shaikichi, and now we see the second one, Glue here. All right. It's an interesting one because as we're seeing is in those videos, is when it comes from Dreammax, Blink says that it's a hero like he doesn't like to play, but he has to, right? So maybe if Glue is going to be a roamer, so he's heading for Blink.
Yeah, they're going ahead and picking up the Lunix there on the side of Entity 7 and Guinevere. And this time they didn't ban out Valentina, they decided to pick it up, but then they picked it up before seeing what the other team was going to choose. So that's kind of a risk there. Or is it their way of saying like, oh, I dare you to choose something that I can counter, take your skill or your ultimate. So
when the body suffers,
not really sure.
Your team
the spirit.
I feel like when you pick an early Valentina, it's to try to offset, it's to try to change the enemy's game plan to where now they have to think about the ultimates that they're going to be giving you. When it comes to Entity 7, I feel like they're always going to have something like that in the back of their head when it comes to some of the drafts here. And taking a look at this draft too, this is something that we've been talking about, especially today when it comes to pairing up the Guinevere. Alone, Guinevere is not really that strong, but when you pair it up with something bursty that's going to be able to help and take advantage of that Violet Requiem, it's going to be a huge asset for your team. Pairing that up with a Lunux is going to be a huge thing too, especially if you can get that jump onto Glue. You're going to make mincemeat of a Glue very early there, because a Linux just really specializes here. I feel like a king, man. He's just like, bro, whatever. It's possibly the last game. Let's do it. I'm gonna bring out my bread and butter. You guys bring out your bread and butter. Let's go out with a bang.
Yeah, let me be happy here on this game, playing with Lancelot here on the jungler with an assassin here. Like, okay, I think I have a feeling that it's gonna be a versus test in Sunshin here in the jungle. Yeah, beside like we're having this Guinevere, maybe. Oh no, Gato Chacha is heading on the on the roaming. Guinevere is heading on the jungler, and yeah, and in Sunshin the gold lane here. Okay, yeah.
All right, well. They went ahead and picked up CC and Gato Catcha. Right now they are waiting to see what they'll choose here for their EXP laner, or are they gonna leave Glue in the EXP lane? I don't even know at this point.
This is something that I think I was talking about off cast a little bit with you guys when it comes to these super intentional drafts that you can automatically see where they synergize for the South. Guinevere, not only do you have the backup from the Linux, but now you have the Gatakacha who can come in with the Avatar of the Guardian, pop up it can pop up a group of enemies, and that will allow Guinevere to come in and get that Violet Requiem. It's just the way some of these combinations synergize with each other is just huge, especially here for the side of Entity 7. Dreammax is going to have to be very thorough about where they're going, what bushes that they're checking, because I feel like even if you're the tankiest tank, if you, especially like I said, Blink is going to have a hard time here if he gets caught by hide on bush.
Yeah, so Hidemush here with the Guinevere had this potential to jump and isolate someone here, and not only to execute the Requiem Violet, but it's still to have this follow-up of damage when it comes to Doom with Inshin, when it comes to Shin here playing with the Lunox, especially with this outscale here on late game. So things are going to be very interesting on this third game. So we're seeing Gu playing with the Yuzong, a hero that I was expecting on the last game, but now playing here. It could be that would be interesting, but I don't think that like maybe this Yuzong like zoning out the players when it comes to item bush. Like for example, that he has the jump, Shin that he has the brilliance here to escape, you know, Akashi like CC which has this sustain. So I want to see what is going to happen on this third game as well here, bro.
Yeah, my problem with this, especially with Gu on the Yuzong here right now, is that how is the matchup with CC going to go? And then if the Yuzong is going to be able to dominate his lane, if he is going to be able to rotate faster, who is going to be the target he's going to be able to catch on the side of Entity 7? Shin is going to have that brilliance he's going to be able to use to get himself out of harm's way. Doom, he's not going to be joining in too many of those early fights. And then what have you got? You've got Hide on Bush, who's going to be able to disengage, and Vaglin is definitely not going to be the target that you're going to be looking for. So it's going to be very tough target selection for the side of Gu. And I mean, King is going to have to play the game of the lanciest Lance game that we've ever seen coming out from him here if they want to be victorious. It's not impossible too, because I feel like you got a lot of squishies on the side of Entity 7 too. But Rico, take us into game 3.
Let's go, everybody. Let's go, Private. Let's go, everybody here. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the game point for Entity 7. It's not over yet for Dreammax, but they have to play the game of their lives to still survive on the competition here. Let's go, Private.
Yeah, both of these teams are now fighting for their place to get up and meet Alpha 7. Unfortunately, Dreammax backs against the wall right now. Oh, Blink taking a decent amount of damage already from this composition at the mid lane. Vagin and Shin just doing a great job kind of managing a lot of that. Blink even taking another bit of damage there. Is going to have to go back, and this is going to leave open the Lethal Wanderer for Entity 7.
Yeah, so here now as the first minute of Gu, we might be in trouble, but I don't think that. On the mid lane.
Oh, yeah, they're going to go after Shen here. You can see a great matchup there for King. Going to be able to find that kill with the Thorned Rose. Vagin gets taken, takes out a Blink, and Shaikiche tries to make him pay for it, but is not going to be able to find the damage.
Yeah, so one kill here for both teams, but it would be better for Dreammax because the first one here was for a King. Checking out the emblem stats here, like Quantum Charge from Yuzong here on XP lane. That's gonna okay. IP Rage on the mid lane here, but now here comes on the top side with two players. Dune might be in trouble because Shaikiche.
Yeah, Shaikiche lying in wait, but Doom, I mean, this is just what I'm talking about, those little things that they do, whereas he has no vision up at the bottom, so he's not going to go ahead and press down low. He's going to keep himself very high up on the angle here for this tower, just in case there was somebody in there, which there was that we knew in there. Now you can see the damage coming in, Blink on the side, as Hide on Bush starts on this turtle. In comes the damage coming out from Shaikiche. She's already down to a quarter. King able to find himself the retribution and the kill onto Hide on Bush. Vagin goes in, gets popped up as well. King going in, looking for the angle. Is he going to be able to find it? Finds another kill onto Vagin, and this is his Lancelot that he is doing a great job on. 3-0-0 in the first 2 minutes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It's one of the King's signature here. There's a Lancelot. 3 kills for King on this game number 3. The first total heading for the Dragon Boys. It's not the end. Playing like Dreammax here is playing very good.
Oh, this is what we were talking about. The pop-up onto Blink to absolutely shred him down. Hide on Bush takes a huge Thorned Rose and gets taken a huge amount of damage. Only left with 25% health. Is going to have to turn back away to his jungle to get fed back up. But this is not the only thing that Dreammax needs to do successfully. They need to hold the discipline, need to make sure that they are winning these fights and continuing the pressure, because we've seen Entity 7, the first mistake that comes out, Entity 7 is going to be able to take a mile with that rope.
Yeah, but now we're seeing Akashi here causing so much pressure on Goose's side. Meanwhile, we have Hunter Strike here on Insushin's hand, heading out from Doom. Yeah, I think that here Goo has to be very careful when it comes to this CC and having yo-yos here, especially because we have Iron Bush on the bottom lane here, ready to jump. Like, it's so crazy to jump on Goose's shoulder here, so he has to take care. Oh!
Ooh, King goes in. We do have the Brilliance coming out there. Now the rest of Dreammax going ahead, trying to put the damage on to hide on Bush, who's looking for an escape. Shin on the backside gets double teamed and sandwiches. King able to find the kill onto Shin as well. A Blink unfortunately got taken underneath the tower. Hide on Bush gonna find his first kill of the game. Now 4 and 4 apiece for Dreammax and Entity. Black Dragon is out, trying to find the damage onto Vagin, who's gonna have out that revitalize for himself. Brilliance is out. Might be in a little bit of trouble here as Vagin goes down. Goo able to find a kill. Akashi able to chase down Shikishe. King coming in. Thorn Rose is out, but you do see the punishment coming out from Akishe. Shin able to find the kill onto Goo, and that's going to open it up for Entity 7 to take this turtle.
I mean it! These heavy yo-yos here coming from Akashi on the mid lane on CC was like making a difference so far. Oh, on the top side here. Okay.
Yeah, a Blazing Duet came out from Zeus there. Blink's going to go ahead. Ooh, Avatar of the Guardian comes out there. That's going to go ahead and stop Dreammax dead in their tracks from putting on any pressure onto that. Talking about pressure, Entity 7 able to find the tower down at bottom. Goo, he's only able to hide in the bush right now. And you can see Shen and the focus now underneath the purple buff. Hide on Bush was trying to steal that purple buff, but King comes in, finds the retribution.
Yeah, but now here they don't stop. Here comes Entity 7.
Oh, look at the damage going on. The Blink Akashi chases him down, finds the kill for their team. 7-5, Entity 7, even with Dreammax trying to keep up the pace, Entity 7 narrowly starting to inch their way ahead.
Yeah, checking out the goal lead here, almost heading 2K for Entity 7, plus the first tower on the bottom lane, working so well in the macro. Zeus!
And down goes Zeus, a huge wombo combo. It doesn't even matter. You would think that the Avatar of the Guardian was a little bit extra, but they just wanted to make sure that he went down. Thorned Rose onto Akashi, who's already starting to get a pretty beefy there. Even the Thorned Rose barely did any damage down to him.
Yeah, the Akashi is now like forcing 2 players of Dreammax to defend the tower on the bottom lane. Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, Violet Requiem followed by the Brilliance coming out from Shen. In comes Goo to try to find that damage on the Vagin. Vagin might be in a little bit of trouble. Look at the health he has. A big pop-up lands on the Goo. Might be in trouble. Shen able to find the kill. 10-5 right now in favor of Entity 7.
Yeah, one more kill here for Entity 7, 10 from 5. On the top side here, Zeus was taken down by Doom here, 1v1, completely dominated by the gold laner from Entity 7.
Oh, they are able to finally find a kill onto Akashi, but that's going to open it up for them, Entity 7, to push into the mid lane. Next, a turtle is up. Dreammax looking for a way in. They need to keep up this pace, need to keep on going in to be able to kind of keep up this aggression. Otherwise, it's going to start slipping out of their hands, and I doubt they really want this game to be another one of those where they're just sitting idly by, letting Entity 7 get objective after objective. Now they're going to go in. Hide on Bush going to be able to find the turtle. Big aggression coming out of the Avatar of the Guardian. Finds Blink. Vagin able to find the finishing touch there. The Brilliance IMU coming out from Shikitse, trying to find the escape on the backside. King looking for the orange buff, but the rest of Entity 7 is right there. Out comes the Thorned Rose. Black Dragon is out too to find some damage. Are they going to be able to find it onto Vagin again? The big focus going on as the Thorned Rose. King is able to find the kill. Doom comes in, finds a kill onto Goo as the pressure begins to mount at the mid lane.
Yeah, Entity 7 only playing forward once again here. Okay, we can say that Dreammax is trying to play in aggressive since from the first minute here with the King getting the kills with Shaikichi. But now, like, Entity 7 finding these macro situations when it comes to leading towers, taking down towers here. No tower number 2 on the bottom lane, only on the mid lane here. So even though like Entity 7 knows how to handle the pressure, knows how to handle the Dreammax initiation. So the third game here, like 13 kills. Oh, Blink. Oh my goodness. Okay, so he's able to survive, but the gold lead here, like heading almost to 6k for Entity 7. Once again, things are getting tough for Dreammax.
Yeah, it's getting tough, but King's having the game of his life on this Lance right now, sitting at 6-0-0 despite the gold deficit for his team on Dreammax. He's still able to kind of find a lot of those punctures to get to the back line, to find hide on bush, to find Doom, to be able to find a lot of these kills here. Not finding Doom, but to be able to get into Shin. He's been having a decent game. It's just now we're starting to edge into that territory where a lot of these fights are not going to go into Dreammax's favor. A good setup here for the side of Dreammax as Entity 7 going to go ahead and start on this Lord. Shakite gets caught as Vagin goes ahead, finds a little bit of a dash there. Now pushing away Avatar to the Guardian, catches Shakite into the back line. Out comes the Black Dragon, and now a great peeling ability coming out from the side of a Dreammax to try to protect Shakite. Doom able to find a kill. Akashi finds one onto Shakite, and Akashi with the disengage. Unable to reply is Dreammax.
2 more kills for Entity 7 here, plus the Lord. More pressure, more goal lead here, more map domination, more everything for Entity 7 so far.
Yeah, and I mean 15-7 right now. Dreammax trying as best as they can. A long road to get here. You can see the Blazing Duet coming out as well. King tries to go in. Doom actually able to sidestep. I believe that was the Phantom Execution coming out from him. Down goes Zeus. Hide on Bush able to find the kill there as well. A pop-up. Hide on Bush going in, trying to find the dash onto Goo, who disengages back underneath their high ground tower.
Yeah, so now only high ground towers on the mid and the bottom lane here, while the Lord is heading on the bottom side for Entity 7. 11 minutes here, 8k in the goal lead. Oh, here comes.
Oh, yeah, coming out with a few punctures to find himself an escape. Another Violet Requiem, this time onto Goo, and the suppression coming on from Shin. The immense amount of damage, the combination of this Linux, of this Guinevere, really coming in to pay for itself in dividends. Doom able to take down the bottom tower. Lord now cruising its way to the core as the rest of Dreammax trying to burst it down. Entity 7 now going to focus up at the top. Avatar the Guardian comes out. Does it catch King? It is not able to. And now the tower damage actually coming out onto the side of Entity 7, who might be taking a little bit too much damage. Black Dragon is out as well. Brilliance coming out from the side of Shen, looking for the escape. Big pop-up lands. Is this going to be enough? Goo gets taken out by Hide on Bush. Akashi is down via Zeus, but Shakiche gets taken out by Doom, and finding himself a double 3 down for the side of Dreammax.
Oh, one more kill here. Triple kill for Doom for Entity 7. Oh my goodness. 21 kills here on game number 3. Oh my. Oh, are they going to finish the game here on the bottom lane? Doom and Shin?
King. Man, King is just so smooth on this Lancelot. Unfortunately, there are not 4 other Kings on this team right now to be able to kind of carry it as King. I mean, 6-0-1 right now. He's able to get in, able to find the kills. I want to say, though, he has kind of been shut down in the last 5 minutes of this game. He's able to kind of find those punctures, but he's not able to find the damage anymore to find some of those kills. And right now, Entity 7 is taking huge advantage of that. 21 right now to 9, and almost, I want to say, about a 7k gold lead for Entity 7.
Yeah, on the top side, the party is going on once again. Oh. Okay. Now they're heading for the next lore. 2 seconds remaining here. Goal lead. Oh, almost 10. No, almost AK here for here for Entity 7. The Lord, he's on the pit once again. Dreammax has to find a way. I don't think that they're going to fight back this Lord here, because the domination, especially when it comes to this minion waves, are like crashing so much to Entity 7. So they have to wait on the base, and they have to defend to still believe into the reverse sweep on this best of 5.
Yeah, and a Dreammax right now fighting tooth and nail for their survival here in the playoffs right now. Vagin gonna go ahead. Oh, they just missed the jump up onto Blink, who might be in a little bit of trouble here. You see the damage coming out from them as well. They are able to find the disengagement for Blink. It is a Dreammax.
Yeah, so here after Entity 7's initiation, it was a failure. So Dreammax is able to get this whole 5 players still on the game. But the Lord, this one is heading on the bottom lane. Look at Shaikichi. Look at Shaikichi. Shaiki is up to something.
Yeah, trying to come in. Black Dragon is out. Shaikichi comes in with the brilliance of her own. Goo in trouble, getting bursted down. Doom finds a kill of his own. Now, just high ground towers left for the side of a Dreammax. Lord now crashing in at the core. Dreammax going to make short work of it. King actually tries to go in, finds himself a pop-up. That might be it for the side of King. His first kill, or first death of the game. That might be all she wrote for Dreammax, fighting for their life. And Shaikichi and Zeus trying to put on the damage. Entity 7 trying to close it out. Will Dreammax be able to find a stop to this? The damage onto the core. Entity 7 will be going to the Group South Finals.
Entity 7 here with a clean sweep, 3-0. Guarantee a spot to the final of MCT AMER South, Zena.
Yes, Entity 7 was dominating on that one too. There was no answer for Dreammax, even though, what'd you call it? King? King did an amazing job there. He was doing wonderfully. He barely died any, but just the fact that Glue was not the pick here, right? So he was getting taken out so much here, and that kind of like tumbled everything out of proportion for the side of Dreammax here. So we're gonna have to say goodbye to Dreammax. Sad to say bye to them, but Entity 7 gets another chance to go against Alpha 7, the top 2 contenders here in the South.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Dreammax, a long road from the bottom 4 of the playoffs to this point, 3rd place. That's nothing to cry about there. I mean, that is a huge advancement, a huge honor to be able to move from that far lower in the ranks all the way up to 3rd place for Dreammax. But there is a reason that Entity 7 is basically the boogeyman of the South, the AMER South here. They are just so dominant, and sometimes I mean, I would consider them basically the complete package when it comes to draft, when it comes to discipline, when it comes to synergy with your teammates here. And they showed that through this series, able to absolutely get a flawless victory, series victory over Dreammax.
Yeah, so and here's an unusual thing that we're not used to see so much is Shaikichi with like 0-4. I forgot like the assistance, but it's not like a very common thing that we see here from Dreammax's mid laner. But once again, like I think that Dreammax did an amazing job here, like reaching the top 3. Of course, they wanted to be the champions. They wanted to get this far. But as a competition, once again, one team has to win, one has to lose, and this time was for Entity 7 once again. Honestly, I was expecting like a more tied up best of 5 here, like with more games, with more Dreammax on action here. but Entity 7 like knew how to read Dreammax's situation and to bait and some drafts, as Private was saying about on this last game here. But I think that for a Dreammax, this kind of a glue pick or a goo here on the Yuzong, like not knowing the targets that they that he was supposed to track, that he was supposed to neutralize. For example, not only like using the Black Dragon to fly away and trying to zoom players, but they have to be they have to have a purpose here with this composition. As we were talking about, like it's like it's almost like an unfair for King here, like playing so well as a Lancelot, but still like losing this game because of Entity 7's performance. But once again here, like we see here Goo, yeah, so he used the Black Dragon and he was like pop up immediately by Guinevere, so he was not like he was not allowed to do much on this fight. So the response here for Entity 7 was so well, even though like Claw trying to do something here with Zeus, but it wasn't enough for Dreammax here to stand and win this last game. 3-0 here for Entity 7 with another full dominance here on the map, playing very good on this macro and these ideas of execution on composition as well. So Entity 7 here doing a great job, winning a 3-0 and are going to face Alpha 7 tomorrow in our MCT AMER South final.
Yes, for sure. They're getting their chance to shine again to see if they can come back and get that revenge match and take it away from Alpha 7 here for sure. But let us highlight our MVP of the night for Entity 7. Every big moment seemed to have started with this player right here, right at the center. Doom on the gold. 807 KDA, 61k total damage, 824 golds per minute. Did not even die. Wonderful job there.
Yeah, not a single death, and able to kind of farm his way up there to be able to put on a ton of damage. I feel like, unfortunate for Dreammax, Entity 7 lost the upper bracket in the worst possible way for Dreammax, and that was due to draft. So what Dreammax were facing here was an Entity 7 who had cleaned up the draft, who realized that they had shortcomings in the draft, because I feel like a lot of these drafts were absolutely flawless coming from Entity 7. Not just that, but especially Doom. Great to see that he's able to get an MVP, especially with the damage and the combination of that Gwen and the Lunox that was just doing huge amounts of damage, and really was, I want to say, a big part of their success. So to see Doom be able to stand out even behind a combination like that is huge. And Entity 7, man, like I said, that was just super unfortunate for Dreammax. I feel like that was like the worst possible scenario, is that a team gets dropped here, either Alpha 7 or Entity 7, because they were out drafted in the upper bracket. So that meant you were dealing with somebody down here that were all about the draft. They were all focused on making sure that the draft went their way. And unfortunately for Dreammax, man, like I've never seen them out drafted so hard, and to the point like that Rico made. I've never seen Shikitse take so many deaths in a game. And that was a great thing too. They had a great amount of focus to be able to take down Shikitse, to shut down Goo as well, make sure that he wasn't on anything comfortable as well. And then the drafts basically spoke for themselves.
Yeah, and especially when it comes like this from this draft situation, it was very interesting, especially on the last game here, because by the time that Shaikichi chose Valentina, and then we were talking about, okay, maybe now Entity 7 is like thinking about like of the rest of the composition to not let so many strong ultimates letting for Dreammax and it happens because at some point, like, Shaikichi was using the blazing duet from this all team to trying to cause some impact on the game. It wasn't like she tried, it wasn't enough. So that means it tells us just a little bit what happened on the draft here to be on Entity 7's favor.
This is unfortunate that they had to kind of go against Entity 7 right after they just went through an entire best of 5 match against Infinity there. But I also feel like they really didn't take advantage of Shaikichi being on a really big damaging hero here. Like, they gave her Zushin, they gave her ZTN, and then she was on Valentina. I feel like if they did kind of give her like giving her like a maybe a Lunix or something like that had her kind of help deal that damage to the opposite team, maybe that could have helped them in some way. I don't know.
Well, for me, it's just kind of like, when would that opportunity have come? You left the Zushin open. Is Shaikichi just supposed to say, no, I'm going to go ahead and get me a damage dealer, guys. Thank you very much, but no thank you. I'll let you guys have the Zushin. It's like, this is all comes down to, like I said, just smart and great drafting coming out of the side of Entity 7. Not just that, but baiting out some of those picks up there. To the point, I think the last game, that third game, I think spoke a little bit more out of frustration coming out of the side of Dreammax than anything else. The early Valentina pick, where Valentina, you kind of usually want to wait a little bit later to see where some of those picks go out from the enemy team to see if Valentina will even have an effect. Like you said, a blazing duet. What does Valentina get when she takes a marksman? I think she gets physical damage, which doesn't really help a blazing duet. I think from there you want, I believe, attack speed, right, to really put on the damage from a blazing duet. So that just kind of shows a lot of the frustration that was kind of coming out from them, except for King. I mean, King had himself a pretty glorious game. I feel like King understood that he was going to go out with his best hero to try. He was going to put in that 110%. You guys, if you guys are going to beat me, you're going to beat me with my best hero while have my best haircut, while I'm wearing my favorite pair of pants or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, he put out that 110%. Unfortunately, just it still was not enough to be able to take down Entity 7, who just had an absolutely excellent game here. So, like I said, a great job to Dreammax to get to this point here. Third place from the bottom 4 of all of these teams is no real laughing matter. They did a great job. Unfortunately, like we said, the 2 Titans, it's going to be the Godzilla versus King Kong coming up here tomorrow when it's going to be Entity 7 taking on Alpha 7.
Yes, for sure. We're going to see that revenge match tomorrow. But before we move on, we want to give a shout out again to our sponsor, runestone.gg. Get your data and analytics from them so you can be top tier just like these players here on the tournament.
Yeah, so you got a chance to improve your gameplay level with Runestone here, checking your stats, and you still have the opportunity and the pleasure to watch the best players on the scenario here on MCT AMER North and South. So all thanks to Runestone.
Yeah, if you guys want to up your gameplay to the next level, look no further than runestone.gg for all of your Mobile Legends information.
All right, and let's get down to it. Let's take a look at the brackets one more time for you guys. What do we have here? Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we had Entity 7 going against Alpha 7, and then Alpha 7 coming up the victors here, taking that spot for that top tier. And now going into the loser bracket, we had Infinity going against Dreammax. Dreammax coming up on top. Then they went against Entity 7. Then there was a sweep there. Entity 7 is going to go back up against Alpha 7 tomorrow for this group final.
Yeah, so always reminding you guys that tomorrow we are going to have the MCT AMER South finals. It's not the grand finals, okay? Only the MCT AMER South finals. And whoever is going to be the champion on tomorrow is going to face Alpha 7 North on the grand final, live from MCT AMER South versus MCT AMER North. So tomorrow, sorry, it's gonna be very, very wild between these two teams once again.
Yeah, it has been a long road. You can see there at the beginning, Dreammax there defeating a Black Sentence to push their way through all the way to the lower bracket semifinals, or to the lower bracket finals. Unfortunately, getting taken out here against Entity 7, all the way now to where we will have our finals tomorrow. One of these teams will be moving forward, crowned the champion of the South, and they will face the champion of the North and earn themselves a way into MSC. Huge implications for all teams involved.
All right, and let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule here. Of course, we have that best of 7 against Alpha 7 versus Entity 7. This will be that revenge match that they need. The top 2 teams right now in the South are going to go head to head tomorrow here.
Yeah, Zena, it all comes to an end, and the end is going to start tomorrow with this best of 5, the finals here of MCT AMER South, Alpha 7 versus Entity 7. So many 7s, so much history between these two teams here, Private. It's gonna be very awesome.
So many 7s, Alpha 7, Entity 7. It's gonna be a best of 7.
Oh my goodness.
It goes all of the way there too. To that best of 7, and if today was any implication of how that's going to be, we might see ourselves our first full best of 7 series, and who knows what picks you might see when you go the distance there.
Yeah, I want to see Rafaela tomorrow, Zena. I want to see Nana.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see
I want to see Florin. You know what?
Oh yeah, Florin.
That's it.
I want to see everyone tomorrow.
Yes, but all right, guys, make sure you stay on tip-top shape and pay attention to our social medias here, MLBB Esports, so you can be in the know and know what's going on in this tournament. So we're on Kick, Twitch, X, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. Fumbling my words there. Too many social channels.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't stick with us the entire night, I don't blame you. It was a very, very long night. If you missed anything, you can find out everything that happened and find all the recaps and highlights on MLBB Esports.
Yeah, so you can check everything. You can check everything on our social media, the updates, new heroes, the memes, funny memes like this one here on the chat. Like Mega Best was saying, the secret to winning the MCT AMER is to have 7 on the team name.
Exactly, right?
Let's wait to see tomorrow what is going to happen, but it might be a good idea.
Yes, and with that, that's going to wrap up the semifinals, the group semifinals here at the South. We're getting closer and closer to the defining moments of this tournament, and the competition is only going to get tougher from here on out. So thank you guys for watching, and do not miss what's coming tomorrow, because the road through MCT AMER South continues.
Peace.